Should we begin? All right. Hey everyone, welcome to the first Eternal Championship qualifier here. I'm Luis Vargas here with Patrick Chapin. We're going to be bringing you coverage today of all the rounds. This is the top 64 here of all the players who've battled to get to their top 64 slot. And, you know, as always, we're going to be watching these single elimination matches and try to find a champion. The champion will qualify for the Eternal World Championship here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is the first big tournament of the new season, and it's kind of the first real look at Expedition under high stakes tournament conditions.
Yeah, and it's interesting seeing kind of how the metagame broke down. There's a couple big decks here today if you want to talk about them. The first and foremost definitely is the Xenon Sacrifice deck.
Yeah, I think it looked like over the last couple of months we've seen some waves of Combray and then Stone Scar Mastery decks and Elysian tempo-based decks each take their turn kind of being in the pole position. And it looks like this week Xenon Cultist is kind of at the top of the standings, represent with what is it, like somewhere around roughly a third of the top 64 having some variation of Xenon Cultists. And there's a lot of variety among them, but that sort of core package of really capitalizing on the Cultists.
Yeah, we'll find out what the exact number is because I don't have the exact breakdown, but I do know that a lot of the bigger Eternal teams and a lot of the more well-known players did end up on this deck. It feels like, you know, they got to a point where they think this is the best deck in the format, and it looks like the conversion rate was very high for them. I mean, just looking at, you know, there's a lot of the people we recognize, you know, Kamado, Sunnyveil, a lot of these folks who've been playing and succeeding in Eternal quite a bit, and you look at them and they're almost all on this Xenon Cultist deck.
Yeah, it seems like there's been this trying to find this balance of how much do you go towards like Carvet in terms of this dragon sort of approach, and how much do you do any sort of the discarding cards from your deck to make more cultists and care about the size of your void. How much do you rely on the site? How much are you just trying to go wide versus how much are you trying to make some giant Zenzu? And it looks like a lot of people have found a balance they're happy with, and it's really been succeeding.
It seems like the you know, how you finish the game might change, but mainly it's just built around this really power engine of the High Priest getting you just tons and tons of power, and then you can utilize that with Carvet. You can utilize that in a number of different ways.
Oh yeah. I mean, High Prophet is such a powerful card. The ability to when the floor is a pretty good accelerator
two cost accelerant already.
Right, and not a trivial blocker. That's already like pretty decent, but how many 2-drops are consistently producing plus 13 power in some games,
Yeah, I think that probably the most effective one is when you're at like +4 or +5, because then you've just, you've gotten a huge advantage over your opponent. Once you're at +13, it probably means you've run away with the game for a while, but no reason not to dream big. So this Xenon Cultist deck is joined here by a couple different Stone Scar decks. Certainly the Legion deck, which, as you kind of mentioned before, has fallen off a little bit in popularity.
Yeah, I think part of it is the Elysian deck was so dominant for a couple weeks that it kind of became public enemy #1. And I think going into this tournament and in the week leading up, a lot of people really had Elysian in their sights. And one of the things that this most recent couple breeds of both Stone Scar with the Stone Scar Mastery aggressive decks and the more Stone Scar controlling, more dragon-focused decks, those Stone Scar decks and then also these Elysian decks have found ways to make themselves a little bit better set up against how tempo-based the Elysian decks play. Like finding the right way to support Worthy Cause, because if you Worthy Cause the turn where they play the Spell Shaper, you can sometimes get way ahead in terms of tempo back at them, or, and there's a variety of other things like that where if you just try to fight them at their own game, there are little ways you can get ahead of them.
Yeah, and of course, trying to set up your deck so you don't get just owned by Equivocate seems like a big part of that as well.
Yeah, and to say nothing of the amount that some of these, like for instance, one cost kill a time unit pretty good against both cultists and Elysian.
Yeah.
And that card's gained a lot of popularity.
Yeah, the edicts seem like that. There's a, especially we've seen edicts of various flavors. Grodov's edict just kind of getting played here because, yeah, I expect to get a good baseline return on this card, and then sometimes I play against the right factions, and all of a sudden it's just one of the better cards in my deck.
Yep, absolutely. And that's one of the things the edicts are supposed to do is
Right, of
provide
course.
a little bit of a balancing mechanism here. Like if some factions or faction combinations start pulling too far ahead, the rest of the format can make some adjustments and try to line their deck up a little bit better against those people while still having something that they can use against other people.
Yeah, and so we're trying to figure out exactly which deck will come out on top here is of course what we're going to be doing today. We've got a lot of cool matches lined up, and it's also cool. This is the first ECQ of the season. We're going to determine the first world slot here, of course, past the champion, and it's always nice kicking off a new season of competitive play.
Oh yeah, and I think this one's going to be an awesome one, just given first of all having a variety of ways to play,
Yeah.
and just how much now we're seeing a pretty good change up of sorts between from month to month without just tons of live balance changes. Like seeing sort of this evolution taking place in parallel with both Throne and Expedition. I'm super excited.
Yeah, I mean that's part of what we're offering the season. Is it's not just play ranked to try to get your seat. There's just a bunch of different formats you can play, which gives you some optionality there.
Yeah. Plus, I don't know about y'all. I've been drafting this set a little bit.
Yeah. No, I like this draft format quite a bit. Even if my 4-unit deck didn't get as many wins as I'd hoped. But one of the things you also mentioned was that this is the first kind of big expedition event that we really get to shine a light on, and that gives these teams and these players a lot of reasons to try to break it as best they can.
Yeah, I mean, what's it like when you're playing high stakes and you can't just rely on Torch?
Right. Yes, we've seen a number of those. At least to some exciting moments, but it is cool seeing people have to change it up, trying to figure out which units are resilient to the most common kinds of removal, which removal spells are the best in this format. What do control decks look like? That sort of thing.
Yeah, and speaking of control decks, I'm going to be interested to see what we see in the way of like anything involving Shenra Speaks. I've always been liking those against some of these Xenon cultist decks, but finding the right way to pull that off in Expedition when your power base is a little bit more constrained, it's definitely going to be a challenge.
Yeah, there are many more, of course, like dual faction decks here than tri-faction decks, and that's again the power base is kind of where that starts.
Absolutely. I just want to know, why isn't anybody trying to run anybody else out of cards, man? Just give them the malaise you and. So I guess any early predictions for trends? Like, are we going to see just a overwhelming dominance of the cultist deck? Are we going to see a pretty big spread in the next couple of rounds, or does it seem like, I mean, is this the type of thing where somebody may have anticipated this rise of the cultist deck and be one step ahead in the metagame and kind of run away with it?
Well, I think that this strikes me as the players playing the cultist deck picked the perfect weekend to kind of break this technology out. And the fact that it's a lot of the players we recognize, the fact that there's a lot of just the deck itself, leads me to think that the field wasn't ready for this cultist deck, and I predict that we'll have great success. Like, I think whatever the baseline percentage is here in the top 64, when we look at, like, say the top 16 or the top 8, it'll have generally gone up. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the cultist deck tends to win at a pretty high clip today.
Yeah, that does seem reasonable. I mean, part of it is that a lot of the ways that the cultist deck has traditionally been counteracted in the past, some of the improvements this week, for instance, not everybody was playing Vara Fate Touched out of their market, and Vara has proven to be such a powerful endgame for people using Carve It. Once they start getting this chain going, where they're Varing back their Carve It, which gets back a cultist or two, and then the cultist gets back something else, and you just keep going. The other thing is that there's been this this really awesome chain reaction that they get into now, where if they can set up Zenon initiation off of the site on one of their cultists, and all their cultists have exalted because of Carvet, then they can just start chaining and
boom,
machine
boom,
gun everything
boom.
down. Yeah.
Yeah, that sort of sequence of plays obviously is going to lead to a lot of wins. Yeah, so this doesn't feel like one of those situations where there's a best deck coming in and the people in the top 64 figured out how to beat it. This feels like the best deck wasn't known, or at least this is the best deck, and it wasn't on people's radar. Like we're not in the sort of thing where like, yeah, Rakano's the best deck, but I figured out a way to beat Rakano, so I'm going to do really well. It's like whatever the Elysian, for example, people thought that was the best deck. All the people who targeted that probably did fine. But then the people who went over the top with the cultist deck are gonna, I think, really take home the bacon here.
Seems reasonable to me. I'm still just I'm hoping for some sort of dark horse tribal deck sneaking up. Like whether it's anything besides the cultist too. I like the cultist there too, but I want to see like the Oni just kind of representing.
Yeah.
Like.
Well, I mean, there are some. It's not quite tribal, but there are definitely some Huru decks looking to kind of sneak out some free wins here. Between like mastery and just kind of buffing all their units and just the weapon-based hero deck. I even saw a sword sharpener lurking around at one point. So there's definitely some other alternate strategies going as well.
Yeah, the Huru deck in particular, that's a great point. The Huru deck's been really interesting because it's been flying a lot under the radar compared to like all the Stone Scar, Elysian, and Zenon decks. But it's been quietly really having a niche. I mean, when you attack with any of these, like Shenra, and they block with their high profit and you Parol's Choice,
yeah,
it's really hard for anybody to deal with that at any point, and they can really just start getting some momentum going. It's also going to be interesting to see how the upcoming changes to Expedition with the addition of the better part of Trials of Grodov and Dead Reckoning, how much that's going to shake things up, because the like Huru Pacifier, for instance, becoming legal, what does that mean? Right, like that's a powerful card in a world where a lot of people are using exalted strategies or Jack's Knife.
Yeah, I think that this is when I was talking to you earlier, when you mentioned this is a great time for someone to have broken it and have a best deck because the things are about to change up. So that's doesn't mean that the cultist deck's gonna go away. It just means that people are gonna have to change up what they're doing.
Yeah, definitely, man. Out of the upcoming Expedition changes, it's going to be real interesting to see how high impact and whether, like, some people are kind of predicting early on that like Sabretooth Pride Leader is going to be just such a dominant force. But I'm not sure that's even going to end up. I'm curious to see which of the Expedition cards end up being the most high impact, just because this is like such a brand new context. It looks like we're actually ready for our first round though. So let's jump on down there and
Sounds great.
Get on with ECQ.
Alrighty, well, did you know? Welcome to our first round of the ECQ here. I'm Luke Scott Vargas here with Patrick Chapin. We're watching Sunnyveil against Doc 28 here. Sunnyveil is on the Xenon Cultist decks that we have been talking about, and well, Doc 28's on the aggressive Huru deck that we happen to mention as well. So,
yeah. Designer Sampardi was singing the praises of being able to just shield bash people left and right, and here we see Doc 28 with a pretty good spread here. I mean, this is like, great for just starting the early pressure and really capitalizing on the lack of removal that most of these cultist decks have. Even something like Fell Ritual, which is, a form of removal, it's just such a hard way to do it when everything, all the threats in the Huru deck cost less than Fell Ritual in the first place, and many of them have Aegis.
Yeah. Sunnyveil got off to a nice start, though, devouring the Slumbering Stone before block, so able to trade for the Crown Watch Paladin and then immediately playing Shadowlands Guide to get it back. Like this is the early interaction that the cultist deck really wants to see. Oh man, changey stick, I love it.
Oh wow, yeah, because once you get the Horde Plunderer going, like that's just saved 8 power for free. Horde Plunderer is presenting an incredible threat. I mean, that's 10 right there, right? Oh, waits even more on the Berserk for the potential to do even more damage if you're greedy.
Yeah, that is a pretty aggressive play. Doc choosing not to Berserk, or maybe not an aggressive play, not to Berserk the Horde Plunder, and of course getting Fell Ritualed right away. And that takes a lot of the wind out of Doc's sails. It's got the Rhyme Smuggler here able to pick up another threat, but without having that 5/8 Berserk Flyer in play, Sunnyveil's health roll is not really under all that much pressure.
So we see, there's the option of the Adjudicator's Gavel out of the market for stopping any sort of Vara or Shadowlands Guide shenanigans. But I also wonder, I mean, what do you like? How much can you actually do that compared to just having something like Avagraft or an Edict just to try to buy you some time?
Yeah, and actually, it looks like Doc's market is all answers. It's just 5 different kind of narrow answers, and did in fact go with the Avagraft here.
So the listener, Makar's listener, Karnas, has definitely been near the top of people's list for most impactful, if not the top of people's list for most impactful of the listener cycle. The addition of an unblockable threat and just having a card that must be answered while at the same time giving you some flexibility and utility later on.
Well, the Incarnus gives you value right away, right? With Invoke, we're going to see in a second here what Sunnyveil ends up with. But then also, while in play, it still provides a pretty substantial threat because it threatens to go off the mastery. And so here, Sunnyveil picked up an Auric Captain, which is, again, not a card that baseline sees a whole lot of play, but being able to pick it up off of Invoke when you have the power and have the time to do it is pretty nice.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things people are starting to realize, just how much the Invoke isn't the exact same as just drawing a card. The fact that you have access to answers and threats that you wouldn't normally ever play, that other people aren't prepared for, and that you get to just pick them up at the time you really want them. I mean, whether you pick up a spell, an attachment, or a unit can be so dependent on the board state, and having that flexibility of depending on how the game's going, is quite a powerful option.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a way to really leverage the power from High Profit, where if, when Sunnyveil's on 10 power wants a 6-drop, or when you play the Incarnus early, maybe you just want to pick up whatever the cheapest interaction you can.
So here we see Sunnyveil continuing to build resources, but despite Doc 28 being really low on additional options, they got a little something going, right?
Yeah, Sunnyveil might end up just having to use 2 spells to kill that elemental, one to pop the Aegis, and then use a Worthy Cause or Devouring Shadow to take it down. But even with that 2-for-1, that still leaves that Auric Captain there as cleanup. Sunny still has an emblem that he's going to be able to afford to cash in here. So I like the Cultist side of this right now. And, part of it is the Huru deck needs to stick usually multiple threats, I think, to really get things going, because the Cultist deck has so much in the way of answers.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I mean, when you have access to all this extra stuff, like the extra card, extra power from Arc of Soul, and the extra power from Talir's Devoted, and you had this extra card from Shadowlands Guide and from Karnas, it just gives you so much more material to work with. So Doc 28 basically all in on this one Flying Aegis threat, but Sunnyveil with a full grip. What's Doc 28 going to need to get out of this? I mean, the nice thing is if you use up both of the removal spells, at least your next threat is somewhat harder to kill, right?
Yeah, and these last two draw steps have been power for Doc. Evergraft will be able to take out the Auric Captain here, but still, Doc needs another recurring source of damage, and Sunnyveil's at 10. I can't help but think, what if Sunnyveil's at 5 instead? Had maybe gotten an extra Berserk hit in earlier with the Horde Plunderer.
Sure. Here we see the Avagraph fail to hit anything because of Sunnyveil's timely sacrificing of the captain to the Worthy Cause. Man, Zen and Temple is not good news for Doc.
No, because being able to... Oh, Sunny didn't even go for Xenon Initiation. I think just using Xenon Augury and then potentially playing a Devour in Shadow here.
Yeah, the fact that Xenon, the Temple here, is like the exact right amount of power to use their power efficiently, letting them both kill the threat in play and have several more implied cards coming up. Scare in particular, both Scare and Zen Initiation so good against Aegis threats, one popping the Aegis and the other attacking through it. And then it's not like World Joiner isn't like a game-ending threat at the end.
No, I don't think that the game's going to last long enough for World Joiner to see play, especially with the Dune Smuggler in hand here. But it would be a threat if somehow Doc was able to mount a comeback, but Doc's hand is, a too late Perul's choice.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes there just isn't a single curse that can do that much on that many axes.
Yeah. And we see Sunnyveil kind of like this deck doing what it's supposed to do, playing, some early blockers, using some devours to kind of get the right mix of power and action, getting a little bit of optionality off Incarnus, and ending the game with a bunch of cards in hand.
Yeah, I mean, this style of the Zen and Cultist deck is really emphasizing the card advantage. The Gargoyle being effectively 2 cards, and the Devoted being 2 cards, and Carve It being 2 cards, and the Zen and Temple being sort of 2 cards, and Incarnus. It's just trying to be as much card advantage as possible.
Yeah, while not dying thanks to, random chump blockers and health gain and some other things like that.
All right, we're jumping back in for game 2.
Alrighty, Doc kicking things off here, and Shenra, that is the premier one drop of choice here, and if it can get to that mastery, then it becomes very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, Shenra has definitely proven itself a staple. Particularly, what's interesting is there's a lot less Vara's favor than I think people were initially anticipating. So Shenra's ability to sometimes just really get going, particularly if you can buff it with anything in the space of like Finest Hour or Perul's Choice.
Note, by the way, that the High Prophet did not block Shenra on turn 2. for the exact reason that you mentioned earlier, Perul's Choice.
Dude, that's respect right there. And so the Cultist deck here, nothing too crazy. It's an awful lot of just sort of its normal processing. It's got 2-for-1s, and then the ability to convert some of its resources, whether it's the emblems or Nahid's Faithful. It looks like this hand, the big part of the hand here is the Ebon Dune Smuggler, because eventually this Nahid's Faithful Shadowlands Guide thing is going to be, it's a pretty good thing to help bridge, but you're going to have to get something good out of the market if this hand's going to develop. Otherwise, Doc 28 Shenra and Grip, in this case Anya, are going to be able to run away with it.
And you see that Avagraph going right after the High Prophet here. I think Doc is well aware of how this deck works.
Oh yeah, and here we see the Edict providing some much needed interaction, and specifically just trying to stop Doc 28 from getting anything going, because that's when this Haru deck is the most dangerous, when it's able to just keep building some sort of momentum on the table.
And you see Doc starting to cash in emblems already.
Oh, here we see a pretty big board. I mean, Sunnyveil at this point has just got so many threats, and it's not like Doc 28 really has a lot of ways to catch up, right? I mean, at this point, isn't Crystallize pretty much a vital part of any sort of plan for Doc 28? I mean, like, what else are you... I mean, I guess Anya can just try to detain things as long as it stays on the table, but Sunnyveil's got that Fell Ritual for insurance.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Sunny, and despite being the deck with the stronger late game, is also putting a good amount of pressure on Doc. The Nahid's Faithful does a great job of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And to me, it just looks like Sunnyveil's lined up in all the right ways for this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, especially the Shadowlands Guide and Nahid's Faithful interaction, just growing it over and over again, and basically forcing your opponent to use resources to answer it. You see Doc having to use Perul's Choice to get Permafrost to answer it, when that doesn't really stop Sunnyveil's main game plan at all.
No, and it's not like Permafrost is even where you want to be against these Cultist decks anyway. They can sacrifice their cards. Some of their cards have abilities that they don't get turned off by Permafrost. Yeah, see, I mean, here, even like just Arc of Soul for extra value. I mean, everything's just coming together, and the emblems are being put to great use here, because when you end up with extra power from Arc of Soul or High Prophet, it's great to be able to turn extra power you draw into threats.
Yeah. Emblems of, add a lot of good texture to gameplay here.
Yeah, and they have a lot of abilities that are quite relevant that you don't always see. And It's also just kind of nice to have extra things to make it so that cards like, like if you can play combat tricks like this, epic combat tricks, partly because you just have more reliably access to some units. That's great to see.
Yeah, the Dune Smuggler gonna end the job here just by being a 2/2 ambush. Not really ability not necessary. And Sunnyveil off to a quick start here, making it to the top 32 with a pretty fast win.
Oh yeah, yeah, and it's not like these cultist decks can't go big either. When we saw Vara Fate Touched hanging right at the rafters in case she was needed, but each time the quick start was enough to carry Sunnyveil over.
Yeah.
Wow, it looks like we have another match. We're going to jump right in.
We're getting there.
Right in.
Alrighty.
Devastating.
Yodabite here facing off against Limb Factor. Yodabite also on the Cultist deck, and Limb Factor, well, looks like the mirror here. We've got Limb Factor trying to set up for that Vara Fate Touch, and double high profit is going to kind of, get them well on their way.
Yeah, the tricky part is they've already had 2 other high profits, and Yodabite has been answering them very effectively. I mean, Worthy Cause, without even being able to kill it, just to turn off the extra power, so important for getting, getting ahead in tempo here when you don't have a high profit, or at least you don't have one on the table. And then the scare ability at its absolute best in the mirror. The amount of cultists who, despite what you might think from, their predilections, they sure are prone to get scared. But here, Yodabite kind of, starting to develop, got a little bit of a table. The Zenin Temple giving them a diverse kind of mix of cards on the table. But Limb Factor now has enough power to really start dropping some hits and has a lot more gas in hand.
Yeah, going to kick things off here with Carvet, and Edict of Grotto going to answer it, but yeah, still got a little bit of value there.
The nice thing about Edict of Grodov is putting the Carvet on the bottom is exactly what you want to do if you know that your opponent's on a Vara Fate touched endgame.
Do the folks who have brought Edict of Grotov, were they thinking 1.5 steps ahead of everyone else? They've got the best deck and they're slightly tweaked for the mirror.
I mean, that's awesome to see. I mean, Edict of Grodov was a card that initially was like on top of everybody's lists, and then it kind of fell out of favor a little bit as the metagame evolved, but now it seems to be coming full circle and back to being such a powerful way to stop recursion and just give you some tactical options, like bouncing a spell.
Notice that Limb Factor still hasn't hit 8 for Vara here. Yodabite going to do their best to stop that from happening.
Yeah, and it's tough because Limb Factor's already having to deal with the fact that World Joiner is going to be coming down next turn anyway, and it's not like this Carvet is good news. So Limb Factor's definitely going to need to get a lot of mileage out of this Vara Fate Touched if they're gonna catch up. One saving grace is that the Scorpion Wasp they found from the last turn from their augury is at least that's something you can use against the World Joiner to try to slow down the onslaught. Yodabite, though, starting to run a little lean. I mean, they still got that Ebon Dune Smuggler, but the question is, how big of an end game do they have? I mean, I guess Ebon Dune Smuggler into Vara with a Gargoyle is a pretty potent follow-up.
Yeah, the Ebon Dune Smuggler, as smugglers have since kind of the beginning of time, they provide you with either an answer or a big threat, and here Ebon Dune Smuggler is looking like it's likely to set up for a Vara next turn.
Yeah, I mean, the Yodabite even has access to the 8th power, meaning that very likely it's the Gargoyle, not the Shadow Sigil that will be cashed in for the Vara. But with such a diverse mix of angles of attack already, I mean, Limb Factor is going to have to get a lot out of that Vara. Okay. No, I mean, we see Yodabite continuing to slow play it. I mean, at this point, I guess, why not just nurse the advantage you already have? It's interesting.
Yeah, you already have a Carvet. Your World Joiner is going to presumably get to attack next turn. And
it looks like Yodabite doesn't even have anything juicy to get back yet.
Yeah, a Xenon Cultist, I suppose, but that's not really where you want to be here. And the Heat's Faithful.
The downside of having too much on the table.
Yeah.
Too much good going for you. The Yodabite story.
Well, Limb Factor's having to use these Xenon Temples here as just Xenon Auguries. Like that's not really where you want to be. So
No, and with access to with access to just not enough power to catch up. I mean, it's not like Limb Factor doesn't have great cards in hand. It's just that Yodabite being able to stall Limb Factor early on by dealing with the first 2 high profits, and in fact the first 3 high profits, that seems to have really made the difference. So at least Scorpion Wasp takes down World Joiner. If Limb Factor can slog through the next part of the challenge here, though, is of course Yodabite being able to get back World Joiner. That's just so many big threats.
well, there's some Xenon Temple action going back and forth here. So it looks like the World Joiner ended up on Limb Factor's side. So,
true.
So Var can't quite get it back.
Nice.
Opposing Xenon Temples is pretty funny.
Yeah, so it looks like Vara is going to have to just settle for a 1-drop, right?
I think so. I think Sunbringstone's probably the call here, but the thing is, Vara's also just a 6/6 deadly at this point. Though Limb Factor now can play their own Vara. Oh wait, they don't have the triple shadow pimps.
Oh no!
They're only on double shadow, which is actually a limiting factor here.
Because once they can actually Vara back their own the World Joiner they stole, that's a pretty big tape. That's a pretty big move. Still not finding that shadow influence. So Yodabite with the Carvet trigger about to actually hit, still putting the Xenon Cultist into harm's way, but I guess at this point you might just have enough aggression going.
Yeah, look, Carvet is about to go off, and then that sets up a pretty strong attack for next turn from Yodabite here.
Yeah, and without access to some sort of like actual clean board sweep, I mean, some people, it seems like it's kind of uncommon to play Soul's Rest, but that's my personal favorite way to catch up in these matchups. But at this point, it looks like still no third shadow influence for Limb Factor. Oh, okay, we got something.
All right, Eager Offering did find Insignia here, which means Limb Factor can play Vara into World Joiner. Let's see if that is going to be enough time. Plus, can also throw a high profit of Soul in here. Why not? Or Devour if they would prefer to do that.
Yeah, the nice thing about I guess either High Profit or Devour is having one extra. With Devour having one extra little boost of health to make sure, because if you can just bridge through this turn, Yodabite's Vara isn't actually doing quite as much as Limb Factor's Vara.
Yodabite's somehow kind of stalled out here.
Yeah, maybe this isn't over yet.
I mean, Yodabite has access to 10 power, but really not a whole lot to do with it. Isn't even attacking on the ground here.
One thing that Limb Factor's going to have to be careful of, though, is that if anything happens to this Vara, it'll go to Yodabite's Void and potentially be used against them. The nice thing is the World Joiner now has the upside of having Voidbound. If it dies, it won't switch teams.
Yeah, that actually works out pretty nicely for Limb Factor.
Man, so, I mean, if Limb Factor is going to be able to play multiple threats, what else do they have coming from the Void now? Because we're starting to see an actual shift. I mean, it's not like Limb Factor's health total is precariously low. And here we see World Joiner getting in there. I mean, this is definitely a way to help slow down to reduce the board presence. And with World Joiner being safely voidbound, this is going to put Yodabite into an interesting dilemma. I mean, with no more big threats coming, what can they best do? I mean, it's not like the gargoyles here rebuying are even actually accomplishing all that much, are they?
Yeah, it looks like Yodabite is putting in a bunch of stuff just to have it all die. Just to juice up their void for Vara.
It also kind of clears up some spots on their table. True. So that when they've got access, they've got the ability to drop more threats onto the table. But I don't know. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, Yodabite I think is still in not too bad of a position, but I think they got to get at least one more thing going before Limb Factor can just run away too much with this. In particular, if Limb Factor can ever find a smuggler, I think that the ability to slug down all these flying threats is the perfect way to actually stabilize.
And Limb Factor here going for a bit more card advantage here with the Wing Brewer. And then, of course, that if it ever pops with the Vara in play, that does quite a bit as well.
And we see one of the powers of the Wing Brewer here being able to stock the Void. Interestingly, though, by the Carvet going to the Void early on, smart heads-up play by Limb Factor using the Wing Brewer early means that this second Shadow Threat is going to have a lot more impact.
Yep, out comes Carvet, getting a Cultist, getting another Cultist, and Limb Factor successfully bogged down this game.
Yeah, I mean, Carvet is like a great way to try to buy some time in the air. I mean, it's not like that 7/6 flying lifesteal Gargoyle is actually enough to run away with it before the World Joiner and the Vara and the Carvet and the Incarnus all have their way. Are we seeing a comeback? Or is the comeback already real?
No, I think the comeback's already real. At this point, I feel like Limb Factor's actually ahead. Being able to utilize their Vara much more, being able to steal that World Joiner with the Xenon Temple that died mid-combat is pretty nice, too.
Now, how much does it matter that Yodabite still has the Xenon Temple, ensuring that they've got a little bit of a Vara advantage if things just trade off?
I think it's definitely an edge. Like, you saw that Wing Brewer, right, go right back to Yodabite's Void. It means that as the game goes longer, Yodabite's Void gets a little better. But here we've got Pillar of Dreams, first of all, found off the listener. And the listener's also going to get to snipe that temple. Being unblockable here is a huge edge in such a stalled board. And now that the temple's gone away, the other thing is Yodabite needs an actual shadow unit just to trigger Vara. Like right now, Yodabite doesn't even have a way to get back that Wing Brewer, though Wing Brewer will do quite a bit if it works.
Well, one thing I think is interesting is the not being at the unit cap anymore is going to make it a little harder to get rid of that Gargoyle.
Oh, here comes another Incarnus that's going to be able to get back Wing Brewer and also invoke and find something pretty sweet.
Oh, man. Wing Brewer has the potential to really just escalate things here. And so Incarnus getting a Sabotage, that's interesting because even though it's not going to end up doing the most here, having that information can be quite valuable, like whether your opponent actually has Worthy Cause or not.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, presumably Limb Factor is going to play Devour here in response to the Sabotage, but if they draw a slow spell or something, then Sabotage can still get some pretty good value.
Pillar of Dreams is actually such a sweet card to get off Incarnus. I wasn't sure that Limb Factor wasn't just next leveling the format here.
Yeah, no, it was off the Incarnus.
Because, now by sacrificing something with Exalted, you're going to be seeing both the bonus from Pillar of Dreams and the bonus from Exalted. Limb Factor's board position is actually going to escalate pretty quickly.
All right, so Sabotage can happen because there's nothing for Yodabite to snipe. Though, Yodabite is at 48 health. Like that
Yodabite doesn't have a Nahid in there, does he? Because, if you ever get to 50 with Nahid, now you got a whole other thing going.
He's got his faithful, but no actual Nahids. What can Limb Factor grab from the market? What's their most impactful card now that they've drawn a Dune and Smuggler? Oh, it's got to be the Slug, right?
Yeah, I mean, the only other option, Fell Ritual, the nice thing is being able to Fell Ritual Vara really reduces Yodabite's counterplay.
True.
Whereas the Slug can just the one drawback to the Slug is
I guess you lose your own Carvet and your own Gargoyle.
Yeah, at this point, Limb Factor's got enough nickel and dime in the sky that the Slug might not be as important.
Yeah.
It might just be get that Vara off the table. Fell Ritual even puts another big, powerful shadow threat in your Void, so that the Vara can actually give you even more value. What an unreal game! I mean, Limb Factor. Yeah, I think an awful lot of players would have given up 10 turns ago.
Oh yeah. Limb Factor, it looked like they were on the ropes. We were I was mentally preparing for game 3 here, and then all of a sudden, a Vara later, things kind of stabilized.
Yeah, and it's not that Yodabite's deck, that Yodabite couldn't just, really take things to a bigger level here with this Slug. It's just that at this point, it's Limb Factor who's got all the cards in the Void and the cards in the hand. Man. Oh, I don't know, though, man. I could see this going back Yodabite's way, though.
Yeah.
Like, it's not looking good right now, but I think Yodabite's got a lot of really live draws. Ooh,
Nahid's
this is...
choice whiffed there.
Yep. So the slug coming down does really clean up the board, and now it's making Limb Factor's threats all into super, super, super big ones. I mean, even though Yodabite's got a lot of extra health to work with, Incarna's getting to invoke again seems like this could really...
Yeah, I mean, part of the upside of this line is you get mastery right away. So getting to invoke, and who knows what you could pull off of that, right?
Yeah, anything, even a boat. And Yodabite in the tank. We're going to have to look at how to make sure that we can take a look at the options next time, because man, I want to know what Limb Factor's choosing from, because if Sleeping Drought was the answer, I want to know what the question was.
Yeah. All right, well, here comes another Incarnus. So Limb Factor invoking and finding a Fel Ritual off Invoke.
Best of both worlds.
There we go. Yeah, that worked out pretty nicely. Not quite enough to play the Fel Ritual, but that Sleeping Drought's going to get some value at some point here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, being able to Sleeping Draught your Vara, or basically anybody that would die as long as there isn't a Xenon Temple or a Worthy Cause involved. Man, what a board, though. Yodabite at least getting to flip the Wing Brewer means that, there's a little bit of something going for him.
Yeah, though that World Joiner has been sitting back the last couple turns. I wouldn't be surprised if she decided to take a walk over onto Yodabite's side of the board here.
Yeah, because at this point you get to really clean up the table, and that Pillar of Dreams means that Limb Factor's got, gosh darn, about 100 power worth of attackers coming in next turn. So, oh man. Finally it ends. Yodabite getting Scorpion Wasp to get into battle so that Yodabite can get Vara. Is this Nahid's Faithful gonna come down? And nope. I was gonna say, because if you could just get back the Vara that you stole from Limb Factor, but instead Yodabite loses the Vara that he did have. What's next, though, man?
Well, the World Joiner's coming in. It's going to wipe away a lot of blockers, and this is actually going to be a pretty big attack. Look, I mean, the Slime Spitter Slug's a 1912. The the first Incarnus is a 14. The second one's 6. That's already 20 points of unblockable. That's a lot.
Holy cow. Yeah, because, I mean, at this point, even if you stop the 3 biggest attackers, you're still taking 20 and losing your board. Man. Without a Vara, I'm not sure what Yodabite's going to be able to do to get back into this. I think there's just too much going in Limb Factor's direction, to say nothing of Limb Factor having that Sleeping Draught ace up their sleeve. Man. Well, that ain't it.
And this board has gotten a lot more clear. It's also kind of funny that Limb Factor got initiative by playing the first Slime Spitter Slug, despite the fact that Yodabite has one now that doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, I mean... Pillar of Dreams, though, really changing the value of the slug, and just, really changing the value of all these random cultists. I mean, an 8-1 cultist with Exalted, or not in this case. I mean, 8-1 cultist, that's no joke. Oof, still no Varas. So, Nahid's choice, at least hitting the Sleeping Draught.
Yeah, and then here comes the slug, which actually eats Yodabite's own gargoyle here.
I mean, I guess if you just need something. We're in some desperate times, though.
Yeah, I think that running out some chump blockers here, and boom, that'll do it. Limb Factor wins the match in a pretty epic game 2 here. Yeah,
wow.
I mean, this deck lends itself to some pretty wild games, and in this particular case, Limb Factor was able to take what looked like a pretty poor position and kind of leverage the fact that they had a lot of health to play with in order to end up in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when there's like 3 or 4 different serious problems and you can only do one at a time, you got to just buckle down and get to it. But so it looks like we are not done with action yet.
There we go.
Man, into our next match.
All right, here we've got Wyborn here facing off against Gozu, and looks like we've got a bit of a board stall here. We've got Wyborn, taking the initiative with a Vara Fate touched in play and a Vara Fate touched in hand. I suspect today is going to be a lot about who's got the Vara advantage, and in this case, it's Wyborn. Vara advantage, health total advantage, and is definitely aggressor here in this cultist's mirror.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking fantastic for Wyborn here. I mean, this is the deciding game, and the board positions are somewhat comparable with the exception of Wyborn being ahead of Vara. But then when you go to the hands, Gozu has nothing. Whereas Wyborn even has another Vara in the grip with a Nahid's Choice, which is effectively 2 more triggers for Vara.
Oh yeah, getting to triple up on Vara immediately is pretty good. And, there's a good chance that some things go to the bin here. Though at this point, I don't even think Wyborn's going to lose anything important because they've just got such an overwhelming board advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, but, crazier things have happened. I mean, for instance, what happens if Gozu draws a Vara here?
Well,
Is that how the comeback starts?
Yeah, their Carvet is silenced, and they've got an Ebon Smuggler with nothing to cash in. I think even a Vara would actually be a little problematic. Like, I don't think Gozu quite gets there off just a Vara, but they could potentially get there off of multiple things.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's going to be very, very hard. But I mean, I guess we thought that last time. I don't know. Oh, Ebon Smuggler. It's a tough way to do it with nothing extra, because that Vara now is just a turn away, but that might be a turn too late given the lack of power if there aren't at least 2 cultist deaths on Gozu's side in the next turn cycle. The one saving grace, though, it's actually reasonable to think that Wyborn might actually set up a situation to get those 2 cultists to die.
Yeah, and that would make Gozu's High Prophet, get them up to 11 power to make the line of play you said. But, ooh, what do we got with that Ebon Smuggler?
Yeah, because, I mean, Zen and Temple is yet another problem. And that's to say nothing of if you just kill the High Prophet, I don't know that Gozu has enough power to really do anything.
So attacking here, 11 in the air and another 10, 16 on the ground. So technically, Gozu doesn't even have to block if they don't want to. Clearly, there are some profitable blocks here between Carvet and just, picking off like a Gargoyle, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and how much, I mean, the fact that it would seem that Carvet on Wyborn's side is like ready to mastery this turn. It's got the extra heat ready to go. It seems like, I don't know, this board position's about to go from really bad to worse. The Carvet advantage, it's interesting, even just a single exalted +1/+1 weapon allows one Carvet to kind of dominate the other.
Yeah. Though that can change, of course, turn by turn, it does give you kind of a leg up, because if they have the 5/6 Carvet, you've got the 4/5, you can't attack, so you gave up a mastery swing essentially, and then they get to make the first swing towards achieving that mastery, even if you then later get to attack.
Yeah, the fact that Wyborn's putting Vara into the red zone, so to speak, is also kind of bad news for Gozu, because I think it really implies strongly that Wyborn's got more coming. Because once you are willing to let Vara go, if they have another Vara, man, is that, soul crushing.
And here, Gozu went for it, and I think that was actually right, to triple block, take down Vara, and just hope there wasn't another one coming. The fact that you just can't beat the second one anyway, so I think that is a good play, even if you when you're on Gozu's side of the board know it's not even that likely.
Yeah, and here we see Vara doing what she does, and it looks like this might be the end of the line for Gozu.
Well, they did get those 2 smuggler or cultists to die, so their smuggler can cash in that, play their own Vara. Let's see what they can string together here. It looked like their they did lose their second Carvet, so they have an unsilenced Carvet, which gets back a cultist, or rather gets a cultist, which gets back a Shadowlands Guide, which is going to get back another cultist or a Slumbering Stone, and then that can get one additional thing.
Well, the Nahid's Faithful being able to sacrifice the Slumbering Stone means you're going to get a Gargoyle, and you're.
So look, at this point, Gozu started with 1 Dune Smuggler and a High Prophet, and now has a full board here.
There's no way. This can't. There's no way, right? This is no. There's no way this is real, right? Like, there's no way.
All right. Well, it looks like the chain ended here, but that still gives, and that gives Gozu a kind of a new lease on life. But I think that Wyborn still has the tools they need to take this down.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, all Wyborn has to do is, I mean, ideally they want to contain that Vara, right? Like that's problem number one. But the High Prophet and the Carvet are the only two pieces on Gozu's side that are actually a little bit threatening. Fell Ritual, definitely a good get in order to be able to just contain that Vara situation.
Yeah, just, going right upstairs, killing that Vara, making it so Gozu doesn't have an easy way to kind of get their squad back into shape.
Yeah, and here we see Wyborn continuing the brutal assault.
And once you get to the point where you can attack with your High Prophet because you don't need the extra power, that gives you some additional leverage too.
And it's not like Wyborn's 63 health, not even counting the 18 they're about to gain from lifesteal. It's not like that isn't like a nice little insurance policy for making sure that you don't just accidentally get, tempoed out or something.
Offering the trade up of one of the Varas, but keeping the other one back, wanting to keep at least one Var in play basically at all times.
Yeah, and I think that risking the one that doesn't have Voidbound is such a different animal than risking the Voidbound one.
Yeah.
Here we see, no, I mean, is that just, yeah, we do see the non-Voidbound one getting in there, and a pretty hefty blow to Gozu's side of the table. What are they going to need to come back? I mean, I guess we keep talking about it, but it's got to be Vara, right? Like, I don't know what other cards can give you enough of an edge. The one nice thing, though, is that it's not like an 11/11 Carvet is nothing. Oh, Incarnus.
Incarnus could be anything.
Incarnus opens a lot of possibilities.
All right.
A lot of possibilities. Little concerning for Gozu that there isn't a snap-off, because if you just see the perfect card. But here we're going to... it's got to be... I mean... First of all, it's got to be something that contains this Vara, right? Like, that's step one.
Yeah.
Because, like, the 11/11 flying Carvet on your side of the table is, like, a strong enough piece that you can at least plausibly try to interact with most of the other stuff that Wyborn's doing.
Whoa! They hit a touch of the Umbran. So...
Are you real right now?
They don't have a way to get a unit... Like, if they take Vara, I don't think they have a way to immediately play another Shadow unit, but... They're at 30 health, so Gozu has a little bit of time here. Potentially enough breathing room to take Vara and set up next turn if they draw a Shadow unit to play something, because they have an 11/11 flying lifesteal Carvet, which that's a pretty good defender. And then all of a sudden you have a Vara. The opponent has no cards in hand.
What is happening right now?
Did Gozu just flip this whole game?
Wow.
All right, just going in for their 11 health. They're proccing their Carvet, so now that they've got some larger cultists. Ooh, Wing Brewer was a good draw.
Wing Brewer is a good draw.
All right, let's see what Wyborn can brew. Carvet has got a lot of draws that just really open up the game right now, and Nahid's Faithful's just not going to do it.
No, I mean, at this point, you got to... if you're Wyborn, I don't know, at this point, maybe you just want Incarnus. Because, I mean, who knows? Like, anything could happen, right? I mean, but you got to get Gozu's Vara off the table pretty quickly. Can Wyborn even, like, make progress, though? I mean, is this attack the last one? I mean, obviously you get this one while the Carvet is exhausted, but after this turn, are you even going to be able to attack?
Well, like, the two Carvets basically just kind of, like, negate each other. The High Priests can just bounce off each other as well, or the High Prophets, and some Gargoyles trade. Yeah, look, you're gonna get in 13 damage or so, but that just doesn't matter that much. In fact, Gozu's just going to trump, probably trying to set up what happens if they do draw a Shadow unit, at which point they get a lot of value.
Yeah, and I mean, by taking down the Nahid's Faithful here, it helps slow down Wyborn's side of the table, but conveniently gets two more Shadow units into the void for Vara shenanigans. Plus, that Exalted weapon is going to make some of these lifesteal threats even, like one of these lifesteal threats, even bigger.
Or potentially you just load it on the Incarnus to try to get mastery right away.
Oh, great point. I mean, we already saw what the first one did.
Yeah.
Now
Incarnus is going to get another bite at the apple here. Wow, Incarnus is just like kind of the perfect card to have drawn. I guess Incarnus, if you have enough power, is strictly better than any card, because it could be any card plus an Incarnus.
Man.
Oh, there's an Ebon Dune Smuggler. So This means that regardless, Gozu's going to get to have Vara go off, but also because of that Incarnus, even if you discover nothing or particularly good, you get to play the Smuggler and then cash it in.
Yeah, being able to invoke anything so that you have something that you can pitch to the Ebendune Smuggler. It's not like Gozu's Market is that good, but the fact that you can get Nahid's Faithful, which between the unit you got from Ebendune Smuggler and the 2 cultists from the Choice, that's just a full board. Man, so and it's not like a 12-10 unblockable threat is anything to sneeze at. Fel Ritual, talk about on message.
All right, picked up a Fel Ritual, so could use that to kill one of the large flyers, I would imagine. Since, remember, that Gargoyle got exalted, so the Gargoyle is also a pretty massive threat, too.
Yeah, plus this puts another 5/5 Flying Lifesteal in the void for Gozu, so that if they need to, they could surprise, ambush down the Ebendune Smuggler for nothing, just to get back the 5/5 Flying Lifesteal. But I don't know that it's going to actually come to that. I just think this is unbelievable. Like, Gozu's definitely winning, right?
Oh, yeah.
How?
By kind of a lot, I think. Like, sure, the health totals aren't reflective of that, but the fact that there's a Vara and an Incarnus and a Smuggler versus Wyborn with just 1 card in hand, it's just a power.
Man, this is really making that risking the second Vara look a little bit precarious, right? I mean...
Yes, that did not work out.
And with Carvet able to actually start padding Gozu's health total a little bit, the walls are kind of closing in on Wyborn.
And Gozu even had the luxury of not playing Smuggler last turn in order to wait to have a card in hand to exchange. Like that, I mean, that is pretty nice. Though Emblem's not even the weakest card by itself because it can make a Shadow unit, which again, lets Vara go off.
Man. Whew. So I think what Wyborn really needs is to start off with some way to kill Vara, right? Like, that ain't it. Man.
Having the Wing Brewers, though, is good, because that means Wyborn is getting to see, at this point, 5 cards a turn between the 2 Wing Brewers and their draw step. But that doesn't quite keep up with the Vara.
Yeah, and I mean, Wyborn does have a few turns. I mean, the fact that they've got this 67 cushion to start with, but they've also got an 11-10 Flying Lifesteal Gargoyle and a 6/6 Gargoyle. They got a little bit of an Air Force going here.
Gargoyle's going to get in. The Carvet and the Gargoyle are kind of just trading hits. They're both 11 strength Lifestealers. But, again, Gozu has Vara, and now we're going to see something go off here. Here comes Ebendune Smuggler, getting back another Vara. Also getting to smuggle here that Emblem away for something good. Not that there's anything insane there, but you could get like Swirl the Sands to put that back, that 11 strength Gargoyle.
Yeah, I mean, whether you want the Nahid's Choice for 2 more Vara procs or the Swirl the Sands for the insurance, and it looks like Gozu is going your route with the Swirl the Sands, and Zen and Temple, another great draw.
Oh yeah, Zen and Temple gets things going as well. I mean, all the modes are relevant here. You could scare one of those Wing Brewers away. you can Xenon Augury here to get a little bit more action. Killing the Wing Brewer before it turns into some bats seems like it's tempting here.
It's also the best thing Wyborn has going for them.
Yeah.
The fact that they're seeing so many cards, I mean, at this point, you've got such an advantage on Gozu's side that you really just want to try to contain, you want to kind of contain the counterplay that Wyborn's able to present.
Well, it looks like Gozu went for Xenon Initiation to take down the 6/6 Flying Gargoyle, getting to attack for 16 Lifesteal plus another 12 unblockable. Oof. I mean, these games are so swingy.
No kidding. Man.
Like, both of these games look like they're going to be won by the player who looked like they were at an overwhelming disadvantage and almost I expected to concede.
Like, uh-oh.
Uh-oh, there goes another Incarnus. Let's see what they can invoke into here.
Oh, no. So are we going to... Come on. Something crazy. Something just
It's going to be hard to beat Touch of the Umbran. I'm not going to lie.
What could you possibly get that's just so outlandish to get out of this? Man. Invoke is a wild mechanic.
Yes,
this is... Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't think Fearbinder is going to quite get the job done. And we are running into something here, by the way, which happens in these really long games. These smugglers are just losing value. because at this point you've already gone to the market. You've made a bunch of shopping trips. The pantry's bare, and I think that the markets are getting pretty thin at this point.
The one nice thing about Fearbinder, I guess, is that you can do some crazy things moving around exalted weapons.
Yeah, that is true.
Like maybe because with Gozu's health total, relatively a little bit lower, maybe there's some kind of crazy shenanigans you can do. It's going to be really tough to beat 16 points, so I guess 22 points of lifesteal and just everything. That all the power advantage from the High Prophet, the multiple Varas, the Xenon Temple.
Also, Wyborn is out of Carvets at this point, so that they're not even getting that exalted synergy going. And they cashed in the Fearbinder for Xenon Temple, in fact.
So, likely Swirl the Sands means that this turn did not go as well for Wyborn as they were hoping. But Gozu finally out of gas? I mean, is Xenon, are we going to just dig to some more gas? I mean, I don't know if I even feel confident being able to speak about who's winning or not anymore, because it sure looks to me like Gozu's winning by a lot, but I don't know.
Wyborn does have that Xenon Temple in hand. He's going to be able to Scorpion Wasp down the Carvet. Oh, there's a Shadowlands Guide. That seems like it's going to be lucrative here. It would be really nice to find a way. Their Nahid's Faithful is Voidbound. That's a shame, because what they really want is to find a way to sacrifice the High Prophet, because remember, with Exalted and Carvet in play, that can pass the Xenon Initiation Killer weapon onto someone else. And kind of start that chain that you were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Man. All right, so for the 6th turn in a row, we see an attack for well over 25. What a crazy game, a crazy matchup. Scorpion Wasp coming down. Is this the beginning of, progress?
Well, I mean, that Shadowlands Guide can just bring the Carvet back, so I wouldn't call it. Oh, no, I guess that one's Voidbound. It's already come back. But still, getting back a Slumbering Stone, which can then get back something else. Oh, Wingbrewer's a nice one.
Wingbrewer is a nice one.
Into a Smuggler, picking up one of the last few dregs out of the market here.
It is getting lean.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could get Edict to Makar and slow down, hit that High Prophet or something. I don't know. It's kind of dangerous, though, because then the Exalted. I guess Carvet's not on the other side anymore, so that's not too bad.
What Gozu doesn't know is, had they gotten Nahid's Choice, they could have sniped that Xenon Temple, but can't fault them for not doing that. All right, taking down the Prophet, and that actually puts Wyborn, it takes 11 power off the side of their board. I mean, that is actually pretty tempting. Like, making it so your opponent can't make 3 plays a turn is pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, now we're at a spot where Wyborn is actually somewhat constrained. Like, depending on if they play the Xenon Temple and use it to Augury, it's not like they can actually play whatever they get in the same turn or anything. And you're kind of pot committed on this whole Wingbrewer action of just shoving on it as hard as you can, because you gotta ride that as much as you can while you can.
Incarnate's doing a great job of sniping sites, by the way. We've seen this happen in the mirror many times at this point, where an Incarnate comes down and then next turn it just threatens a Xenon Temple here.
Man, that Wingbrewer in the Void for Gozu does mean that I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know that anything matters anymore, man. This is out of control.
And Xenon Initiation not quite big enough to kill Vara. Somehow, Gozu's done a pretty good job of keeping Wyborn off of powerful units, and that Xenon Initiation going to have to settle for killing a Gargoyle. That's a lot less impressive.
Yeah, but finally, I guess Xenon Temple falls, so Wyborn kind of making some progress, getting their own Xenon Temple, flipping the Wingbrewer, getting some progress on Incarnus, getting the Xenon Temple off the table. There's still a lot of work to do, but this is, that was not the worst turn for Wyborn.
Yeah, it still seems like Gozu is significantly far ahead, but we'll see what they end up digging up with the Shadowlands Guide. They might actually run into a spot where they don't even want to put a temple because of unit cap issues.
Yep. And when you got Wingbrewer, hopefully you can go find something else, but man, Vara is a little crazy right now.
So is that High Prophet, on Gozu's side of the board. Let's see what's it up to right now. Plus 10 max power. So this is part of how Gozu can make 2 to 4 plays a turn, including expensive ones. They're just getting spotted double power, more than double power off of that 1/2 drop.
And it's not like the big 6/9 isn't relevant either, because that Xenon Temple, if that Temple could have come down and scared the high profit, but if you're devoted to carve it long enough, you can become strong enough and resilient enough that you ain't scared of nothing anymore.
Xenon Temple. I like to imagine you just drop a building and it crushes all the unfortunate units that have to make way for it. Temple here letting Vara snipe down that Incarnus. Another Incarnus. And plus, Gozu's got an Incarnus ready to go too at some point here.
This is out of control.
Spiteful Strike. I think that Gozu's gotten slightly better hits off their Incarnus.
Spiteful Strike's a nice tactical weapon, I guess, though. I mean,
sure.
Who knows? Like, it's going to be tough to get your money out of that in this spot, though.
Oh, the 5/5 just blocked the 3/3.
Oh, no.
Spiteful Strike's ready to go.
Man, those gargoyles sure are getting the best of it against the vampire bats, though.
Yeah, depending on how the blocks end up happening, it might end up being... So, yeah, a bat takes down Xenon Temple or something. Yeah, that's what happened. Spiteful Strike effectively led to killing Xenon Temple, but Wyborn had to trade off...
At what cost?
All of their vampire bats and a gargoyle to get that outcome.
Okay. We got to be able, it's comfortably in Gozu's direction now, right?
Yes. Gozu's winning by quite a lot.
Man. So, at this point, the Incarnus is just gravy, right? I mean, and you haven't even wing brewered yet.
Yeah, this is just the cherry on top here. Picking up an affliction. All right.
It's a very, very, very minor cherry, but
And then part of the drawback of that last combat, by the way, is it stalked Gozu's Void, and oh, there we go. Wyborn finally gives up the Ghost here, and Gozu emerges victorious, advancing to round 2 here. This Cultist deck really does some wild stuff. That's got to be the last match of the round, right?
Yeah, I think that the Vara recursion mirrors are what we select for if we wait till the end of the...
Wow, we still got action?
What? Oh, my goodness.
All right.
It's going to show up. It's going to just be Oni mirror match.
Our producer, Michael Jacob, is sending us down to game 2 of a match still in progress. All right, here we've got Jez 2718 playing against Final Stanthony, and looks like we've got Stone Scar here battling against the Cultist Menace, and looks like the Cultists have the upper hand of things. I would say the health total is there a displayer? Because it looks like, is Final Stanthony at 14? No, they're at 145. So I would say that they're in pretty good shape. Voprex the Great Ruin.
I'm guessing that Final Strathorn discarded their hand.
Yeah, they have a stack in their Void that's taller than look. They have
129 cards in their Void?
All right. Well, has science gone too far? Here comes a Cinder Dragon here from the Stone Scar side of things, and yeah, there's some action going on here for sure. That's
that's 5 more treasure troves and a smuggler and a Voprex's choice. Jez has a ton going on, right?
Oh yeah. But there's a World Joiner slaying alongside an 11-10 Nahid's Faithful here, which I think that the combination of those things make it so Jez has to block. Also, Jez is at a paltry 31 health, so which is nothing compared to the fact that what are we at now? 156. Yep.
Yeah, but Jez at least has like 140 cards in their Void, right? Like 130 cards. I mean,
wait, yeah.
And eventually, is that going to just go off the screen? Like,
how they have 134 cards in their Void, and Final Stanthony.
I bet it's barely like 90.
Well, we'll find out what Final Stanthony has in their Void. I think they have a similar amount.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, it's only
67. Sure.
Okay.
A lot more modest. You got to get some Xenon Temple action going.
Yeah.
Take some of that over here.
3 cards. Oh wait, 3 cards left in each player's decks.
Oh man, is that what this is?
This is what's gonna happen here?
Voprex How can Jez deal
No,
100?
Jez is gonna die to damage well before this happens. They can't even cast any of his treasure troves. They need a way to mill. If they can find a
What
way
do
to
they have in
mill
the market?
Final Stanthony, that would be pretty sweet. Their market is 2 treasure
Sorry, I
troves and
asked.
2 power.
Ooh. Well, I guess that's better than a treasure trove number 4. How many cards are in Final Stanthony's?
They have now 2
They have
cards.
2, and how many are in Jez's?
Jez has 3, so Jez would win on that
Okay.
metric, but I think Jez is just dead. Like they're gonna have to chump World Joiner and Nahid's Faithful here. They're still taking 13, and then next turn
They're going to need a really good draw. They got 13 power though, right? Like maybe there's something good here.
Yeah, I mean if they have a way to mill here and
Not that good.
no, this is a pretty incredible game. I'm kind of sad we missed the build up to how we got into this situation, but here we've got
Yeah, you're probably wondering how we got here.
yeah. Final Stanthony looks like they're gonna take this match 2 games to 0, and ooh, is Jez going out in style? Actually, naturally getting decked.
No.
If they incarnate into Malaise here, then I guess they lose on tiebreakers, right? Because Final Stanthony has 170 health here.
What? Yeah. What could they draw? What could it be?
I mean, do they have like a way to mill 2? Like that there's a lot of cards that do that.
Wait, what?
They get to
No
this
attack.
card. They get to eviscerate.
How?
They didn't attack.
Yeah, there's no attack.
Oh no. They were so close.
Oh.
I do think they lose on tiebreakers there if they're both players have no cards in their deck, but I guess we don't know. And wow. All right. Well, that was exciting. Final Stanthony advances there, and now is the round 1 done? Now round 1 is done. Wow. All right. Well, exciting first round. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back in just a couple minutes, so don't go anywhere. We've got a lot more action coming today from this ECQ. So we'll see you in just a few. Hey everyone, welcome to ECQ Commentary. I'm Scott Vargas here with Andrew Beckstrom. We were being quite professional right before the show started.
Something.
So we've got a lot of awesome rounds left for you. We just covered a crazy round, me and Patrick here. So this will be a nice refresher since going from the commentary of Patrick to the commentary of BK is it's a change. It's different. So.
Looking forward to being here with you.
Yeah. Anyways, we watched some pretty sweet cultist mirror matches. Some pretty big swings. I love the effect Incarnus has, where regardless of what's happening, it feels like something could always kind of throw a wrench into the plan. It can always change the pace of the game. It can always change the landscape. So we had some pretty big swings. That including a touch the Umbran to steal Vara in that last game. And that was awesome.
Yeah, I was impressed seeing the players who found themselves in those tricky spots that they didn't lose hope. I mean, definitely these Xenon cultist decks are really powerful and capable of some crazy comebacks, but if you just throw yourself into a pit of despair and don't look for the lines that'll help you dig your way out, you're just not going to see them.
Yeah. All right, just to remind you what we're playing for here today, we're playing for a seat at Worlds. The winner today will be qualified for the World Championship, and we're playing Expedition. So this is one of our first big Expedition events. So we've got a lot of cool different decks and a lot of cultists to show you. We'll be commentating on each of the rounds. They're all single elimination. We started with 64 players. We are down to 32 now. We're getting the matches set up here, so we should be up shortly. And we're going to be with you until the tournament ends. So we've got a lot of rounds left, including I believe we're even showing the two semifinals consecutively. So
yep, that's the plan.
So we've got a number of rounds left here, and we'll see who ends up on top. Though my suspicion is that this cultist deck does have the legs to do that.
They've got a lot of angles of attack. That's the thing that really stands out about this deck. It's not a sort of a one-pronged spear. It's they got a lot of different angles that they'll hit you on. If you just try to kill all their threats, they'll start bringing them back with Vara, Xenon Temple.
I think a two-pronged spear is still a spear, though.
Well, you get the idea nonetheless of just it's hard. And I think the thing that I'm looking forward to is seeing this next matchup. We've got Peru aggro played by Thalion up against Pleasing Sky on Onis.
Yeah, this should be a very different tempo than what we saw last round. And it looks like the match is ready, so we're going to head right on down. Welcome to round 2 of the Eternal Championship Qualifier. I'm Scott Vargas here with incredibly handsome-looking Andrew Beckstrom.
Thanks, Luis.
And we've got Thalion playing Huru against Pleasing Sky on Rakano Onis here. And getting in there with that Oni Loyalist.
This is a big moment here. Thalion decides not to block. We would have forced Pleasing Sky to use that Finest Hour, and they wouldn't have been able to play this Jishu instead.
Yeah, but part of the reason that I think Pleasing Sky was able to make that play, first of all, they didn't think the opponent was going to block. And then second of all, they had another play. They had 2 1-drops, so they could have played both in the same turn.
Yeah, this matchup, to my eyes, the Oni deck is able to go really big in terms of the combinations of weapons and units it can put together. It can put together giant double damage units. The Hero deck, we're not going to see them go quite as big, but what they lack for in sort of power, they make up for in resilience. Crownwatch Paladin having Aegis. You see 2 Parole's choices in hand. That can also bump up a unit and give it Aegis. And so it's going to be very hard if they can build up something that really threatens Pleasing Sky for Pleasing Sky to get it off the board.
And one of those Parole's choices getting cashed in for an Edict here. Edict seeing pretty heavy rotation both here in markets and in some cases in the main deck.
So looks like with that Jishu, Pleasing Sky, with that Onslaught ability, put an Elder's Feather on top, and a very premium, nice-looking Elder's Feather at that.
Oh, yeah. A fine feather in their cap, if you will.
So it'll be interesting to see where Pleasing Sky decides to go with this, and also if they're potentially able to hit with 2 Onis this turn. Can we look at Pleasing Sky's market real quick? So we see a Press the Advantage. That's the Oni bargain card. So if this Rhyme Conclave Smuggler doesn't make the block here, Pleasing Sky is going to be able to set up and give one of their Onis Aegis.
Yeah, that's a pretty substantial advantage, especially when you're looking to load up a unit with something like Elder's Feather.
Wow. So Thalion once again decides to just take it. Oni Patrol comes down, gets an Onslaught bonus, gets a weapon from Jishu, and we see Press the Advantage go onto that Jishu.
Yeah, looks like Pleasing Sky is doing a pretty good job of setting up their plays here. And one of the cool effects these bargain cards have had on markets is it actually takes up a 20% of your market space. That actually can change how the games play out, especially in the cultist deck where you see they run out of market cap, if you will, fairly quickly.
So now Thalion comes in with their Warcry 2/2 and the Rhyme Conclave Smuggler, dropping Pleasing Sky down to 18. Hanaka Loremaster off the top. It looks like it's gotten buffed a couple of times by Warcry, and thanks to that +1/+1 bonus for each of your Oni. That's a really big threat.
Yeah, the Warcry stacks perfectly on this because of Mastery. So one hit from Hanaka, and Pleasing Sky is going to get to pick up a Relic Weapon. Pleasing Sky also not on a ton of power, but it doesn't seem to have hampered them very much.
No, it's interesting. I wonder if that Hanaka Loremaster can even get a Relic Weapon at this point. You see that Hammer of Authority in their hand, that 5-cost 4/4 Relic Weapon. My guess is that that's a one-of, and that is the sort of the premium choice when they enable the Mastery on that Hanaka Loremaster. Thalion, of course, doesn't know that, and I could easily see a Permafrost come down right now. Edict of Kodash would kill the Hanaka Loremaster, but that's actually a pretty enticing one to silence things, since it gets so much of a buff from its static ability.
It is possible because of that edict, though. Thalion may not have wanted to permafrost the Oni because they are restricted to killing fire units, so they're now going to be kind of priced into permafrosting here and having an edict with no good targets right now.
And we see a Linebreaker Shield without the Spellcraft come down, giving a nice +3/+3 boost to that Crown Watch Paladin. Now it has Endurance. It's going to do serious blocking duty. So does Pleasing Sky now pull the trigger and deploy that Elder's Feather? Because it's getting harder for them to attack on the ground.
Yeah, they can Elder's Feather and play the Acclaimed Artisan the same turn if they want. They are losing this race, though, even with those 2 Finest Hours in hand. Permafrost has its moments. Against in a tempo-based matchup, look at this. Both players are on 3 or 4 power. They're both playing a bunch of units. They're racing. Permafrost has led Thalion down the path of getting to play 2 spells in the same turn multiple times and handle cards that, well, they always have to cost more than Permafrost or at least equal to.
So both of the units come in. They both only have 2 health, so a Finest Hour would mean just a trade with the Crown Watch Paladin. And even knowing that, Thalion still does not want to block.
Wow. Thalion, I think, especially with another Linebreaker Shield in hand, really not too concerned. Here comes the Edict of Kodash. Thalion just playing 2 threats and using a bunch of 1 and 2 cost removal spells. I mean, this is a tale as old as time. This is an effective way to kind of make sure things go your way here.
And it looks like Thalion's found a lethal line. They removed the Acclaimed Artisan with the Edict, put another +2/+2 weapon down. That's 10 damage.
And bam, there we go. A sharp contrast to what some of the games looked like in the previous round. But when you have this aggressive Huru deck facing off an aggressive Rakano deck, then it does not surprise me that the game kind of ends in pretty short order.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the comfort level that Thalion seemed to demonstrate in that game. They knew exactly what the flow of the game was going to be, and they knew they didn't want to risk losing their Crown Watch Paladin to a Finest Hour, even just trading off. They just had a sense that they could close out the game if they just kept it alive.
Yeah, and as it turned out, Thalion drew kind of the exact right ratio of 2 threats and the rest basically answers and pump spells, which is kind of where you want to be.
And you got to know how many threats you have in your deck. You start trading them off, you got no place to put your weapons, you could be run out of the game real fast.
Yeah. So game 1 there goes to Thalion here, and we'll be getting into game 2 as soon as it starts. Before we do, I do want to mention that if you're board game fans, if you're a fan of Clank Legacy, is gotten incredibly good reviews, and everyone I've talked to who played it has just loved it. So Clank is just one of my favorite board games, and so I highly recommend Clank Legacy. It's of course a Direwolf digital game here, and so something that I would definitely recommend picking up. Ooh, and it looks like our round is up, so let's head back down. All right. Pleasing Sky kicked things off here and immediately got permafrosted here, though they've got their Rakana Artisan here ready to kind of pump their Oni Patrol, which is permafrosted, but Kyujin, the Grand Shugo, ready to go here. I like that Oni Tribal is an actual thing now.
This is going to be a tough game for Thalion. I'm going to be curious how they can navigate it. The permafrost style of removal, it's good at stopping attackers, but it doesn't turn off their abilities. And Pleasing Sky with 2 Acclaimed Artisans and a Kyojin Grand Shugo, that's just a ton of pump effects.
Temple Shihan is going to make it so the artisans that were probably attacking anyway are definitely going to attack.
Thankfully, Thalion does have an Avergraft in hand to deal with the Kyojin coming down, but for this turn at least, it's going to provide a huge boost to the team. +2/+2 to both of them. We got an attack for 10.
Yeah, I like the double block here. I mean, this is the best Pleasing Sky could do. They've got to they've got to make this play.
Really tough decision what they kill.
So apparently not. They just killed the Temple Shihan.
But critically, that means that Barrett got in for 2 damage.
Yep.
It's 2 closer to its mastery. It was only a 2/3 for now, but it has aims of growing up nice and large.
Yeah, and with all the pump spells in Thalion's deck, it's not hard to imagine, you know, slapping a Line Breaker shield on and getting in and mastering right away.
So Avergraft, critically a removal spell you don't always see in these Huru decks. Does an excellent job at getting that Kyojin off the board. And we've seen that Acclaimed Artisan, since it dealt 4 damage, has now picked up Exalted. A Edict of Shavka brings a Shavka Elemental, that 3/3 Overwhelm. That could do some work blocking the Varret. So we might get to see an interaction here that I really love. Temple Shihan in hand with some Edicts. That Inspire Gift Flying combines really nicely with Emblem of Linrai
Oh, yeah.
to make a 3/1 Flying Aegis.
And even better, you know, with the other emblem, because their 2/1 flyer now has double fly.
So for now, Thalion evaluating if there's any chance they want to bluff an attack into that Shavka Elemental.
The problem is with Mastery, it really makes it hard to not call the bluff.
Yes. Temple Shihan, what is it going to make Reckless? It's actually going to make the larger 3/3 come in. They just want to be able to get that 3/3 out of the way so they can make some attacks.
Ooh, here we go, Chemo, and we'll see if you draw any of the +7/+7 weapons here, the Blade Breakers. All right,
Definitely hope those for Pleasing Sky's stake that they're high up in the deck.
Yep.
So Pleasing Sky's getting aggressive, sending in with both of their units. Oh, I love this little double block. How well is this going to work, though? Because the Acclaimed Artisan has Exalted.
Yeah, I don't think it actually does exactly what you want, specifically because of Exalted, because what will happen is Finest Hour means that you still get to take down Varret, but then you also get to put a +5/+6 weapon on, you know, your Elemental or your Chemo or what have you.
So yeah, Pleasing Sky pretty priced into using the Finest Hour to get the Varret off the board. They really don't want to give 2 more points of damage towards that Mastery. So a Zolta Loyalist off the top. This is tough. Thalion is trying to get aggressive, roll downhill, and Zolta Loyalist plays exactly that way, but they're behind in the race. They're at 12-22 for Pleasing Sky.
So Thalion does have an incentive to get the game over with. Chemo does mean that, you know, if Pleasing Sky does draw one of those Blade Breakers, it's just going to be so difficult for Thalion to win this game.
We see an attack with Warcry from Chemo. It's going to trade off with the Ice Elemental. And yeah, the Thalion's got this board pretty close to stabilized. The 2/3, there's not any immediate good blockers for it, but 2 points of damage at 12 gives Thalion some breathing room.
And of course, Shenra might peck in just for 2 free Mastery progress points.
Yeah, it's always interesting in these spots. If you're Pleasing Sky, do you call this attack? Because a Perul's Choice is really devastating.
This late in the game, I'd be more inclined to do so. I also can see Thalion's hand, so definitely in favor of blocking there.
Well done by Thalion. They elected to not deploy the Zolta Loyalist again. That would have made the Shenra able to attack through the Acclaimed Artisan.
Oh man, Pleasing Sky's deck's about to be thick with Blade Breakers here.
It really is. So Pleasing Sky actually has quite a lot of outs now to get Blade Breaker. There's a bunch of them in the deck, and every Jishu they draw with its Onslaught ability can move a Blade Breaker to the top of the deck.
Well, Acclaimed Artisan getting in, and I like how aggressive both these players are being. I mean, granted they're playing aggressive decks, but it is nice that they're going for these attacks that aren't guaranteed to work out. Ooh, Thalion has a line here between this Loyalist and the Feather that you could try to flip Shenra very quickly here.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they want to attack with. Big issue with Shenra is weapons and curses can't be played on
right.
her.
Of course, the weapon doesn't actually work out.
Yeah.
That would just be too easy.
It would be easy. So do we see maybe just Crownwatch Paladin get the Feather and come in? You start building up a Flying Aegis threat? or do we just try to get in with the 2-1? It feels like you should be attacking with at least something.
Well, the 2 + 3 + 4 it does actually get you Thalion there. So Shenra is looking to level up next turn. Though I wouldn't be surprised if Pleasing Sky blocked again. Blocking last turn worked out fine.
Yes. In fact, from their point of view, Zolta Loyalist might actually look like the plausible draw for this turn, so that would add to the... Wow! So main deck Edict of Kodosh, and there are no fire or shadow units in Thalion's deck. It's not dead, though. It
No.
still silences a unit.
Silencing Shenra here does not seem bad.
No, certainly not. So we see a double block on Chemo. And yeah, this is really big, this silence, because Shenra was about to pick up Endurance. You'd be able to do some attacking and blocking for Thalion, but now that's off the table.
Well, now you can put weapons on Shenra.
You can.
You could.
Yeah.
Pleasing Sky could have also silenced their Permafrost and Oni, except it's fire, so it would just die. But it would
Yes.
it would be a good idea. Oh,
there it
we
is!
go.
Bladebreaker off the top, and it got a Warcry bonus.
And that's lethal.
It is.
Bladebreaker does its thing, and it basically represents the additional 6 points of charge damage here into end Thalion's game 2 here. And Pleasing Sky and Thalion are going to a game 3.
Yeah. Super interesting game. The thing that really stood out to me was all of the blocking decisions that Thalion made. Definitely looked reasonable on their side as far as not wanting to risk anything, but definitely allowed Pleasing Sky to get the ball rolling early on in the game.
Yeah, and it worked out. And then Pleasing Sky was also kind of able to leverage the fact that they were the aggressor to draw the game out long enough to draw one of those blade breakers, even though they were pretty low on resources by the time that happened.
Yeah, so going into game 3, this definitely feels like a matchup where play-draw makes a bit of a difference. Both players are just trying to be the aggressor, use tempo plays like Finest Hour on one side, Permafrost on the other. It'll be interesting to see what the Oni deck can do in game 3 to sort of try to flip the script. What kind of decisions do they need to make to be able to win on the draw?
Would you say that Onius is on them to... Oh, the match has started,
Yes.
so let's go ahead and... Alrighty, welcome to game 3 here between Thalion and Pleasing Sky. Thalion looking at a pretty slow hand.
It's so awkward.
I'm not loving this hand. I think this hand's got to go.
Are we going to 6? We did go to 6.
Yeah, I would still go to 6 there. And here we end up with a much better hand. I mean, 2 drops, a Permafrost, and a Peril's Choice is a lot better than the hand of doing nothing till turn 3.
So Pleasing Sky's got a nice start on turn 1 with Akko and a Finest Hour to pump it. The biggest thing is, can they find something to do on those in-between turns before they get Kyojin coming down?
And yeah, Gozu Darkheart does give them a solid 3-drop here, and well, looks like Pleasing Sky even has a decent amount of Oni here, so able to common cause here successfully.
Interesting. If you're on Thalion's side, that is a little bit of information. You do know now that Pleasing Sky has 2 cards of the same unit type in hand because that common cause made influence. So this is nice. They get that 3rd power. They can deploy another 2-drop, or we're going to see Peril's Choice for maybe just another Permafrost. You have to do it now if you want to get the Permafrost, because there are likely other play for this turn is just a Permafrost.
Yeah, and I think that is exactly why Thalion sequenced in this way. Permafrost doing some pretty good work here. This is the matchup for it. Gozu Darkheart hits the board here, and getting a Cinder Dragon won't be too hard, well, except for Permafrost does put paid to that choice. And Barrett actually kind of just getting there the hard way, just grinding it out 2 points at a time.
Yep, a second Barrett comes down, and a Hanaka Lore Master. Do you deploy that first? It makes a lot of sense because it's a much better blocker than Kyojin, because you can play it to handle a Finest Hour this turn. And yeah, Thalion didn't really find the tool that... Oh, and this is going to be a blowout. They feel priced in a... Oh!
Thalion almost went for it and then thought about it like, The thing is that information from Common Cause is no longer all that useful, because those are the 2 cards that you saw. But they had Hanaka Lore Master. Why didn't they play it on turn 2? So you can maybe assume there's a 3rd Oni in hand.
Yeah, and I think Thalion might have picked up at some point when the Akko made an attack, and then there was a little bit of a pause before
That there was a
damage.
finest hour lurking around.
Yeah, and
Yep.
players do have access to their opponent's deck list in this event for the sake of fairness to everybody competing. Everybody gets to know what everyone's playing, so that way there's no disadvantage to being on camera. What that means is Thalion is able to narrow down the range of what the fast effect that Pleasing Sky might have.
But we did change 5 cards at random in every list just to spice it up.
Yes, through the form of Incarnus.
Yes, I guess that is actually what we did. So Thalion now, this is a huge pivot point because if Thalion goes for the play of...
Wow. No attack and no playing of the Crown Watch Paladin.
Interesting.
So do we see Kyojin come down? Because the Anoni will be in play and because it'll give +2/+2, that'll bring Hanaka up to a 6/6, and the mastery on Hanaka is 6. But we see instead just an attack first.
Interesting.
So just make a little bit of progress. And now we see Jishu come down.
And then that procs because of Onslaught, so...
Yeah, unfortunately, they'd love to play it first to pump up the Hanaka, but they need to wait till after the attack to get Jishu's Onslaught. With the amount of power that Pleasing Sky has, is really enticing to guarantee that they're going to be able to draw a meaningful card on their next turn.
Yeah, that is what we call tension.
So we see that Avergraft to be brought from the Pearl's Choice just on spec that they would hit the 4th power, and they did.
All right, that worked out, because now Avergraft couldn't take out, I would imagine, the Hanaka Lore Master here.
Maybe. If you still suspect that there's a Finest Hour, taking out the Jishu will allow it so those Verets can get in. And that first
True.
Veret will be able to transform right now. This is going to be a really important decision, yeah, as we see Jishu go away. Which Veret do you pick? Ordinarily, it's the Aegis mode is the most common because it just makes you so secure. But in a situation where you're up against Onis with not as much removal,
Yeah.
do you go for something a little bigger like Veret the Mighty? And we do see 6/6 Overwhelm come down.
Yeah, I think that that makes sense for Thalion based on kind of how this game is going. They're also a lot more worried about Finest Hour than they are about some sort of targeted removal.
So the weapon that they set up, Pleasing Sky, was Kalos Persuader, and next turn we might see some fireworks because that card is crazy strong with Kyojin. Every time Kyojin attacks, the proc off the Caleb's Persuader will mean that Kyojin's hit trigger procs, and it'll help play an Oni Ronin.
All right, the Lore Master hits, picks up that Hammer of Authority. You might be right; that's the only relic weapon in the deck. And then an Ash Elemental comes down too because Pleasing Sky didn't need their 6 power anyway.
So man, Thalion wants to keep attacking. They're low on resources. They can see that really good things are happening on the other side of the board. But the attacking force of Pleasing Sky is also getting larger. This is going to be a difficult game to navigate.
Oh man, was that almost a sick bluff with the Barret? I think it might have also just been an A.
Yeah.
Not A space because you didn't actually attack, but just an A. All right, here comes Verret getting halfway towards the next level here with Mastery. And then 2 Crown Watch Paladins. Ooh. All right, we'll see how well this combo you talked about works here with Caleb's Repeater on or Persuader rather, on the Kyojin.
Yeah, every time a unit with Caleb's Persuader attacks, they deal 2 damage to the enemy unit. They draw a Fire Sigil. Kyojin has a hits trigger of play a 2/1 Oni Ronin. Also has a Warcry too. This is a powerful card. One of the best reasons to be playing Oni is Kyojin Grand Shugo.
You say it's the only reason?
No. So actually, Hanaka Lore Master will actually grow a little bit if it attacks with Kyojin. That Oni Ronin will come down in time to buff up the Hanaka Lore Master.
All right, in comes both the huge Oni. Not the Ash Elemental, though. The attack was okay with it. I think Pleasing Sky feels like they're ahead on so many resources. They don't want to die to some random combination of cards. Leave back a couple blockers here.
This is a lethal attack, 13 coming through, and even a Finest Hour to boot, but as long as Thalion can make 1 chump block here, they should be able to survive through the turn and hope to top deck something that'll allow them to deal the last 10 points of damage.
If you're going to chump, you're probably better off chumping Kyojin.
Yes, definitely an important consideration. Kyojin is a little bit smaller by 1 point, but if it hits, another Oni Ronin will come down. We'll see if Thalion recognizes that and switches it up. And they don't. Interesting. So Pleasing Sky wants to just cash in that Finest Hour while they can for 3 points of damage. And yeah, we see another Oni Ronin come down. And now an Akko is probably going to come down.
Yeah, unless you're worried about mass removal of some kind, which...
Oh,
they're just going to use
very
press the
interesting.
advantage, of course.
Linebreaker Shield. That does a lot of stuff. So they get to potentially put it on Varret. It gives Varret endurance. They'll gain some armor. They'll get to draw a card.
And they can stun the 8/8 too.
They'll proc the Mastery. That was maybe the perfect card.
Wow, that was an insane draw. Is Linebreaker Shield busted?
It's pretty good in this spot. I'm still not sure if Thalion's going to have quite enough to get out of this because of that Hammer Authority can remove a blocker potentially in the next turn, but it's giving him a chance here.
Oh, they're gonna stun one of the Oni just to make sure Varret gets in, of course. So this still sets up an attack for 8.
Yeah, what? Why stun Oni Ronin instead of Hanaka Loremaster?
Well, because otherwise they can double block.
Oh,
they can double block
very
Varret.
clever. Yep, that makes sense. Yet not quite enough. If Pleasing Sky had played Akko instead of press the advantage on Kyojin, Pleasing Sky would have enough to be able to block down the Varret, but as it stands, they're 1 point short. And wow, just so scared of the overwhelm, we just see a chump block there.
All right, now Varret becomes 12-12, but 13-13 after bonuses.
I don't know if Pleasing Sky could afford to chump with both units and still have a lethal attack here.
No, they can't, because now Thalion has 3 blockers. Hammer can remove one of them, but that still leaves...
And the Kyojin attack will put them to 1. They needed at least one more thing in play. Oh no, keep in mind they have 2 armor.
Yeah.
They have 2 armor off the shield bash.
They still needed one more attacker, though. That still would have been lethal, right? Because they would have had a 3-power attacker.
Yes. Well, all of their attackers are at least 3 thanks to Kyojin. So yeah.
Wow, so that double block actually could have potentially cost Pleasing Sky the game here.
I think Pleasing Sky just didn't quite do the math on what this turn needed to be. Thalion had played a land or played a power and used all of their power, so that was it for their actions for the turn.
And then now, because they used Finest Hour for damage last turn, they can't set up any sort of profitable attack here. And now they ended up losing their Kyojin, though they did get another Oni out of the deal. It's still a...
Oh my gosh!
There's an Elder's Feather. The Elder's Feather onto Varret, and Thalion just completely and utterly stole this game.
Yeah, they had no right to this one.
The combination of top decking Linebreaker Shield into into Pleasing Sky block with 1 too many units into top deck Elder's Feather. This is one of those games that you go look back and you're like, how did this go wrong? And it's just like 3 different things had to go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the turn that Thalion Perul's choice for an Avergraph when they didn't have 4th power in hand.
Oh yeah, yep. That was
the turn
big too.
that they top decked Linebreaker Shield, and then on the final turn of the game, drawing an Elder's Feather.
That was pretty incredible. So,
playing to your outs.
Oh yeah, so Thalion kind of steals a march there, and you know what? That's what it takes. Thalion here advances to the top 16, and wow, Pleasing Sky is going to have to get him next time. We've got another match getting ready here, so we'll be going down. Looks like right now. All right, so here we've got X Stealth X against Kidlet 1490. X Stealth X here battling on one of those tri-faction control decks that Patrick was talking about, and facing down against Kidlet. Actually looks kind of like the mirror, at least in faction-wise.
Yeah. Yeah, this has been the most popular control configuration that we've seen so far in the Expedition format. It's the power of getting to combine Shenra Speaks, Age-Worn Vestige with some of the shadow forms of generating card advantage like Fenris Nightshade, Wingbrewer, Incarnus, and Carvid is such a showstopper for so many strategies. Actually, you know what? Usually I'm pretty good at figuring out what random event in the game has caused somebody to have a press the advantage that's been pip stripped in their hand, but I'm kind of at a loss here. Oh, Azuzi, interesting.
Oh yeah, Kodosh's listener here.
So it looks like they got an Azuzi that's also pip stripped, so that must have come off of a Seraph Grand Strategist.
Yeah.
Wow, so it's like a little bit of a hat inside of a hat.
Circuitous route here.
Yes. A double damaging Cult Recruiter, not being played in the Cultist deck, but is a Cultist himself. And yeah, Seraph Grand Strategist. I really enjoy this new form of Seraph. And unfortunately, Kidlet feels like they have to play the Shenra Speaks the turn before the Valkyrie is going to come off Regent's Tomb.
Yeah, it does make a isolated potential way to actually stop Elias for some amount of time here. Though one of the weaknesses of cards like Isolate is when you have deck lists, X Stealth X might just throw in a Scorpion Wasp just to be able to attack,
Yep.
with both, just to turn that card off.
Yeah, I think you're definitely going to see X Stealth X ensure that they have the power up this turn. With that Age-Worn Vestige down to just 1 armor, it started with 9. They'll want to have something to protect the Elias, the Broken Wing.
All right, here comes Incarnus invoking the power of. We'll find out in just a second.
The power of Makar, the shadow ancestor of Zolta.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
So every time you invoke, you get to see a shadow spell, a shadow unit, and a shadow attachment. And one of the cool things is those cards are only from the Expedition pool. You will not see cards that only are played in Throne show up when you play Incarnus. Spectral Scythe, the first unblockable relic weapon in the game, comes down. That means that relic weapon can continue to attack the enemy player, even if there are units in the way.
Yeah, and takes out that Age-Worn Vestige here. Not that it was doing like a ton more, but it would have taken out Incarnus, I suppose.
So now Kidlet critically only has 11 power. With the 12th, they would be able to play Seraph and twist her twice. As it stands, they can twist her once. But one nice thing is Seraph's a nice home for the press the advantage. I guess the big problem here is that because of Regent's Tomb, Spectral Scythe, and what's on the board, I'm not really seeing a way for Kidlet to survive another turn.
Well, depends what Seraph hits, right?
Yeah, I think the card you're hoping to hit weirdly might be, well, it might not be enough, but the 1/1 that summons Silence for 2.
Sure.
It's the first Seraph twist will hit a 1 strength unit. Every time Seraph twists, the unit that it pulls is a double damage version of a random unit with the same strength.
Yeah, and she starts out small, but after the second or third, you end up getting a pretty good amount of value here.
Well, it doesn't look like Kidlet is seeing a way out, so it looks like they unfortunately are timing out through their turn. It's hard to blame him. Generally in these spots, you need to find a line which actually gets you back into the game, not a line that is merely good. So sometimes you'll see good players like fail to take an action in that spot, because if they haven't actually identified a line which gets them back into the game, it's not worth taking a meaningless game action.
Right, they're just getting some form of decision paralysis going on there. So, all right, that'll give the match, or that'll bring us to game 3.
Yeah.
X Stealth X was down a game, so we'll get to conclusion of that as soon as their game 3 starts here.
Yeah, the cool thing about this TGAS control mirror is that both players have a lot of cards in play that they're going to be fighting over, whether that's Seraph Grand Strategist, Incarnus trying to get that mastery, Carvit trying to take out sites and hit its mastery. There's going to be a lot of things in play that are going to be really meaningful about whether the other player has the right answer at the right time.
Yeah. And as soon as, of course, their match gets ready, we'll find out who has the right answer at the right time and who doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah, when we're in these things, if you've never played in the top 64, both players are sort of have a screen up that says, do you want to join game? They have a couple minutes to accept. And the way it's set up that way is just to ensure that if somebody needs to take a bathroom break after one of those long control mirrors, they get the opportunity to do so.
Is this a brag about you being in the top 64?
I've played in a lot of tournaments that use this architecture. It's just only been at work in a testing setting to make sure that everything's working fine.
Because you don't think you'd make top 64 if you played at like one of the open tournaments.
I have a respectable position on the ladder right now. I'll say that.
All right. As we're kind of getting ready for the next game, I think that Touch the Umbran's probably the best hit we've seen so far off Invoke, but I'm curious what can beat that.
So high-end cards that in the format for Shadow, you could hit a Zendel's Gift. In some of these games we've seen, hitting Solitude would be particularly great.
Oh, that would be a good.
It would just be an immediate kill. Touch of the Umbran's very high. Vara is another one. So there's some things. The giant. Oh, what's her name? Rista. Oh, sorry, Akantha.
Akantha, Rista's Herald.
Yes. Akantha, the giant elf flying on a dragon that has a summon kill an enemy unit that costs 9. One of the best units that you could hit.
Yeah. That'd be pretty good.
Yes. So for game 3 here, we're again going to be seeing that TJS control mirror. We're getting to see a bunch of different decks in action so far. Obviously, the talk of the tournament is going to be Xenon Cultist, and we're going to see from these first two matchups where Zenith Cultist wasn't involved at all, can one of them rise up and actually challenge for the supremacy and get that spot in Worlds today?
Yeah, and if someone did figure out a way to beat cultists reliably, then I would say that they're very well positioned for this top 64.
Yes, yeah. I mean, the cultist deck is not it's not a glass cannon, so to speak. It is an engine deck, but you really got to make sure you've got answers for all of the things that they've got going on. You've got to be able to survive that an early wave of Slumbering Stone plus Nahid's Faithful, kill the Incarnus before it procs its mastery, and then have some sort of answer for the giant nightmare that is Var coming down and bringing back 5 units or more.
Yeah. The late game Vara is really, I think, what takes that deck to the next level. I think without that, it would be a solid mid-range deck, but that really does mean that it's got the late game pretty much locked up.
And there are some answers in the format. Adjudicator's Gavel is a 1-cost curse relic that's worth considering. It says that enemy cards can't leave the void, and one of the weaknesses of the cultist deck, and it's something to explore, is the fact that they don't play attachment kill.
Yeah.
You don't frequently see anything in the market. We saw one player with Swirl the Sands, but the common number I've seen for cards that can remove an attachment is 0. And Incarnus, by virtue of only getting Shadow cards, Shadow is the worst faction at removing attachments. So you're really not likely to see anything that can deal with an attachment coming off of Incarnus.
So it's possible, based on the end of that last game, that the player lost connection because they just timed out their last game. They might not be rejoining here. Looks like one of our other producers, Sam, is lurking around here. MJ's going to go ahead and confer and see if we can figure out what's up, because it's possible someone just lost connection. Obviously, it wasn't on purpose. They were up a game, so
yes.
that wasn't don't worry about it being it wasn't a rage quit. So, but it might be that they're disconnected and unable to get back in, or their internet went out, or something along those lines. So, we'll find out. And until then, we'll have to subject you to our conversation here.
Yeah, but it's fun though, right? Yeah. So Expedition, it's been an exciting format to see evolve over the first month. Like Patrick was mentioning earlier, the early contenders were some of these all-in mastery decks.
Yeah.
You saw Combray Mastery, Stone Scar Mastery, and you just saw people just doing bananas things like 1-drop into Jack's Knife as just ways to just immediately deal as much damage as possible, both to themselves and the other person.
Yeah. That is a pretty nice combo. It does it does 4 damage right away. Oh, looks like the game is up here. So we'll be getting back in just a second here. But I can see the game firing off.
Yeah, my concern would be is we haven't seen Kidlet keep a hand or make a decision. They were the player who timed out last game, and it looks like it went to the maximum amount of time in between the next game started. So it's possible that Kidlet is, like we said, having some sort of connection issue.
Yeah, so we're gonna go down to the game here in just a sec, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did end up timing out. And if that's the case, we'll find another match to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate to have happen in a spot like this. But you know, the whims of the internet gods are what they are.
Alrighty, well, welcome to what we think may not be an actual game. We're going to find out very shortly here, but Kidlet disconnected, took the max amount of time, then mulligan after taking the max amount of time. So, good time for X-Stealth X to mulligan to 6, by the way.
I know, right? Yeah, and this is a decent draw for Kidlet if they can get it going. It does look like Kidlet did pass through their first turn of the game. They were on the play, having lost game 2. So things are definitely looking dire for fans. The good news is that somebody disconnecting from this match doesn't change what deck advances.
True.
We were pretty priced into a TJS control deck advancing to our top 16, and that's exactly what we got.
Yeah, though I would say that Kidlet might disagree on which deck that the deck matters quite a bit as to who advances. But there goes our first match, but or our first backup match here. But we're going to be able to find another match, and we're going to head down right now.
Yep. Welcome down. We've got another top 32 match here. X-Stealth X versus Kamado in a Xenon Cultist mirror up against WSJ Ron. This is game 3, and we see Kamado dealing with some unfortunate power issues and a really timely, worthy cause from WSJ Ron. to take out the High Prophet of Soul. Well, it's still going to be in play, but it's now been silenced and loses any power generating abilities. And wow, Kamado recognizing the spot they were in, actually Eben Dune smugglered for the Ark of Soul.
Nice.
Most commonly just played thanks to having a cultist connect, but with no real prospects of that happening and being so power constrained, they just went and got it straight out.
Yeah, and I think that Kamado's getting kind of paid off for that, since they're stuck on 2 power here, but that Arc can get them to a 3rd.
Now we see Nahid's Faithful come down, eat a Slumbering Stone, and because that High Prophet of Soul wasn't fully killed by WSJ Ron with their Worthy Cause, it's still perfectly good fodder for that Ark of Soul. So Kamado finding a way to get back into this game. WSG Ron was really optimistic that they were going to be able to get into this turn with 5 power and a Xenon Temple and be able to play it and have it survive. But I'm not seeing a line for that to happen, so they're just going to pass back and try to set that up for a future turn.
Well, you know, Nahid's Faithful really does a lot of heavy lifting in this deck, including being a huge threat to threaten sites here, even on you know, the 2 power.
And Kamado's still lacking power, but they've got a lot of more units to deploy. If a 1-cost unit dies, they can bring it back with Shadowlands Guide, and they've got a Fenris and a Nahid's Faithful in hand. I want to call out Fenris Nightshade in Kamado's hand for a second. That's a piece of tech that not everybody has this weekend in the Xenon Cultist deck. It was just something that some of the teams discovered, and it seems potentially really powerful in these long Cultist mirrors where both players have a lot of power and are gaining a ton of health. Yeah. It's beautiful. Just pay 3. That feels like the health doesn't matter that much, and you're just drawing an extra card each turn.
It is converting, you know, the 2 resources you have a lot of in this deck into a resource you don't. So that I think Fenris, the Fenris decks I think have an edge against the non-Fenris decks in general.
And I think the other thing to like about that card in the format is just it's another 3/2 body. And the Cultists can get really big bodies as the game progresses, but early on, if you're up against a Mastery deck, Fenris can just trade with a Varret, for instance, and very few cards in the Cultist deck can say that. So now we see an Earth Elemental come off of the emblem of Grodov. With that 2/2 Exalted body, it can combine really nicely with Xenon Temple. Unfortunately, there's no one else in play for WSG Ron to bestow that legacy weapon onto if the Earth Elemental were to die.
And WSG Ron is also drawing, you know, a lot of copies of Worthy Cause and not a lot of actual fodder, which is one of the risks you run into when you're playing a deck constructed like this. And in fact, just has to have all these inefficient turns after inefficient turns, passing with the Xenon Temple in hand and no opportunity which to play it.
Yeah, seeing how the players have navigated this game has been super interesting because frequently the Cultist mirrors are about both players having a lot of resources, a lot of big plays. This is not that. Both players incredibly constrained on number of cards in hand, number of units in play, amount of power, and so far Kamado's been able to sort of find a way to get a little bit of a head, and it's really paying off. We saw Xenon Temple do tremendous, amazing things earlier when it came down in the Cultist mirror, but with nothing in play, this just looks embarrassing.
I mean, these players both had the exact same hand, except Kamado had 3 units in play. So I would say that gives Kamado an edge here. All right, never count out Incarnus, though. You never know.
Could bring something crazy. So the saving grace for WSG Ron, that Xenon Augury off the Temple, gained some health. The entirety of the attack was forced to go at the Temple, buying a little more time. And now we see Incarnus come down. What is she going to dig up in the name of Makar?
What incarnation here?
And so we see main deck Edict of Grodov for Kamado.
Kamado just teched out here. Unkindness.
Unkindness. I don't see any units in Kamado's hand, but WSG Ron didn't deploy it. They wanted to have a Worthy Cause in case the Incarnus was hit by some sort of removal effect. Now WSG Ron can combine it with Worthy Cause to be able to relieve a little bit of the pressure.
And deciding kind of what to take down here potentially. Looks like, unsurprisingly, Nahid's Faithful.
Yeah, it's a real nice one to Worthy Cause. It permanently silences it, permanently removes a bunch of stats from it, so it makes it a lot less enticing to recur in the future. All right, so WSG Ron's definitely starting to get back into this one. The Carve It gives 2 bodies, so now the entire board is locked up, and if Kamado wants to work through the Carve It, well, they'll have to lose some of their board presence.
Yeah, I still think Kamado is in a pretty good spot, though.
Interesting. So first we see a Devour in the Shadowlands Guide. With that 1/1 Cultist in play, they've given up on that card doing anything. And yeah, still missing power drops for Kamado.
But they have 2 good plays next turn, so they can, if they draw power, they can play Xenon Temple potentially, and if they don't, they can play Incarnus.
A -12 worthy cause. Kamado has 12 units in the void, but only 4 power.
Yeah, oh, here comes Incarnus number 1. I think Kamado is in very solid shape here. Unkindness in WSJ Ron's hand, not a whole lot of action. Ooh, here's a Jackknife ready to get that going. Not quite, doesn't quite mastery Incarnus all in one turn though. You end up being too short.
And it looks like WSG Ron might have actually missed the window on Unkindness being good. For a moment there, it looked like Kamado was going to have difficulty getting a unit down each turn, but with a Nahid's Choice in hand and another Incarnus, things are definitely looking up in that regard.
Well, a Wing Brewer does give WSJ Ron a little bit more action, and Kamado also, just that second Incarnus means that they're well on their way to mastering their first. And in fact, with that Jack's Knife in hand, if either of the Incarnus hits once, the next turn they can just immediately proc mastery. And I don't think that WSJ Ron is going to be prepared for that. These players both not in a lot of power. It's kind of a slugfest where neither of them are flooded, but they actually could use slightly more. At least Kamado could.
Yeah, and WSG Ron is getting a little bit ahead in the power race, and so definitely behind on board with the 2 Incarnuses, but starting to get to a point where they can do multiple powerful things in a turn. We see no play from WSG Ron for right now. The plan is going to be deploy Ebondoon Smuggler, and we'll have to see what the exact market options are. Definitely the market is a place where we still see a lot of variation among the cultist decks. So we see Dizo's Office and Fel Ritual providing some ways of removing an Incarnus, and then Var of Fate Touch is sort of the late game trump. I think WSG Ron might feel like they're under a little too much pressure, and I think we might see them go for something like that Fel Ritual.
Yeah, I think they're going to want to kill the Incarnus that's 1 turn away from going off here.
Yeah, and Kamado chose not to play the Jack's Knife. It would have meant that first Incarnus would have gone the distance this turn, and now all that progress might get blown up in a second.
Still, Kamado has the second Incarnus ready to go.
Yes. So Fel Ritual was the get, and the Wing Brewer is gone, so this isn't going to be an amazing turn, but we'll see what WSG Ron has cooked up. You know, that emblem is actually going to be really nice, because we might get to see in a second the combo of Grodov of Earth Elemental plus Xenon Temple, which can do a tremendous amount on a board.
Yeah, get into Chain Exalted, so you make it a 3/3 killer, you attack, trade for a 3/3, and then you put a +3/+3 killer weapon on one of the other units and just get to eat something else.
Oh, interesting. WSG Ron just played the emblem and did not decimate and get the Earth Elemental.
Interesting. All right, well, this hits them down to 4, and the Incarnus gets to invoke again here. Oh, Hostile Takeover. That is a nice one. And then they could even use Nahib's Choice and try to clear out WSJ Ron's hand.
Wow.
It's going to take that Xenon Temple. Unless they want to take the Unkindness, I suppose. I don't know. I don't even think they can. And at this point, this game's going to end just kind of like the old-fashioned way with 8/8 unblockable, just attacking for 8 points of damage.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Incarnus ends games in a lot of different ways. So not surprising to see that do it. All right, that'll do it for the round. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Wait right here, and you get next round the verbal stylings of Patrick Chapin and Andrew Beckstrom. We'll see you in a few.
Welcome back to Direwolf Digital's coverage of Eternal Championship Qualifier, the Time of Ancestors. We're getting ready for the round of 16. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, and I'm joined by the creative director of Eternal, Patrick Chapin.
I don't know anything about that, but it's definitely awesome seeing Expedition on a big stage. Like it's all fun and games at first when people are just like, oh, everything's different, but now we're starting to get into the nitty gritty, and it looks like there's been a real powerful force that has emerged as sort of the tournament one boogeyman, so to speak.
Yeah. So last round we got to see a couple of cool matches. We got to see Huru versus Onis, with Huru advancing in some extremely close games. We're going to actually get to see Huru again this round, going up against TJS Control. Last round we saw XStealthX. We got to see just a tiny bit of their match. We were excited to see their game 3, and then there was a disconnect issue. So we're actually just going to follow up, and we're going to get to watch their match this round as we watch them go up against a Huru aggro deck. So what do you make of the matchup on the Huru side when you're up against Control?
And which factions of Control?
TJS.
Yeah, TJ. Okay, so
Time Justice Shadow.
Yeah. So I think this is one of the spots where Huru is supposed to be advantaged. One of the reasons, like the primary selling point of some of these of playing of some sort of a vision control deck is the ability to go to really punish cultists and anything with like lots of just text boxes and that relies on a big board. The Huru deck can present a very powerful attack even if they only have 1 or 2 units going, and they have a lot of access to Aegis. They have units with Aegis.
Let's see that happen, because we got a match ready to go. Welcome to round of 16 action. Andrew Beckstrom here with Patrick Chapin, and we've got Jananu kicking things off with a Shenra unblockable and multiple unit weapons in hand. But Shenra, she likes to get the job done herself, and weapons can't be played on her.
Yeah, and we're seeing kind of one of the prices you can pay with your power base. In this case, Seed of Orders being depleted means that Janu is going to be a little off curve. The interesting thing here, though, is the only playing one Shenra and not committing a second one.
Maybe potentially fearing something like a Malediction, which would sweep up both at one time. Setting up XStealthX to have a nice turn 5 where they get to deploy both Amber Acolyte and Seraph Grand Strategist. Finally, Jananu hits undepleted power, so their Seed of Order comes into play undepleted, and they get to follow up with 2 more threats.
Now, Amber Acolyte, definitely a really nice card for this matchup. I mean, in a lot of matchups, the 2-1 body just gets outclassed, but the ability to actually trade with either the Paladin or a Smuggler, it's much appreciated.
So let's see what the line is for Jananu. So they're going to go with Crown Watch Paladin getting an Elder's Feather on the Aegis body, and Shenra coming down. An interesting line. They definitely have the option to shift Zulta Loyalist and attack with just Crown Watch Paladin. Instead, they're valuing the ability to make some mastery progress on Shenra and just leave the Zulta Loyalist in hand.
Yeah, I think one of the big keys to this matchup is getting Shenra up to a 4 health. The ability to make it so that it actually, once it gets to a 5/4 and can't be blocked by Seraph anymore and can't die to Malediction, it just gives you such a robust threat that there's a lot of value to that. That said, the Crown Watch Paladin is also presenting a very important threat, and the ability to survive through some sort of a sweeper, even Shenra Speaks, is definitely very valuable. I think Janu right now, the number one on their agenda is getting some sort of layer of insurance, like Perule's Choice.
Yeah, because that Vara's Favor is potentially a huge pickup for XStealthX, right?
Oh, definitely. And one of the other problems with committing the Zulta Loyalist is not only do you have the option to no longer have the option to find a Stour if it ends up going that way, you are committing everything. You have no follow-up to a Shenra Speaks.
So for XStealthX, that pause they saw from Jananu is really concerning. If it's Perule's Choice, this plan of next turn using Dizo's Office to cut ties the Crown Watch Paladin will just fall apart.
Wow, Daring Griffin is a big pickup here.
Really big. So even more insurance for Jananu. Getting down the Daring Griffin means that the next time that XStealthX plays a spell, Daring Griffin will sacrifice itself to negate the spell, and because Daring Griffin has exalted a 4/3 flying reckless weapon will be played on one of Jananu's units.
Yeah, and obviously Shenron, not one for the weapons, likes to just do it straight up. So this Crownwatch Paladin is becoming a serious threat.
Really, really heads up play by XStealthX. Last turn they could have played the Lost Scroll. It wouldn't have really done that much for them. They had they had more power coming in hand, but instead by saving it, they're able to use it to proc the Daring Griffin.
Getting a potential exalted chump blocker is kind of interesting here. Just every time you can directly or indirectly buff Suroff, it does kind of change the progression of how much you can escalate her twist ability. So the beats continue. The thing is, though, that like everything else being equal, StealthX's next turn is going to be pretty darn good, right?
Sure looks that way. We see Ghostblade Outcast, 1/1 Exalted Lifesteal. Double damage thanks to coming off a Suroff. And now where does XStealthX play? They played it on the Suroff, so now every time Suroff twists, it'll be getting a little bit bigger than it was before.
Now, I like this play because if StealthX... Oh, well, that's a big one.
So Cast into Shadow can kill multiple units if they have the same single faction. So right now it could kill just Temple Shihan, but if decimated, it could kill both Crownwatch Paladin and Shenra Unbreakable.
Yeah, I mean this is a really interesting dilemma. On the one hand, if you commit to twisting Suroff, here we just see the 4 health bonus get in there, which definitely indicates going after the 2 Justice units, right? Like it's kind of a perfect distribution here. Oh wow, that's a pretty nice way to really start to take over the board. And with Finest Hour and no way to give Aegis, where's that Svetlana's Bravery at? Things are kind of slipping away from Janu, right? Like this isn't the deck that wants to play from behind.
No, not at all. And I mean, what a fortunate pickup in that they have to hit a 1 strength unit on that first twist, and they got a 1-drop. So then when they twisted and got Shadowlands Guide, they actually had a 1-drop to get.
Even getting to skip the 2 because of the +1/+1 Exalted weapon.
Powerful stuff. All right.
So we got something here. I mean, so with 1 more power, Linebreaker Shield gets to be part of the equation. You've got the Zolta Loyalist, but like, what are you doing about 2 copies of Dizo's Office, right? Like this is just going to be, I mean, at a certain point, isn't StealthX just going to be able to attack with like tons of stuff?
I think we're at that moment now. The Amber Acolyte would get eaten, but everything else, well, I guess the Ghostblade Outcast would be eaten, but then pass on its weapon. It's an interesting choice as to whether or not you're willing to make that sacrifice at this moment.
Yeah, because I mean, on the one hand, you do get to make it so that your Amber Acolyte is a big enough threat to be able to keep getting in there, but on the other hand, are you going to want the chump blockers later?
Good point. I think Xanadu, they have a Finest Hour. Unfortunately, because both of those 3 strength attacking units have double damage, a Finest Hour would not make Crownwatch Paladin survive. They really wanted to be able to block there. Instead, they're going to have to pass it up because they have to have something in play to get this Dizo's Office off the board.
Yeah. Now, the nice thing here with the shield is that at least it can take down Dizo's Office. And it's not like the next Dizo's Office is like the nail in the coffin, but part of the problem here, how's Janu living?
They aren't.
All right.
So game 1 goes to XStealthX thanks to some really timely twists off their Suroff Grand Strategist. That card just provides a tremendous amount of early defensive value into giving you the threats that you need to close out the game. One of the things about Expedition is that some of the classic control finishers aren't in this format, so you have to find more creative new ways to be able to close out the game if you're going to be just killing all of the units with Shenra Speaks, Dizo's Office, and the like.
Oh, yeah. I mean, call me old-fashioned, but I want to see Grinva showing up in these decks. That's how you pop the Aegis, man. You're just like, hey, cowardice.
That's a real nice one. Grinva, Breaker of Will, or yes,
Yeah.
Breaker of Wills is the follow-up from the Defiance set. One of the first units we've seen of those 3 factions. So definitely something to keep in mind if you're looking to iterate on this deck. If it's recommended by Patrick, it's got to be worth a try.
I mean, if nothing else, style points. Here, though, we saw the control deck actually do a really good job of keeping pace, and I think that having those early blockers like Amber Acolyte and Suroff really went a long way for helping. But I really think it doesn't seem like the Suroff hits were very, very fortunate here.
They were, so we'll see if XStealthX can run it back. We're ready for game 2. right, here we are for game 2 of our top 16 matchup. Shenron Unbreakable is again the opener for Jananu, and it comes down. And this game, it looks like Stealth X is the one who might be having some early power stumbles. They've got the second power, but it's depleted, and they've got Avara's favor to find the third, which can kill that Shenra speaks. But in the meantime, they are getting beat up.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good spread of threats, and with another Aegis unit potentially dropping both this turn and the turn after, with Finest Hour to potentially save them, I mean, Stealth X is really falling behind quickly, right? Like, I mean, Cast into Shadow can be so excellent, but it really just doesn't get the job done against Varit. And
Wow,
not
Jananu,
using Finest Hour.
They let it go.
That's interesting. What do you make of that?
To me, that signifies that they want to use Finest Hour next turn on the Varit and immediately get that thing transformed into probably Varit the Wise, would be my guess.
Yeah, interesting. So, you know, definitely a big threat there. I guess this turn you get to drop either the Loyalist or Emblem of Linrai. I mean, man. The number of tools that Stealth X has at their disposal, though, if they just find some time influence, this could shift radically, right?
Unfortunately, they whiffed in that regard, and we see Zolta Loyalist be shifted into play. While Zolta Loyalist is in play, anytime Jananu attacks with just one unit, it'll get a permanent +1/+1 bonus.
Which is pretty key in this spot right here, right? Being able to stack your attack onto the Varit. Not only does that actually get past the Seraph, it actually gives you something permanent to, a permanent advantage. I think this might be all she wrote.
Yeah. Stealth X is not putting it together in time. The early power stumbles, just not very good against the resilient Huru aggro deck. We see just everything coming in now. Fenris Nightshade can trade, Seraph Grand Stratus can chump, but I'm not seeing the cards and the tools in Stealth X's hands to make the kind of immediate rapid comeback they would need.
Yeah, and that's part of the price of playing such a greed pile, as the kids call it. And we are on to game 3.
Jananu ties it up, and we're heading to that deciding third game. So we really saw in both of those games, it felt like the early power situation dictating the flow of the game. It's not that either player couldn't play their cards, but it just changes so much of the context about what they needed to do and accomplish on each turn.
Oh yeah, I mean, we mentioned in game 1 the Huru deck does not like to play from behind. Well, let me just tell you, it likes to play from ahead. If it can get ahead in the tempo, it's such a, it has so many cheap cards that can be very legit threats on their own, that can just run away with it on their own, and then it has a lot of tricks that if they can just be able to hold up, can make it so that every time you try to spend a bunch of power catching up, you're actually falling further behind when a 1 or 2 power card negates it.
All right, it's time for game 3. Let's head on down. Here we have an elimination game for our top 16. Jananu on the Huru Mastery aggro deck up against Stealth X on Time Justice Shadow Control. And you know what? These openings, they look fairly reasonable. Jananu missing the third power, but maybe they'll have some time to find it. And on Stealth X's side, a bunch of heavy hitters got power acceleration in the form of Lost Scroll and then Vara's favor to help you get them even further, potentially pop an Aegis along the way.
Yeah, I think Stealth X's power base coming together so smooth is a real good sign for them. And the fact that they have access to, they're showing 5 power already and have 3 big cards they can play before that, as well as some excellent cards in the matchup for when they eventually find one more. This is definitely a great spot. And with Janu missing the third power, I mean, playing a second Crown Watch Paladin, it's not nothing. But I think that when your hand has so many Finest Hours and Feathers and things like that, you need that third power ASAP, because it's not like all that is going to catch you up.
So Stealth X had the choice. They could just Fel Ritual that Crown Watch Paladin, ensure they're only getting attacked by one thing, but instead they're going to gamble and get that Twin Brood Serapod down into play.
And this does mean that the Feather's getting a little extra mileage, but part of the challenge here is going to be that if Stealth X can switch into Carve It mode, I mean, it's real tough for Janu to do anything about that when they're so behind in power.
So critically, Stealth X missed on the 6th power. This is a big turning point. Playing Carve It on this board would have been phenomenal. Instead, we see X-Stealth-X, they're going to shift gears. I think we're going to see them try to take advantage of the fact that Genenu is missing their third power drop and go beat down with these dinos.
Yeah, I mean, you really want to save that Cast into Shadow for when you can actually decimate it in a spot like this. Being like just Fel ritualing the flyer is just not very productive. Now the nice thing here, Perul's Choice being used proactively does mean the Genu's keeping up, but part of the challenge here, I mean, they do have that third power, which is something, but part of the challenge is that they're up against a real looming threat, because the moment that Stealth X finds a sixth power, assuming that it's ready, because here we see the Hidden Rose Smuggler able to get that emblem of Makar. Is that going to be their play? I mean, yeah, it looks like those two Carvets are just too juicy to pass up.
Yeah, really appreciate the conservative play of keeping a power in the market for this deck. They've got some heavy hitters higher up on the curve, and being able to ensure that they get to that sixth power here, it looks like it might make the difference in the game.
Yeah, and when you're relying on things like Incarnus, it's not always a given that you just have access to as much shadow influence, let alone the total power.
Makes a lot of sense. It could be an Emblem of Justice instead, but Emblem of Shadow is doing a great job.
So Stealth X definitely long on material, mostly bottlenecked on power. Does Genu have much aspiration of sneaking out that last 11? I mean, you know, needing to use a Finest Hour right here, it is interesting that if they would have waited, I guess it doesn't matter, because once Carvet comes down, you can't just hope to sneak in a double Finest Hour play. But what do you think of using one and saving one? It's going to look pretty good when you Finest Hour the Paladin, right?
Oh, yes. And we see a Perul's Choice off the top. Unfortunately, Permafrost has already been played this game, so Perul's Choice can't get Permafrost.
Yeah, I mean, there's still the hope of Perul's Choice giving +1/+1 on Aegis. But with Avagraph, typically the second removal option of choice, we're probably going to see Perul's Choice have to be used on a unit.
So with Fel Ritual and Cast in a Shadow and the 7th power coming off the top, XLX could go double removal spell, try to kill, first pop the Aegis, then kill the Crown Watch Paladin. But that plan wouldn't work out so well.
Yeah, I think when Genu's got 6 cards in hand and all their power up, you got to kind of respect that, you know, you got to give them a little bit of respect that there's why didn't they play anything? What's the combination of cards in their hand? So I like slow playing it here, you know, because like at the end of the day, if you just present like another Carvet, for instance, what's Genu going to do about it?
Not clear. It's not going to be easy. I think if you're X-Stealth-X, they're just trying to figure out, well, they didn't do anything with their power, so the presence of a combat trick has to be looming. Is it better to just not even attack with the Carvet this turn and force Genu to continue to waste power on holding up these combat tricks?
So what's interesting here, this does get to eat the Hidden Road Smuggler for free,
Ooh.
but it does mean one less implied Aegis. You know, you are kind of wasting the Aegis there.
So now the window is down. Without 2 power, X-Stealth-X could go for double removal and just completely clear this Crown Watch Paladin out of the way.
Oh man, this could have been so if it would have been Finest Hour instead of Perul's Choice, I think we'd be seeing a very different turn right now.
Really well navigated by X-Stealth-X. They set up a trap this turn with that attack. Genenu fell right into it. Definitely were behind and needed to make some risky plays, and things are now looking grim on the Haru side.
Yeah, and it's tough too, because now you're just seeing one disadvantage after another. You know, no Aegis here. You do have Bring Down, but unfortunately the second Carvet is going to make that a little less effective than it would otherwise be.
Carvet gets in a attack for 4, bringing X-Stealth-X back up to 19. Second Carvet comes down, and yeah, we're running out of time here for Genenu. If they had the power and they could do things like Bring Down plus Staring Griffin plus Finest Hour, maybe they could start to claw their way back into this one, but it's just been too many turns of being constrained.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Stealth X has everything firing, and it's not like they're done, right? I mean, Twin Brood Sauropod, it's not the biggest follow-up ever, but it's still a lot more gas, and it outclasses most of the threats that Genu can present without any kind of snowballing mastery advantage.
So on X-Stealth-X's side, do you attack with the Cultists? One would probably get through and could play an Exalted Wyborn somewhere else, or do you just send in with the Carvets?
Yeah, and it looks like we are seeing the conservative play here. I mean, why throw away your potential chump blockers? The 2 Carvets are going to demand at least, that bring down, but it's not like Janu is making too much progress yet. Oh, interesting.
So I think what X-Stealth X recognize is that being at 9, Jananu can take 2 hits of 4 and still survive and be at 1. So sacrificing a cultist just to get them down into an increment of 4 is really valuable.
This also means that the Twin Brood is now big enough to outclass the Smuggler.
Yep. Also well done by making sure they got that Twin Brood down. You don't need to put any more eggs into the Carvid basket. Making sure you have another strong threat after that gets removed is really well done.
Man. So many turns of not being able to play that 7/7 Sihan.
Yeah. So for that matchup, we see Time Justice Shadow take it down. Impressive that they were able to beat the Huru aggro deck. Definitely had a lot of advantages built in with Perul's Choice, some natural Aegis units, Rhyme Conclave Smuggler, being able to both be an Aegis threat and pick up exactly what you need. But we see them advancing, and we'll see. They're going to get their shot at the champ at some point. We'll get to see that deck versus Xenon Cultist, and I'm excited to find out. Our producer, Michael Jacob, is setting up another match, and we're going to head on down. Here we are, another elimination game. Limb Factor on Xenon Cultist, the deck of the tournament, up against the Stone Scarred Dragons deck. And we see a Xenon Temple coming down for Limb Factor. How are things looking for the good dragons, as they were?
So, I mean, Strathorn does have some nice stuff to work with. Having that teething whelp going, the ability to combine it with a Spiteful Strike, so as to actually take down that site, also quite solid. The tricky part here is going to be the fact that Limb Factor can use Devour to sacrifice the Gargoyle and come up with a blocker. The Spiteful Strike does mean that you're not going to be, that it doesn't take down the Whelp. But if Strathorn uses their power that way, part of the challenge, though, is that by this real smart attack with both, it does mean that, that either way, you're not going to be able to save the site. So I think really, I think what we're going to see here is, some trading off, a little bit of progress. But Strathorn is really going to need to rip a couple of power, because with Limb Factor having such a power, we might just see actually the high profit cremated, because I think that the power advantage it's providing is going to be real tough to beat otherwise.
Yeah, potentially our producer will be able to moz over that high profit. We can see just how much power is being produced right now. So just one.
Interesting. Well, in that case, I mean, that's all the more reason to make sure that this Whelp achieves its mastery, grows up, and is like a big little dragon. And then when it gets to Vara, well, at least you can cremate it, right?
Slime Slitter Spug, only does so much. It reduces all flyers -1/-1 equal to the number of units. So it won't actually kill this Teething Whelp, but it gets it into a nice range as, I believe, a 2/2, where maybe the Gargoyle off the Slumbering Stone could do a little bit of work.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is, it looks like the Slug was super strong there, definitely, but at least that part of the equation is reduced a little bit, because Strathorn is going to have to power through that Slug regardless. So it's good that it's only hitting the 2-drop instead of the Eclipse Dragon or Carve It to Come. Now that said, I think that you're not going to be able to, Strathorn's not going to be able to hang on for very long if they don't find a 5th power.
2 cards off the top for Limb Factor, Wingbreaker, and then 2 more power. Wingbreaker does quite a bit of work with Vara in terms of both fueling it and eventually giving you some bats that can proc the Vara. But we see Limb Factor recognizing they've built up a nice little health cushion. They're at 32, and they're going to start turning things the other way and start attacking.
Saving Vara for potentially getting back the Slug. I think it's a real disciplined play. Wow. Heat's Choice to the hand is super high impact here, right?
Definitely. The Cremate, a really attractive card when you're playing against a deck with Vara, because you both can kill the Vara, make sure it never comes back, and kill anything else, and ensure the Vara can't bring it back.
All right. Man, not a lot that you can do here. I mean, but how much does it swing things if Strathorn, I guess, is going to have to just make do with a Kozin?
So Kozin can do some real work for the Dragon deck to allow them to play long games, but it does most of its lifting when you've been hitting your power drops. Strathorn's been unable to do that this game.
And wisely not blocking with a high profit with the knowledge that there's a spiteful strike in Strathorn's hand from that Nahid's choice.
Well, that is an interesting development. Second VAR off the top, you know what that means? That means that these VARs started off in Limp Factor's deck.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll be curious to see exactly how many they decided were the right number to bring for the Xenon Cultist metagame.
It's looked like a number of the people, like some people have been seeing play with 2 copies of our main deck. Other people just have 1 in the market to go get. It's not clear which one is the more reliable game, as having 2 obviously lets you go even bigger, but having the 1 in the market gives you more reliable of access to it.
Yeah, there's so many nice tactical, efficient answers that you can get with your Smuggler. So if you know at some point in the game you're going to need Vara, and it frees up your Smuggler to get the perfect response to a Carvet or an Incarnus, that could be a real nice place to be.
Definitely. But Eclipse Dragon finally coming online the turn after Carvet is an unfortunate way to do it.
Carvet, with its 4/5 flying body, does an excellent job at shutting down Eclipse Dragon.
Yeah, and Strathorn continuing to be short on power, unfortunately not able to present some sort of a spiteful strike attack.
So at this point, that slug is looming large for Limp Factor. It really can't be ignored anymore. Strathorn's only at 9. It's not any super obvious blocks. You'd hate to have to give up the Eclipse Dragon to stop it.
I think we're closing in at the end. I mean, Limp Factor just has too much going for them. They got extra cards, extra power, twice the power, twice the cards. Their board is twice as good. They've just got every edge covered, and that's to say nothing of having quite a bit more health.
I really like that block that Strathorn just did. They intend to be trading both the Verret plus the Teething Whelp for the Slime Sitter Slug, and they know that's probably what Limp Factor's going to kill, so they just threw the Kozin in, so the Kozin gets to deal 1 damage and get closer to her mastery.
And here we see the Fast Devour
Ooh.
being used as a combat trick, moving Exalted over at, fast speed.
So now Carvet will trade with Eclipse Dragon. Interesting. Limp Factor says, you want to put your Kozin at risk? Cool, I'll kill your Kozin.
Which does mean that Varret's making the progress that that they're looking for. 1 more hit, and that's a flip. That said, now we're at the Vara stage of the end game.
Yeah, Limp Factor was not sad at all to get Carvet and Slime Sitter Slug into the void. We see Carvet comes down. Since Carvet plays a Shadow unit, that procs Vara, and that brings along an Incarnus. And Touch of the Umbran that we saw do a lot of work earlier. I don't think that much work's going to be needed, but man, what an amazing endgame this Xenon Cultist deck has.
Yeah, I mean, this is just... I think this is just so far over the top of this Stone Scar Dragon deck. That missing that 5th power drop was brutal.
So dragons fall to the cultists as we, I think that is the last match that we have for our round of 16. We'll check in with our producer in a moment. Oh, we got some more action coming. I like it. So we'll be getting another one started. So these players are advancing to our top 8. The stakes for today, you've got to win them all. You got to be the last person standing, and then you'll get your slot at the World Championships next year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and this format of like, here's the bracket, let's go, like March Madness style, it definitely leaves little margin. You got to put, it is best 2 out of 3, but you got to win them all every match.
So let's hurry on down to the last match. So here we are for Game 3 between Ant-Man and versus Barfling, and Ant-Man is looking good. We're used to seeing a crazy high health disparity in favor of the Cultist deck, but we've got Huru at 33 health.
Carvet making multiple cultists this time thanks to Barfling's diverse mix of dragons.
Oh, look at this tech. Axe Sharpener plus Exalted.
Oh, yeah.
So if you haven't seen Axe Sharpener before, 2/3 Justice unit, and Entomb, when it dies, you get to create and draw a copy of each weapon. So once Exalted units are played on Axe Sharpener, like this 1-cost Aegis Killer Lifesteal Overwhelm, if it ever were to die, it would just get immediately redrawn by Ant-Man. That's awesome synergy.
So what do you think of Edict of Kodash? I mean, edicting Carvet that's a big game, right?
Really is. It's going to open up the... Well, it doesn't totally open up the skies. That Gargoyle's in the way. can trade with the Daring Griffin, and Daring Griffin has Exalted, so not going to get much choice about whether or not it wants to try to offer up that trade.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, isn't that just it? Isn't there enough overwhelm damage to finish the job?
Even looks like one short, right? We're going to see the Axe Sharpener coming for 3.
It does mean you have to chump with the Wing Brewer, though. That's no good.
Not good.
Yeah, I mean, chumping away your whole board, at least they get, the Daring Griffin off the table, but that does mean that the +3/+2 Flying Reckless Exalted weapon is going to get to be put somewhere, too. Ant-Man's in quite the driver's spot. Either they're going to draw gas next turn, or if they draw power, hopefully they have access to this Anya, too. And with a 38-1 health advantage, things are looking pretty good. I mean, Barfling's got a few tricks up their sleeve still. I mean, the Arc of Soul could potentially be a little cushion, but how are you going to deal with that giant?
I don't know, because the thing you'd really want to do is like find a way to proc the Aegis, then kill it. But that's just not enough.
Yeah, and here we see the part of the downside of playing with dragons that cannot block. They can't block. So, I mean, that's it, right? Like, what else? How else do you stop that 8/8 flying Aegis, overwhelm, killer, lifesteal, reckless? I mean, this is...
Yeah, because as soon as it dies, it just... Ant-Man were to get to draw the weapons. This is not going Barfling's way right now. I'll tell you what, though. I want to start on Ant-Man's match in the next round. I need to see more of this Axe Sharpener combo deck.
Dude, a lot of people did not play Axe Sharpener in their Huru decks, and the Axe Sharpener has definitely proven itself to be, at least anecdotally, high ceiling. I mean, is that the missing link? Is that what you need for these Huru decks to really to really punch back?
The one thing you got to watch out for is you got to be able to set this situation up in a way where you're good against Worthy Cause. The ability for Worthy Cause to both silence and give permanent stat reduction is really good against what Ant-Man is doing. But so far, Ant-Man's been able to find a way to engineer it, and they are moving on, taking down Xenon Cultists.
Nice.
So we have another Huru Aggro player advancing to the top 8. We saw the first Huru Aggro deck we look today lose to TGS Control this round. And I misspoke. I thought we were nearing the end of the round, but we've got even more Eternal action coming. So let's see another match. Alicia kills on Xenon Cultist and Bardian in another Game 3 of the Xenon Cultist Mirror. Bardian, one of the more popular Eternal streamers. You can catch his stream most days of the week. And right now he's up in it against another Xenon Cultist player, with both players having a Xenon Temple with 2 modes of the agenda already selected.
Definitely, Lethroi Provocateur is my prediction for what got Incarnist this game. But you never know. The Spiteful Strike, it's an interesting choice. Powerful weapon.
So how aggressive are we going to see Bardian be to get the Xenon Temple off the board? Right now, they have 3 stats in play and a Worthy Cause and some units that they could deploy, but they have to make quite a bit of a sacrifice if they want to take this line.
Yeah, and with Alicia Kills having access to another Xenon Temple anyway, might not be worth going all in.
So the Xenon Cultist looks like it'll get to survive. A Spiteful Strike coming down, probably off of an Incarnus on Alicia Kill's side.
The Xenon Temple living, definitely a nice additional option, and still having access to Xenon Initiation. Which, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but being able to trade this Cultist for the emblem token, it's like, it's at least something.
So we see the trade get made, and we'll have to keep that in mind, that there is now a Xenon Cultist with Killer in Bardian's Void. At some point, if Avara were to show up, that could make a big difference.
Now, is the first World Joiner to the party advantaged? I assume it must be, right? But, it's not always clear, right? And with a Xenon Temple in hand, if Alicia Kills can set up a situation in which they can actually use their World Joiner, immediately by giving it +1/+1 in Killer and taking out the other World Joiner, that could be exciting. Worthy Cause, of course, a potential foil to this whole line.
So Alicia Kills had the option to go Smuggler, block, and then Devour the Smuggler. Instead, they're willing to just make the sacrifice so they can trade in the Devour. They got an Edict of Grodov, which could now be used on either the opposing Lethrite Provocateur or on the World Joiner itself.
Yeah, and I think this is a safer line of play, you know? Like, it's just, you can't risk it all on something that topples to a Worthy Cause. So all things considered, you know, Bardian's ahead a little bit here with just the sheer number of cards they have available, but it's still anybody's game, right? I mean, both players a little bit short of that critical 8 power where they can switch into Vara mode.
I think I really like the next turn that Bardian might be able to set up here. So we see second Xenon Temple coming down. The Death Elemental is going to come in for a 3/3 killer attack, but there's a line that you can set up here that involves ambushing one of the units in Bardian's hand and then potentially combining that with a Worthy Cause. How juiced up is Worthy Cause right now for Bardian?
-8 is enough, right? I mean, 9. I mean,
Yeah.
It's also so weird that because they both have Xenon Temples, that they both keep stealing each other's voids.
Yes, when units trade, the opposite player's units will go to their void.
One of the interesting things here is, and this is a scenario you see fairly often with the Xenon deck, is you sometimes get into spots where you don't want to cash anything in. You know, it's not like you have all that free material the way that some of the decks with Echo or Fate do.
So Carve It is the pickup, and will we see the Worthy Cause be cashed in to remove the World Joiner and subsequently the Xenon Temple? We do. So,
I mean, this is a great sequence, right?
yes.
I mean, because at this point, Bardian is effectively up a solid threat on the table and 2 great threats in hand, whereas Alicia Kills has nothing going yet.
Avara's Favor off the top for Alicia Kills. Not the kind of card you need to get back into it, but at 26, they've still got time. The Infiltrate off Lethrite Provocateur of discarding all weapons from the enemy deck goes off, and we see no weapons go to the void, as there are no Zen and Cultist weapons being played in Alicia Kills version.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, you never know. I mean, I guess you do know if the deck lists are available, but
Yeah.
you know, if you ever hit the sword, you know, the 0/5 relic weapon that is like 25/5 in these cultist decks.
Will be very big. I've seen some. Yeah, there's a couple of weapons that scale off of number of things in the void that can come off of an Incarnus, and they can be huge game swinging moments.
So the beats continue. Alicia Kills. Interestingly, choosing not to play a power. What do you make of that? Because doesn't that mean that they're not able to play Vara next turn if they draw it?
It does mean that. Perhaps the only Vars are in their markets. They know that's not a possibility, and they want to make sure that if they hit things like Smugglers, they can have the necessary material. Finally, Bardian decides, okay, I'll deploy the Xenon Temple. I know there's nothing to use with Killer. There's nothing to scare. But once again, progressing towards the Xenon Temple's ultimate agenda of summoning the mighty World Joiner.
And here,
Punished for holding on to that Vara's Favor as Nahid's Choice takes it out.
yep. The advantage, I mean, it continues to slide, but if there's anything I've learned from watching Zen and Mirror matches, it's that there's no way of knowing at all who's ever winning at all. Like, it's not possible. Anybody could just draw Incarnus, and next thing you know,
Ooh.
Spore Folk is the best card ever.
Look at this bit of trickery. So we see Zen Initiation go on to the Cultist, which had Exalted thanks to Carve It. Then Nahid's Faithful comes down, sacks the Cultist, picks up +2/+2, picks up the Exalted Weapon, and finishes off Alicia Kills, who falls to Bardian, advancing to our top 8.
Nice. What a showing. So it looks like we might be nearing the end of this round. It's
It's been said before, but this time it's true.
So we're seeing a pretty good showing from obviously the cultists, but there were a lot of them to start with. It's looked like Huru's overperformed, right? I mean, we keep seeing a lot of Huru.
Yeah, they can manage to find some creative lines to be able to present like giant flying Aegis, exalted threats that make it difficult if you're only playing with just Worthy Cause as your method of interaction to actually get it off the table. Once a flyer scales beyond the size of Carve It, it can be pretty tough for the Zen and Cultist deck to handle it.
Yeah, and it's interesting too. The Zen and Cultist decks kind of stealing some of the Dragons action. right? Like we saw a little bit of dragons here, but it's looked like the dragons are teaming up with the cultists. Not sure what to make of that, like what the future is there, but
Not good things for the people of Zolta is my prediction.
yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting to see people adapt to the new. I mean, first of all, obviously, the Trials of Grodov and Dead Reckoning offer so much that that can potentially change things up quite a bit. But
Yeah, talk a little about that. If you haven't been paying attention and you missed the announcement this week, what's happening on Tuesday?
so a curated list of the Trials of Grodov and Dead Reckoning campaigns are being added to Expedition. It's all but 4 cards. It's nice just having these cards in a new context too. You know, like a lot of these cards are super fun, awesome. It's tough to compete sometimes in the world of every set and every expedition and every, but a lot of them have extra meaning in the world of Expedition with some of the themes that are promoted in set 7. The amount that it really just the entire world of Zolta, seeing how that meets, you know, some of the Oni that are available from the from Trials of Grodov, or any potential new removal spells you might find, or some of the hits from Throne being finally legal here. Like I mean, Yeti Pioneer is not short on, you know, days in the sun and could be a potentially high impact card for somebody.
His best friend Pockpock's coming along for the trip too.
Great combo. You know, 2 great tastes taste great together.
Personally, I'm the most excited for Oni Dragonsmith. Definitely excited to build some potential like Oni Dragon synergy decks that are gonna be a little more tied together when that one shows up. Becomes a 3/2 quick draw, makes all your dragons cheaper. It does a lot of nice stuff.
Yeah, I mean that one in particular with Teething Whelp that's a 1-2 punch. Yeah.
The game gets moving.
Yeah, that is definitely a potent 1-2 punch. I'm going to be interested to see how people adapt to. Obviously, there's a new target, and it's not like a lot of these Zenning cards aren't exploitable. I mean, when you know your opponent's playing a lot of High Prophets and Wing Brewers, there's things you can play that, you know, line up pretty well against them. But for this weekend, however, it would definitely appear that the battle is largely Huru and cultists with some Stone Scar, some 3-faction control decks, and some I guess just different variations, different speeds, you know.
All right, so we'll have to see how that all plays out in our top 8. We're going to step away for a couple minutes, give our producer Michael Jacob a well-deserved rest, and then we'll be back with exciting top 8 action from ECQ, the Time of Ancestors.
everyone, welcome back to the top 8 of the Eternal Championship Qualifier. I'm Luis Vargas here with Patrick Chapin, and we've got a top 8 breakdown. We've got 5 of the Xenon Cultist decks, the talk of the tournament, certainly the best deck coming into this top 64. Its actually percentage has held flat. It was 5 out of 8 of the decks in the top 64, 40 of 64, now it's 5 out of 8 of the top 8. Joined by 2 aggressive Huru decks and 1 TJS control.
Yeah, I mean this this style of aggressive Huru we've seen it overperform this weekend. It seems like maybe it's actually aspiring to be the right paper, if you will, for the cultist rock metagame. And then the 3-faction control deck, kind of a wild card.
Yeah, and so we're actually going to be starting at the bottom of the bracket you see there with Thalion versus X Stealth X. Thalion on Huru control and X Stealth X on TJS control. Or sorry, Huru aggro TJS control. And then we're going to check in on whatever the other games are that are ready for us to watch once that match finishes. We've got some notable names in the top 8: Bardian, Sunnyveil, Kamado, Bruised by God. These are yeah. I suspect that we're gonna have a winner that the community's not surprised to see.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a little bit of a long representation on cultists, not the least of which is because of the number of teams that all brought it. But I think we're definitely seeing a pretty strong mix of players rising to the top so far.
Yeah, and it's also heartening to see. It's also awesome to also see the folks who just put a lot of time into Eternal kind of getting a reward there. And in this particular case, the people who developed Cultist, I'm sure there's a lot of responsibility there spread around. But the people who've identified this as a good deck and made some good tweaks to it, we see some metagaming with depending on Grodov's Edict in main deck and some of them. Just a couple different metagame choices that I think have probably paid off pretty well for folks who here in this top 8. All right, it looks like our game is ready, so we're going to head down, watch our first match of the top 8. Alrighty, welcome to the first match of the top 8. Thalion on the bottom there, with Huru facing off against X Stealth X, playing TJS control. And looks like X Stealth X is on the play. And, we haven't seen a lot of, Seek powers on turn 1. There's just not as much of the tri-faction stuff going on in Expedition right now.
Yeah, but here we see Stealth X actually, showcasing it to pretty good effect. And with a pretty good spread of interaction. I don't know how often you're like, yeah, the token was like the perfect card to draw, but it's not too bad here.
No, I mean, one of the advantages of playing Tri-Faction is you have access to a lot of powerful cards. The Shenra Speaks into Diesel's office isn't the easiest from a faction influence perspective, but certainly has a powerful gameplay effect. Though that Barrett is going to be looking to achieve mastery very quickly here.
Oh, yeah, a turn ahead of schedule, which is crucially a turn before Shenra Speaks can actually take it out. And if Vara picks up an Aegis, that's going to be a real bad look for Stealth X, who can't even deal with it with cast into Shadow or anything like that.
Yeah, and that one of the design principles behind Eternal generally has not been to put tons of power into the factionless cards. But Varret is definitely seeing a lot of play right now.
Oh, yeah, and one of the nice things about Vara, as far as powerful factionless cards go, is that you really do have to do something else with it to make it fantastic. It's a good card on its own, but it becomes much stronger if you play with very specific things to give you identity, whether it's Finest Hour, Elder's Feather, or Jack's Knife. Yeah,
right. It has an identity. You got to put some work in, which means that it's not just getting there on raw rate. It's getting there if you do the work, which. That's part of the reason to avoid powerful factionless cards is anyone can play them, but not anyone can play Varret, as we've seen.
Yeah, and Varret's being factionless certainly paying dividends here. Man, so what's Stealth X's plan when they're this slow? I mean, do you just try to catch up with powerful haymakers, whether it's Shenra Speaks and carve it? I mean, this is starting to get to a spot where Stealth X is not going to be able to take very many more of these turns without, catching up to some degree. They're going to have to do something to catch up.
Yeah, and the combination of multiple Aegis threats is certainly putting a lot of pressure onto X Stealth X. I like that Thalion preemptively got a bring down though. They're ready for that Carvet. The bring down with is definitely shows a good understanding of kind of opposing deck lists and what what they can expect out of XStealthX's plays. It also stops that Scorpion Wasp, though it does get to block. And let's see, XStealthX choosing to go with the Shenra Speaks to knock off those Aegises and to kill the shifted unit, just get it out of the way right now.
Right, and that's a pretty good line. You got to take advantage of your power somehow. And if you just played the Cast into Shadow or the Scorpion Wasp, it's not clear you're necessarily going to advance your board as much. You never know. You might want to try to do both next turn because the Thalion smuggled for something. Do you want to risk it all with a Carvet?
Yeah, I think that playing 2/3s next turn or playing the Carvet. But again, once you see Thalion go into the market, once you see them make an exchange but not play the card they got, you've got to think, if they get Bring Down, I just lose almost on the spot. So I don't know if I can afford to play Carvet. That said, it's still one of the higher payoff cards if it does work. And here it goes. XStealthX goes for a Carvet Solar Dragon and playing right into Thalion's plans here with the 2 power left to bring it down right in a turn.
Yeah, I mean, the appeal here is that ostensibly this cultist could trade with the 3/1, but Elder's Feathers mean that's a little bit less good of an option than would otherwise normally be.
Yeah, this looks like way more than lethal here with a combination of double Elder's Feather and Finest Hour. Thalion just maybe deciding which order do I do these things in, but looks like Thalion is going to be off to a quick game 1 here.
Yeah, because I mean, even if you just put Elder's Feather on the Varret, yeah, it doesn't even matter too much, right? Like in this case, there's just so much going on. I hope the Thalion, or I guess for Thalion's sake, hopefully you can assemble a lethal turn here. And here we see the spreading out of the damage. Once you drop the Elder's Feather, that's 12 in the air right there.
All right, and Thalion up a game here, and well, if Thalion thinks they've got a good cultist matchup, then they're probably unlucky to get paired against like one of the few non-cultist decks in the top 8. But if they're able to take this match, then it's likely largely cultists all the way down. And remember, we're playing for a slot at Worlds, and it goes just to the winner of the tournament. So you care a lot more about having a good overall matchup in the top 8 than necessarily going like 1-1. Like, yes, maybe you'd obviously rather make top 4 to finals than not, but you got to take the long view here because at the end of the day, one person is walking away with an invite.
Oh yeah, and I think this Huru deck is such a smart call for this weekend because at least from what I've heard from the Huru players, they like their cultist matchup well enough, and thinking they're just a little bit ahead, but they also are ahead against control decks historically. So it seems like this might actually be the perfect spot. All they want to do is dodge decks like Stone Scar, for instance, or the Elysian decks that seem to have fallen by the wayside in the early rounds.
We actually saw Thalion play against Rakano Onis, and except for a string of fortuitous circumstances, actually would have gotten eliminated. So managing to dodge that bullet and then play against the matchups they'd prefer to play against, well, that is how you win tournaments. Already, it looks like game 2 is ready, so let's head back down. XStealthX here with an early Fenris Nightshade, though that not the card you want in this matchup.
Yeah, not at its greatest. I mean, even just trying to trade with a variant goes wrong a lot of the time because of stuff like Perul's Choice or Finest Hour. But that said, this isn't the matchup for it. You got to play with what you got, and at the very least, it's a board presence. StealthX coming out with a little bit of material, but without really any of the power cards that make their archetype shine. I mean, they are really relying on that Shenra Speaks as part of their plan. Meanwhile, Thalion has a great spread of threats. Not really a lot of interaction beyond that one Perul's Choice, but that Perul's Choice could prove to be very crucial, particularly if it's the deciding factor that makes either Shenra or Vera achieve their mastery. Stranger things have decided matches.
Oh, for sure. And luckily for Thalion, this isn't a matchup where they needed that much interaction anyway, because largely, XStealthX is going to be playing spells that answer their units and ways to set that up. So you don't want to be drawing a bunch of permafrosts against this deck anyway.
No. But Shenra and Barret, it's interesting seeing the StealthX choose to use Fenris's draw ability. Are they just trying to find something powerful that costs 5 or more? I mean, is that Because they could have been developing their board with the Acolyte.
And that interaction you mentioned exactly happened here. Perul's choice means that Verret survives this combat, gets halfway to mastery, and now has an Aegis, which means that an opposing Shenra Speaks is just not going to do the trick.
Although we do see a Carvet Solar Dragon on Stealth X's side, which has proven itself to be a very powerful catch-up mechanism. Thalion, however, will be continuing to advance the board potentially, right? Like with an implied 3 more threats in the grip, they're far from out of gas, and they're definitely ahead on the board.
Yeah, and it looks like Verret is gonna flip here, is gonna achieve mastery, and no longer has to choose the Aegis mode. So, he still has to choose the Aegis mode in order to play around Shenra Speaks.
So here we see Stealth X drop into 14 with Shenra's ticking up. Is there any realistic way to? I mean, Shenra Speaks kind of has to be the next step, right? Which kind of benefits Thalion if they want to commit one of these many Aegis threats, one or more of these many Aegis threats. What do they have juicy in the market? Like, is there anything they can? Because they've got mostly interaction, but is there any chance that Forbidden Rider Outcast is like the reach they need to end it?
I think they might just get bring down again because that the curve of Shenra Speaks into Carvet is something that they're going to be, worried about, and they're just overloading with Aegis threats. I guess just waiting a turn on the Rhyme Smuggler anyway, just to get a little bit more information, seems like it can't hurt.
Yeah, and with Shenra Speaks coming down this turn, Stealth X is going to be able to hit for 9, which is going to drop Stealth X to low enough that, I mean, you're not going to need much leftovers, right?
All of these games, it's felt like if Stealth had the double Shenra Speaks, the game would be pretty hard for Thalion to win, but you can't really play around that, I don't think.
And here we see the Smuggler, which is a nice hedge against the possibility of another Shenra Speaks. The question is, are they going to get? They do get the bring down, just as you said.
Yeah, I don't see a reason for them to do differently than before. And Stealth X is just probably lamenting the fact that they got paired against the all Aegis deck here when their deck is really constructed towards being able to sweep the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think this 3-faction control deck is just such a smart call in a field with so much cultists. But unfortunately, sometimes when you play paper, you run into scissors.
Oh yeah. And in this particular case, Thalion just executed a game plan very well. Put on pressure with Aegis threats, use mastery to basically have outsized threats as opposed to their cost, and then go and get a bring down so Carvel can't stop the onslaught.
All right, man. So it looks like our first winner in the top 8 has been decided, and it is a victory for Huru Aggro. We still have some other Huru Aggro and cultist action. And I think we're looking for another match, but in the meantime, what do you think of this, the possibility of Huru Pacifier in this Huru deck? I mean, it's not like a natural fit, but is there a different variation that could actually take advantage of it?
Yeah, the fact that it really cuts into the whole Cultist Exalted kind of synergy, it seems pretty appealing. Ooh, looks like we've got another match, so let's head down and start watching some battles. Alrighty, we've got here Sunnyveil playing Cultists, facing off against Ant-Man playing the other copy of Huru Aggro, and look at that, Geral's Frostkin making an appearance. There's one copy in the top 64. I mean, the first thing that BK did after getting the list is message me and say, hey, there's a Geral's Frostkin in the top 64. So that is pretty awesome, and presumably it's been putting in some good work here.
Yeah, I mean, that's just tempo, man. That's just... Like, who needs Incarnus when you've got the Frostkin? That's the 3/3 for 4 with upside.
Looks like the game might be frozen, so we're gonna. Oh, things are happening.
Sometimes you just got to decide. You got to just tank. Yeah, so definitely a little bit of a visual glitch, but we are seeing the Frostkin effect. And
there's a Frostkin on the premises. We can tell.
Yep, the attack gets in there, and Sunnyveil, we'll be back to their match in a minute, but Sunnyveil definitely needing to to commit a little bit of a board because they're falling further and further behind against this Huru deck.
Yeah, and this is the Axe Sharpener version that has a lot of all the cool combos that you guys actually talked about last round.
Axe Sharpener, Frostkin.
Bam. All right, looks like we're ready. So let's head back down. Try this again. All right, looks like we're good here. And to your earlier question, this is maybe not the Huru pacifier deck we were looking for. This is a much more weapons-based version of the Huru deck. Also, being able to face off against larger units thanks to just stacking everything on the Axe Sharpener and maybe trading it off. All right, Sunnyveil is up a game and has an Impending Doom in play. Also, Vara's Favor seems like a card that is pretty well positioned right now if you expect to play against some Shenras. And or potentially like Oni, that sort of thing. Though not at its best in the Cultist Mirror, I wouldn't imagine.
No, I think that's the biggest contributor to its relatively recent decline is that it's good in basically every match except the Mirror.
And the Mirror is pretty big. Clutch of Talon's also a pretty nice one here. Ant-Man building up to being able to play Clutch and amplify it once next turn.
Yeah, this is definitely a clutch Talons, but without the Sharpener as a target, it's a little bit less juicy. That said, you can still put it on the Ghost Blade, and that's not bad.
Yeah, loading up on your Exalted unit is a pretty good path to victory here. You see Incarnus staying back, ready to trade off for that Gerald's Frostkin.
I mean, once you put the clutch on the Outcast, your 5/5 flying lifesteal threat, it's not like it can be ignored, right? And if you have a dragon alongside of it and two potential bodies that could pick up that +5/+5 lifesteal Exalted weapon, Ant-Man's got a lot going on, and that's not even considering the possibility of a Daring Griffin line.
Yeah, I'm liking the idea of clutching up the 3/3, but oh wow. All right, just sending in the 3/3 Exalted to, I suppose, potentially chump attack into the Impending Doom, though Sunny may be respecting Finest Hour if that's one of the things Ant-Man's got.
This is a really interesting play. If it's just a bluff in order to drop Daring Griffin, it's an interesting way to try to super duper 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 greed get 3 points in. But this does mean that the Daring Griffin coming down with the Frostkin is a powerful 1-2 punch of forms of interaction, but I'm not sure I love this line against the possibility of a Zen and Temple.
No, there is a Zen and Temple here. Let's see what Sunnyveil uses it for if that's what he goes with.
Yeah, because the ability to hit the Daring Griffin without losing a whole card or to potentially absorb an attack step could be really big.
Well, Sunny could also just potentially try to wait a turn and have the Daring Griffin attack into the Impending Doom. That might be getting a little bit ambitious, but that is a way to get it off the board here without having to throw a spell into it.
Yeah, it's interesting using the Daring Griffin at this stage. I mean, obviously couldn't play the clutch quite yet, but the Daring Griffin kind of puts the onus on Ant-Man to justify it, or else it's just going to get eaten. That said, the +3/+2 is not trivial either, and if you put the clutch on the Frostkin, that's a hefty chunk of Sunnyveil's health.
All right, putting clutch on the Daring Griffin, making a dragon, offering the Daring Griffin trade with the Impending Doom, and then that Exalted weapon would presumably go onto the Frostkin, making it an 11/10 flying Aegis lifesteal.
And it does mean that Frostkin staying home is interesting to me. But here we see the entire attack blunted by a fast spell that means that the Daring Griffin is not exactly going to get its money yet. It does kind of make you wish the Frostkin had got in there, but it does mean that the Frostkin and the Dragon present two real powerful threats that Sunnyveil is going to have to do something about.
I like Sunny's play, playing out the Nahib Faithful just to set that Devour up, knowing that's what the play was likely to be. Now going into the market, picking up a Vara. Didn't hit the power, though. Was I'm sure hoping to hit the 8th power to slam Vara right away and get like a Nile Draconis.
Yeah, I like that. Trying to, aim ambitious enough to actually turn this around, because you're going to have to do something pretty big. And I think VAR is the type of thing that's big enough to actually give you some action against Ant-Man, particularly when you have things like Impending Doom as a chump blocker, which is kind of a funny way to do it.
Well, you know, if Sunny's able to continuously get value, I think that works out. All right, well, Sunny's now putting himself dead to almost any pump spell. Goes down to 14.
Oh, that's it, right?
That's 14 right there.
If they risk it.
Well, they just can play clutch and play Perul's choice on the Frostkin and just attack for 14 here.
And they choose not to. Interesting. Oh, okay.
No, they're going for it. They're going for it. Wow. All right, that was an interesting conclusion to that game. We're gonna get a game 3 out of this match, which is awesome. I do want to see how this goes. Sunny, took a line that set him up really nicely for the next couple turns, but then just was, put himself at risk to a pump spell. Though in this case, Ant-Man did need to have 2 separate pump spells just because of the numbers on the cards.
Yeah, man, he tried to warn you. I mean, Frostkin.
The Frostkin did the trick. Yeah. Stay frosty. I mean that when you what regardless of whether it is right or wrong to play that card, when you play that card and do well with it, it makes you feel pretty satisfied because it's just an unconventional card. It's mostly known for being a high draft pick rather than a constructed all-star, but it did some work that game, and well, we got game 3 ready. Let's see if Frostkin can do some work there too. All right, time for game 3 of Sunnyveil versus Ant-Man. Sunnyveil on the boogeyman of the tournament, Xenon Cultists, with Ant-Man on potentially our savior, Huru aggro here, but a slightly different build. There's 2 Huru aggro decks. Thalion already won their first round to make it to the top 4, but these decks are very differently constructed. I would not say, despite having the same general strategy, I think that their card choices don't even overlap all that much.
Dude, Spire Chaplain times 2?
Some emerald coins to go with your axe sharpeners.
Yes.
I love it.
Dude, I don't think people give enough credit to the Frostkin. The Frostkin's got to be one of the 10 best cards in the Primal starter deck that you get for when you create an account.
Ooh, here is a card that does overlap, Barret, and now Ant-Man has 2 different 2-drops to play, and I like leading with Barret here. Just the quicker you get on the board, the quicker you get mastery, the better it is, and the Axe Sharpener actually I think really seats its peak in the mid to late game when you can afford to put a bunch of weapons on it.
Definitely. And Ant-Man's very likely going to want to be committing a Spire Chaplain to the board, continuing to get extra resources. Even a single attack would really help. Those extra Justice Sigils that are drawn are especially valuable when you're playing as many emblems as Ant-Man is.
Definitely. I think that the emblems make the Spire Chaplain awesome. Edict of Makar being a pretty good market card here. Just a really efficient removal spell. Also, speaking... Oh, they even peeled it off and invoked there. Speaking of starter deck cards, by the way, Devouring Shadow to as an additional kill spell here.
Yeah, dude, it was all there. So the seeing Windray's listener is definitely opens up some of the possibility space. I don't hate that card in this matchup, particularly if you get Spire Chaplain going. I mean, one of the nice things is you have a way to put that extra power to use. But here we see the Smuggler starting it off, and Spire Chaplain's extra power, once again, especially valuable. Edict of Kodosh is probably the default here, right? But is there any possibility that it's... Ooh, I wasn't expecting Linebreaker Shield.
I wasn't going to say Linebreaker Shield, but yeah, there we go. Maybe setting up an Axe Sharpener with a Linebreaker Shield on it at some point here.
I guess, or whatever sound it is when you sharpen the axe.
That was more a chainsaw sound, but yeah, it plays. And then Emerald Coin here, getting some value, putting a weapon onto that Smuggler.
Yeah, and it's interesting, by putting it on the Smuggler instead of the Chaplain, there's definitely a diversification of the risk, which I generally really like, especially with how likely it is that Edict of Makar. I guess you don't know that they have it yet, because, I mean, if they didn't market for it.
So Sunnyveil setting up a turn with Edict into an Ebon Dune Smuggler, most likely. Ooh, Ania Arctic Sheriff. So a lot of cool stuff going on in Ant-Man's deck here.
And here we see the Smuggler continuing to put the beats down. Are we going to see Anya immediately, or are we going to see it more likely to be some, like a Smuggler and a Sharpener or something?
Yeah, it would be really good to be able to play the Anya in a later turn when you have enough power up to maybe proc it right away.
Sure. Sure. That the the line breaker shield continuing to be a ace up Ant-Man's sleeve.
Ant-Man's in a kind of interesting spot here because to use up 5 power, you want to play like the Rhyme Conclave Smuggler plus Axe Sharpener, but the problem is you don't really want to smuggle away any of your cards. They're all pretty good. So, I mean, maybe you can cash in the Listener or something like that.
You might just get rid of the Sharpener and get the Edict. By getting the Edict,
actually,
that's a pretty good turn.
Sharpener and Edict isn't bad, especially since you have plenty of good options to put Linebreaker Shield on that you don't need the whole Sharpener thing going on right now. So I like your line of play a lot, I think.
The Listener and Anya means that Ant-Man still has a lot of juice, like as the game stretches.
Yep, and that play is exactly what happens. Edict gonna take out the Incarnus here and leave Sunnyveil fairly behind on board, though. Evan Dune Smuggler is gonna hop in here, and it looks like just pick up an emblem right away. Sunnyveil just wanted to make sure that he hit some power drops here.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. This is not the most powerful mix of cards from Sunnyveil. They've got a fair bit to make sure they're not falling too far behind, but it actually looks like Ant-Man's got this tools to go over the top.
Speaking of tools, there's a Surgeon's Saw ready to get that chainsaw noise going, and just throwing out a Faithful here at just a 2/1 level.
Man, notably, if you put that Linebreaker Shield on the Smuggler, the big Smuggler, you could lock down Incarnus for the time being and actually get in there, scot-free.
Yeah, that looks like a pretty good attack to me. And drawing a card is pretty nice here when you have a lot of action, because you wouldn't mind hitting your power drop so that you can play, playing Anya with Perul's Choice up is pretty nice.
Oh yeah, definitely. But there's other things to be said. I mean, first of all, you might just want to listen, because mix it up.
All right, well,
as you said, that's what you were looking for.
And then there's the Insignia, so this is all working out pretty well for Ant-Man. Though, one thing that Ant-Man is lacking right now is a flying threat, and Sunnyveil's deck is gonna do a very good job of clogging up the ground here soon. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ant-Man is able to maybe get one more hit in him, but then get kind of bogged down by Shadowlands Guide and chump blockers and whatnot.
An interesting aspect, though, if Ant-Man rips a power, the ability to drop the Listener and shoot something in the same turn can really plow through some of these potential chump blockers.
Yeah, the Listener has a definite text box in the middle of the game. Sunnyveil leaving up all their power, Ebon Dune Smuggler, and likely going for a fast spell here, given the fact that Sunny didn't play anything, including playing an emblem and choosing not to decimate.
Oh, yeah. And with the possibility of an Ebon Dune Smuggler, it would be a lot stronger if Ant-Man actually has drops Anya here. I think it just ends up working out a lot better. But that said, they might not want to commit the Anya until they can protect it.
Yeah, I don't think that's I don't think that's going to happen. I think that Ant-Man's really going to want to protect Anya, and maybe just like potentially hitting with the 6/5 to prompt action. I guess playing the Listener first to see if you pick up anything good. Might as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of spicy gets you could have here. I mean, the possibility of some sort of if you just weather the storm or something. I mean, it could just be. Sometimes when you listen for some weird stuff. Sometimes you just listen for permafrost.
Permafrost is not bad, but given that I think a lot of the range of his plays involve going to get worthy cause with that Smuggler, I could see it not working out quite optimally.
And it does mean that with Ebon Dune Smuggler coming down, Sunnyveil will be able to trade everything for it. Sans the exhausted Incarnus. Out of their market, though, I mean, Carvet is the go-to when you've got 6 power. Here we see Ant-Man trading with the board, but still having a lot of juice. I mean, 4 cards in the grip. Very likely either the Sharpener or Permafrost right now. I guess not even caring too much. Ooh, Zen and Temple's kind of interesting. I mean, maybe you don't use it yet, but with Carvet coming down, I mean, Zen and Temple's a nice follow-up the turn after Carvet.
Definitely. Clutch of Talons. There's that flying threat that I talked about, and Sunny is not in a position to be able to I think do it this turn. He could. The problem is if you clutch any of your units, Carve is just happily gonna stand in the way.
I mean, is there any merit to shooting the cultist and then permafrosting Carvet?
That doesn't seem bad. You can pay 3 to do that. You can. That also lets you leave Perul's Choice up here.
Right. Yeah. Which is kind of, could be a potentially nice tactical aspect, tactical angle. I also I like the idea of trying to really clamp down on anything that Sunnyveil can, any of the different directions that Sunnyveil can be attacking back on. Ooh, I don't know about the order. That's tough.
Yeah, that ordering is not optimal because there's a good chance the Exalted Weapon would have gone on to the dragon there.
Yeah, probably is going to Incarnus anyway, but you never know. And either way, though, this does mean that Sunnyveil's, back is against the ropes, and they haven't even had to deal with the Perul's Choice or the Clutch or the Anya yet.
No,
I like Ant-Man's position.
Oh yeah, I think Ant-Man is in great shape here, and at this point, Sunny, gonna have to play that Temple here.
Yeah, I mean, at least if you gain 3 health, it kind of implies not only that you can live through the next turn, but maybe that you get to absorb another turn because of Ant-Man having to attack the temple with so many resources.
Well, Emblem into a Death Elemental is not bad.
Yeah, it's the tricky thing here though is definitely is it just too late? Is it is that, like, for instance, is the Clutch game over? That's like if you just make a flying threat here. But I don't know. It's interesting proactively using Perul's Choice on the listener. What's the follow-up, though? Because you're not going to be able to finish the job this turn. You kind of have to go after the Xenon Temple, right? Like, it's just
pretty appealing to me to go clutch onto the listener, kill the Xenon Temple, make a dragon. You get mastery as well. So you're basically setting yourself up to not only win next turn, but also just have a bunch of cards in your hand.
Oh, yeah, in case Sunnyveil can present a lot of blockers and a lot of defense.
Yeah, and now the battlefield's in the air, so both of Sunny's blockers here just don't do anything.
And a 7/9 flying Aegis threat that also can shoot things is no joke.
Speaking of shooting things,
dude, Ice Bow, that is extremely on message.
All right, well, the Scorpion Wasp was one of the better cards that Sunny could have drawn, but I still think Sunny's in a really tough spot, especially since I guess the listener actually just makes it so the Scorpion Wasp is a chump blocker at best because you still get to block with it, but it's just going to get gunned down.
Well, yeah, but not until it's already killed the Linray. Like the ability to at least kill something is going to be quite strong. Not being able to shoot it at fast speed is definitely going to be a little bit of a weakness. And here we see the possibility of any shadow card in the game or in the format popping up. This could be,
Is Sunny really going to the market here? Like, what's going on? Like, I know he's invoking, but he does not seem to be doing a bad job of hitting on his listeners. But it doesn't. I still think it's going to be tough. Icebow also a funny way to get to the final points through potentially.
Like, I mean, part of it though is if Ant-Man just puts the Icebow on the dragon. They shoot Sunnyveil down to 8. The dragon implies attacks for 6. You're still short because that Scorpion Wasp is going to get its money against the listener. I actually like Sunnyveil's position. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do here because, I mean, one, you can't know that you're up against a Scorpion Wasp, but
I guess Scorpion Wasp was just a literal perfect card, wasn't it?
Yeah, because I think that in this spot, it's just how many cards in your deck actually stop a threat like this, and man, because now you're at a spot of. Like, you're kind of locked into having to Anya the Incarnus, right? But it's not like you have the game sewn up.
The thing is, if you kill the Faithful, then you're presenting lethal in the air next turn. So I actually think Ant-Man just wins here because they Sunnyveil can play Carvel, but then get Anya. The second Anya locks down that, and then the dragon flies over for lethal. Sunnyveil ends up being a couple points short here, and Carvet is just not gonna quite do it.
Yeah, because you're right. Because with if this last card of Sunnyveil's isn't the worthy cause, then Anyaing the Carvet is game over.
And if it was a worthy cause, you kind of would have expected him to go for it on the Anya earlier potentially, though. That's less clear. I mean, I think Ant-Man's just going to go for it here.
Well, I don't know what other option you have.
Also,
I
with
mean,
a Pearl's choice in hand, it's like how bad can it possibly be?
right, with exactly enough power to be able to protect whatever. At this point, I think you got it sewn up, but that's interesting. Interesting. I mean,
Sunnyveil's still in a lot of trouble here, but this at least gives him the opportunity to top deck something. Because this buys 2 turns here. Okay, so... Okay, we're going to Avigraft here, the listener.
this is still kind of, I mean, obviously, if you could just win, but this is, Sunnyveil's, for having nothing, it's not the worst spot in the world. I mean, you're up against insurmountable odds, but I think this might be, well short. Nahid's Faithful is well short of what you're going to need, but
Well,
can Sunnyveil
Faithful,
stretch
there's still a Carvet in play, so Nahid's Faithful could eat the other Faithful Exalted onto the Cultist maybe. You have a 5/4 lifesteal Exalted. You get to attack with that. Like that.
True.
I mean, we're starting to string together something. It's going to be tough against the second Anya on hand. So I think that either way, Ant-Man's in pretty good shape. But I mean, we're getting to the point where Sunnyveil can actually put some threats together. These are some there's at least one forced block. You don't have to block the Death Elemental, but you do have to block that Cultist there.
Yeah, and this is actually kind of awkward. Although, actually, Anya being able to lock down Nahid's Faithful means that if that Death Elemental gets in there, Sunnyveil's going to be out. But attacks with just the 5/4.
And I guess this Anya's not really locking anything. No, what?
Yeah, it doesn't lock anything down anymore. But it does mean that that these Sunnyveil's got 2 threats that can both survive and enough of a health cushion. I mean,
the second Anya's still going to be good though. Like if you lock down the Death Elemental, for example.
Yeah, I mean, this is Sunnyveil's clawing their way. They're trying to stay in it, but this is a tough situation.
Well, if Sunny draws any sort of removal and can take down that Anya, like that could really just lead to a huge swing.
Oh yeah.
And this is one of the dangers, right, of permafrosting a Carvet, where you're going to end up with that exalted kind of static ability really adding up over the course of the game, like that being able to use your Nahid's Faithfuls strategically as weapons and as ways to enable weapons is really big.
So now the question is, where do you put the exalted weapon? I assume you put it on the Death Elemental just to make it extra spicy if you draw an answer to Anya.
All right, so there's a Insignia that's not going to do it. Sunnyveil's at 12. This is exactly 12. It was a hard fought battle. Sunny almost managed to kind of pull out that victory there. There were some pretty intense plays, but just did not quite get there. Basically ended up 1 card short. You had a power in hand at the end of the game, drew another power. Ended up a card short of being able to kind of stage a successful comeback.
Yeah, no, I mean, great match. A lot of back and forth, and definitely been some exciting stuff. Like the amount that the games kind of are still up in the air, even when big things are happening. That's been very promising.
I mean, one of the things that I think has been pretty great about the games today is they go a lot of different directions. We haven't seen too many duplicate games. Granted, the Cultist Mirror kind of lends itself to being Vara-centric one way or the other, but almost all the other matchups end up going in some pretty unexplainable or not unanticipated directions.
Yeah, plus obviously we're seeing a lot of wild cards from both.
Oh, Invoke really adds this
Lin Ray and Makar.
excellent dice rolling, to the game, because it's so cool that it is correct to put these Invoke cards in your deck, but that also lets you play with a bunch of cards you generally wouldn't see in any sort of ranked situation.
Yeah, and rather than just be some RNG fest, the fact that you actually get to choose which one and figure out what kind of an unusual plan am I going to develop for this game, this board position, I think it really goes a long way.
Well, or in this case, Sunny just invokes for cards in his deck over and over again because he just keeps rolling them. But that is part of the range as well.
Better lucky than good.
Yep. All right, how are we looking, MJ?
So it looks like we do have one more match, and we're going to be checking in on the deciding match of one of the cultist semi-mirrors. We're heading down there right now.
Perfect. All right, Limb Factor versus Kamado. Kamado here with the Night Star Slumbering Stone into Devour is kind of how they want to kick off almost all their games. Though I suppose it's technically better to have also a high profit on 2, and to really start to get things going.
Yeah, and not having the available power. It has been interesting though, the move towards like the prevalence and the huge choice instead of Zenzu. Definitely an interesting one, mostly just leaning on that Carvet and the potential for hitting Shenra Speaks that would otherwise be so devastating to these decks. So Kamado with a slower draw than some, but isn't that kind of what this matchup involves? Is you want to be the biggest Zenin deck on the block. You want to have the biggest cult.
Oh, definitely. Though Kamado would love to have one of the listeners just to play on turn 4 in Incarnus here, but walking into a Dune Smuggler.
Well, and it's not too bad because you're going to devour anyway, and I think that. The only question is if you don't mind the gargoyle not being devoured, and I don't think you do, because in the scenario where you have to devour the cultist, it's implied that they have a 2/2 ambush, and so your gargoyle is just going to block anyway.
That's fair. And then Limb Factor is gonna miss a power drop this turn, but then has Arc of Soul in order to kind of make up for that. And Arc of Soul seems like it's also taken up the slot that you would normally reserve for power in your market.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you can so often just play it with your normal cards, even without marketing to it. So now this is interesting. If you drop the Zen Temple and go after the high profit, which is definitely the highest value card on the table, it does mean that the Gargoyle is potentially going to be able to hit the Temple, and even though it doesn't finish it, if Limb Factor has access to some sort of like a Zenin Temple themselves, they could actually kill Kamado's Zenin Temple. That said, it might just be too juicy. If they played Arc of Soul, like if they literally marketed for Arc of Soul, that is a clear indication that they need the power.
So it's absurd how good Scare is right now in the metagame, especially on this Temple. It actually just really ends up being the difference maker in a lot of games. Ooh, can we get a Jack's Knife or something like that?
Oh man, the number and that's not bad. It doesn't finish off the Temple here, but it is likely to be a good card at some point in the game.
Yeah, but being able to hit like Xenon Augury here, and then looks like they're going for Xenon Initiation. Okay, that's kind of nice too.
Yeah, I mean, being able to go after the flyer, it does mean that this Worthy Cause ensures that you can actually stop the 3/3 unblockable Incarnus. Now, Shadowlands Guy being able to get back a 1-drop Cultist with Killer is also a very powerful interaction in this deck.
Yeah, and actually we're going to see Kamado pretty much wipe Limb Factor's board, right? Being able to do that, play the Shadowlands Guide, get back the Cultist like you just mentioned, and then immediately Killer the Smuggler there, just to make sure your Xenon Temple is completely safe.
Yeah, and with Edict of Makar ending up without any targets, and it's not like the Worthy Cause accomplishes anything here, because like they're just going to trade anyway. This is Kamado is lining some things up. Interesting.
So the Worthy Cause makes it so the Cultist actually lives, funnily enough, but I guess Limb Factor didn't want that Killer Cultist floating around. To be fair, I wouldn't want a Killer Cultist floating around either. It doesn't sound good to me.
So Kamado with an interesting metagame call, main decking full 4 copies of Edict of Grodov, going after other people's Carvets, going after
Auras.
Yeah, I mean the ability to use Edict of Grodov, or even just to stop somebody from Shenra Speaking just for a turn, it can be decisive. And when you Shenra or when you Grodov's verdict or edict the Worthy Cause, they've still sacrificed their unit.
Well, Kamado really leaning on this Temple now. It looks like they're going to successfully summon the World Joiner, which that usually indicates victory. Not only because World Joiner is just a very powerful card, but also because it means you got maximum value off of your Temple.
Oh yeah. And with Limb Factor running out of options, I mean, it's not like they even have the hope of drawing into some sort of Vara.
I guess Edict is going to try to kill that World Joiner, but I guess Kamado could have left up their own Edict in order to stop it.
Yeah, I think Kamado's just got so many more forms of card advantage and just extra resources, and that's really what Kamado's style of Xena Cultist is trying to do is very much grind. It's not as focused on being over the top. He's just one of the one Vara market styles of Cultist rather than a bunch of Vara's main deck. But here we see Xenon Temple continuing to put in work.
Scaring that Gargoyle, keeping Xenon Initiation for later. Playing Emblem, and this is not a case where you're going to be decimating here, because now you can just start playing Carvets and basically overrunning Limb Factor with the fact that you've got... I mean, Kamado has 4 really good cards in hand, and a Temple in play, and a Carvet in play. Limb Factor's got a Smuggler, which... I mean, Smugglers are great, but they don't take you from a loss to a win by themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, Slime Spitter Slug here, definitely a good play. As far as whatever plays you can make, you got to do some really good stuff every turn, and the Slug is, better than Kamado's turn. With the exception, of course, that this agenda progressing, it is bad news. So, I'm not sure what more, I mean, the Slug continuing to grow is a thing, but it's not like that's even the hardest thing for Kamado to contain, particularly when you have Edict of Grodov to finish it next turn. And here we see the, if you just cash it in, put the Exalted Killer weapon here, that's a smart play. It does mean that Limb Factor is running out of any forms of counterplay.
And Kamado's pretty happy making those trades, just making it so, make sure that the Temple goes off, and even if Limb Factor has an answer to World Joiner, it's still, you got 3 or 4 cards out of your 1 card.
Oh, definitely. And it's going to be tough every turn to find a threat. I do like the discipline of not playing the Scorpion Wasp here. I think you gotta just anticipate that there are going to be things that are worse for you than Carvet, than this slugged Carvet. How does Kamado continue to keep the pressure on?
Shadowlands Guide into getting a Killer Cultist back seems like a really great place to start.
Yeah, I mean this Xenon Temple Carvet combination has proven so effective for these cultist decks, for just giving them a way to really just convert their resources into their extra material into an advantage, a dominating advantage on the table.
Yeah, and this Edict's not even going to work if Kamado just wants to use Edict of Grodov here.
Yeah, I mean, it can be used to just put the Edict, the other Edict on the bottom of Limb Factor's deck. I don't think that they can hold out for another 51 turns.
No, probably not. Limb Factor could have used Scorpion Wasp there to trade for World Joiner, but that's not really going to do much when Kamado still has access to 5 or 6 cards. And, well, that's a win for Kamado there. And it looks like we have our top 4 set here. We've got 2 copies of Huru Aggro and 2 copies of Xenon Cultists. So one of those 2 decks will be your winner. Of course, the players, I think, care very much about exactly which one is. We're going to take a break here, and we will be back in just a few minutes. Hey everyone, welcome back to the top 4 of the Eternal ECQ here. And I'm here with self-proclaimed best Eternal player in the world, Andrew Beckstrom, which is literally what he said 30 seconds before we went on break.
What stays off camera stays off camera.
I see. In any case, we've got a pretty sweet top 4 lined up. We've got 2 copies of the Xenon Cultist kind of breakout deck of the tournament, or at least the deck that performed best in the tournament for sure. Alongside 2 copies of Huru Aggro, which, you know, we saw Ant-Man win a convincing match against Sunnyveil last round. And look, there's this thing, when you do well in a tournament that has so many copies of the same deck, if you end up in a spot where you feel like, yeah, I'm probably have a pretty good matchup there.
Mhm.
But you know, we'll find out exactly how that plays out here, because the winner of this tournament goes to Worlds. We're getting the players lined up and ready to go here. Which match are we starting on?
Okay.
Alrighty, yeah, we're going to be starting on Kamado versus Ant-Man here. And
Yeah, our top 4 is a little different than the previous rounds.
yes.
We're going to be showing both of the matches. They're not going to be going on concurrently. At this point, we want to make sure we don't miss a single game from what's left, as we have 4 players left, 1 slot at Worlds on the line, and I'm really excited to see more of Ant-Man's deck. I mean, we're calling it Huru Aggro, but
Right.
there's some spice here.
Right, so we have 2 Huru Aggro decks in the top 4, but Ant-Man and Thalion have very different lists. Ant-Man's is a much more weapon-based list with like Axe Sharpener and some other spice going on.
Yeah, I mean, some of the choices are really purposeful. Playing with Spire Chaplain, 3-cost 3/3 that when it attacks draws a Justice Sigil. Why? Because trying to get up to Anaya, Clutch of Talons, Linebreaker Shield, trying to get to those higher points on the curve
Yeah.
than some of the more low to ground decks we've seen.
Alrighty, it looks like the players are ready. So let's head into our top 4 here.
All right, here we are for the top 4 between Ant-Man and Kamado here at ECQ Time of Ancestors. And Kamado kicking things off with a Nahid's choice and missing that 3rd power drop right now.
Well, you know, that's part of the strength of having Arc in your market here is those 2 cultists are gonna make a run for it here.
Yeah, let's see exactly how Kamado navigates this. He could devour it, try to hit the 3rd power, and then play Arc of Soul for the first cultist missing. But if he whiffs on power here, it's really bad. Okay.
Well, I like that play. Because
Yes.
it makes you hit a power drop this turn if you get there, which and you end up in a spot where you just get so much more value out of this turn. So I think, yes, while it has some risk to it, if you're not going to draw power in your next 2 draw steps anyway, then you're still in trouble regardless. So I don't think you want to play for that case.
Makes sense. It does mean that Kamado's board is completely empty. Ant-Man with an Axe Sharpener and going to get to deploy another 3-drop
With
this
an
turn.
axe to grind.
So we see Spire Chaplain coming down, and this is not sort of a mainstay of tournaments, but it does impressive work when it's left unchecked.
Note that Kamado can't play Incarnus here, the listener, because you know doesn't have the 3rd Shadow Pip. So gonna be left with a somewhat unsatisfying play, and 2 units in the void here could, you know, play a fairly low value worthy cause to try to take out that Spire Chaplain. But man, that is just not where I want to be. On the other hand, Ant-Man would love to get a hit in here. Looks like Kamado is going to go for the worthy cause, though.
The nice thing about this line is it looks like it's going to use up all of Kamado's power. Oh, interesting. So going to just try to block down the Spire Chaplain.
And maybe keep up worthy cause for if Ant-Man goes for something. Oh, Ant-Man's got Savage in their deck, too. They've got a lot of stuff going on.
Definitely.
Pearl's Choice, of course, being a fantastic answer to any sort of removal. Good Axe Sharpener.
I really
Sharpening
like
the axe right there. You can see it.
Yeah, couple nice premium cards in Ant-Man's deck. I really like watching last round how deliberately Ant-Man has played these games. Frequently uses most of the time available to them because the way that they've built this deck is that they've got a lot of different interlocking pieces, and it's really important that they combine them in just the right way if they're going to get over the finish line.
All right, Ant-Man's going to attack the Spire Chaplain, get that Justice Sigil. Be hard-pressed to imagine Kamado not blocking here. And just, yeah, Ant-Man taking the clean, like, 2.5 for 1, actually, because Kamado did have to sack a cultist to make the Faithful big enough.
So Ant-Man has the choice of either deploying Daring Griffin or playing a Rhyme Conclave Smuggler. Something they might be considering is trying to get into a spot where they can play both Daring Griffin and Savagery in the same turn.
Well, I mean, I just played the Daring Griffin, so that theory kind of goes out the window.
It's worth considering all of your options. This immediately puts them in a position where they can get that Daring Griffin exalted weapon onto the axe sharpener. So if it ever dies, you'll just draw the Daring Griffin's weapon again. Kamado is going to try to make some things happen right away, going for Worthy Cause. Gets the axe sharpener nice and big, and while Edict of Grodov does not put axe sharpener on the bottom of the deck, by nature of bouncing it back to Ant-Man's hand, means that Entomb won't proc and that exalted weapon will go to the void.
Kamado just passes the turn.
Wow.
Stuck on 3 copies of Incarnus with 2 Shadow Pips. Not really the place to be. And then waiting on that Edict, but potentially wanting to play Dune Smuggler as well.
Yeah, quite a bit of patience from Kamado here. It's a really big tempo setback, and that Perul's Choice has the potential to really punish Kamado for waiting on the Edict.
Yes, if Kamado's plan is to Edict, they probably wanted to do it on their turn. But if your plan is to cast Ebon Dune Smuggler, of course, this sequencing does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think the line that Kamado is trying to set up is that they're going to Smuggler for Edict of Makar and then have that with the ability to play Edict of Grodov on the Perul's Choice sort of in response. But it actually... Oh, wow. Kamado is unlike most of our players this weekend. Does not have access to Edict of Makar in their market. That really is a really big swing here.
Yeah, potentially they, with all the copies of Edict of Grodov, even though they of course don't overlap completely, Kamado maybe thinks that they have enough interaction based on that.
So finally, Kamado hits the 3rd Shadow Influence, but do they feel like they can take the time off and play Incarnus, or do they need to start trying to interact with that Axe Sharpener?
I would lean towards playing Incarnus here because, yes, you can trade for the Axe Sharpener, but like you're at 25, you can take some more hits, and like I'm not in a hurry to trade because killing the Axe Sharpener kills a 2/3. It doesn't kill a 5/5 because the Ant-Man gets to keep that weapon there.
Right.
Ooh, Minotaur Lighthoof.
Is there any chance Ant-Man takes this as an opportunity while they have 2 power-up to just play Perul's Choice here, or will they continue to try to hold it up? Because they have some expensive things in their hand they would really like to be able to play.
I'd be surprised if they did play it because Worthy Cause could still be quite annoying right there.
So let's see what the line is.
What the line breaker is? All right, well, Linebreaker's Shield has really impressed me so far. It just stacks so nicely on a lot of the different effects that these Hoodoo decks have going on. And this puts a good amount of pressure on Kamado, who can now play, maybe now take the opportunity to Edict of Grodov, the Axe Sharpener. Yeah, I like that.
Oh, Imperial Loyalist shows up. 4-cost, 4/3 pledge, and its renown is play another unit of your choice from your deck with cost equal to or less than that spell or weapon. So here's the thing that's going on is when you combine this with a Clutch of Talons or a Daring Griffin, you get to pull any 4-cost or less unit from your deck and immediately put it into play. The reason why Ant-Man has cards like Blitrock, Lenrise Listener, or Jarl's Frostkin is they put one copy of a variety of different units with cool
just to go
summon
up
abilities.
the curve.
That way, when they find themselves in their spot where they need a little more cards, they get Blitrock. When they find themselves in a spot where they need a little more protection, they get another Daring Griffin. And if they just need to get a blocker out of the way, they go and get Jarl's Frostkin.
And the upside to this is sometimes you can just draw Jarl's Frostkin. Just cast it. It's great.
Not everyone has the same love for the Jotuns as you, Luis.
Oh, yeah. Ant-Man definitely wins an award for the coolest deck in the top 8 here.
Oh, most certainly. So
Ant-Man would love another power here, by the way. On 5 power, got the world at their fingertips, but just how do they go from here? Clearly they're advantaged, but how do they convert?
Yeah, these games can be complicated to play. Ant-Man knows Kamado's list, and by virtue of that has probably sniffed out the presence of the Scorpion Wasp and saw how convenient it was that Kamado had exactly 3 power up last turn. So despite having a very good attack on the board, did not attack with that 5/4 Prime Conclave Smuggler.
Oh man, Beast Color's Amulet here. Kamado didn't have the power to be able to play it this turn, but Beast Color's Amulet is pretty good on Incarnus here.
So remember that spot earlier where I talked about getting access to both Daring Griffin plus Savagery in the same turn? Ant-Man has that combo now, and I think Ant-Man has successfully sniffed out that there is
no
no
worthy
cause and is going to just go to town on Kamado's units.
So explain why that's so savage.
So Daring Griffin, with its Exalted ability, picks up Killer permanently and Overwhelm thanks to Savagery. When it trades with the Incarnus, it passes along a weapon with its stats and skills. So Flying, Exalted, Killer, Overwhelm, and Reckless, and +3/+2 goes over to Axe Sharpener. Axe Sharpener got Aegis from Peril's Choice, and if Axe Sharpener were to die to the Scorpion Wasp, well then Ant-Man would get to draw just that awesome weapon that Daring Griffin passed along again. Just an incredible display of synergy from Ant-Man in the tournament today, of understanding how to interlock these Exalted pieces with the Axe Sharpener to just provide an amazing effect.
Note that Minotaur Lighthoof, can target
Wow,
enemy units.
really clever play by Kamado. So now Worthy Cause silences and kills the Axe Sharpener so it doesn't pass anything along. But
Pretty
the
good,
hits just keep on coming.
And Clutch of Talons is going to give Ant-Man this first game here. Kamado just one power short of being able to play that Scorpion Wasp, and bam, Ant-Man navigated that game well. It was able to play around that Scorpion Wasp, was able to kind of take advantage of the fact that Kamado's deck was stumbling a little bit. You remember Kamado missed the third Shadow Pip for a while, and really convert that into a win in the first game.
Yeah, and that's the weakness of the build of Xenon Cultist that we're seeing from some of our players today, is there are versions where you're playing with Zhenju, Cult Aspirant, Xenon Lifespeaker that can play a much more aggressive game and use the sacrificing power to fuel all of that. What instead we were seeing from a lot of players is a more grindy game. Slundering Stone, Nahid's Choice, Incarnus, they do a great job of giving you fuel in the long game, but all it did was it allowed Ant-Man the chance to be able to set up this amazing little combo engine of Exalted plus Axe Sharpener, Daring Griffin plus Killer.
Yeah, that Daring Griffin turn was quite something. And didn't even get full value because that Axe Sharpener got dealt with, but still was able to use Daring Griffin plus Savagery to immediately kill 2 units and make another unit into a pretty potent threat.
Yeah, really cool stuff. So we're ready for game 2. Unfortunately, Kamado had to go down to 6. Did you see that awkward last hand that they had?
No, I didn't quite catch it.
It was 4 times sigils. And then the Incarnus, so they shipped it back for a 6.
Ant-Man's hand is okay, but no 2-drop, and they did draw their 3rd power now, but missing a 2-drop and a 3rd power is kind of awkward because there's multiple things you need in order to make your hand go right.
Definitely.
Also, Ant-Man has to have like tons of 1 and 2 ofs in their list in order to see all the different copies of cards that we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's really something. They've got a couple of different toolbox effects between Peril's Choice, being able to search up curses like Avagraft or Permafrost, or the Imperial Loyalist being able to search up various units. So Kamado getting things started with the Nahid's Choice opening, which is really potent at setting up that Arc of Soul coming out of the market. That's playable only when you've successfully hit the enemy with a Cultist in a turn. And the synergy with Slumbering Stone is obviously great. They're sacrificing a unit, but it's a unit that they like to sacrifice anyway. They'll get a Gargoyle out of the exchange, and they've got a little bit of a beatdown game going, and it's looking good so far against Ant-Man's opening of no 1 or 2 drops.
And it's going to make it so Kamado gets to play an Incarnus next turn, and has all the Shadow Pips necessary for that. The Temple Shihan can make one of those cultists run headfirst into the Shihan.
It sure can. Summon, play an Inferiority Complex, which is a curse that gives the unit Reckless. So Nahid's Choice is kind of funny. It's a sabotage-like effect on its second mode of make them discard a spell or a sight. But against Ant-Man's interaction, it just doesn't work nearly as well. A lot of what Ant-Man does involves weapons and curses that are not hittable by Nahid's Choice.
Yeah. All right, here comes Incarnus, invoking the wheel. See what they pick up here. When your opponent plays an invoke card and thinks for a while, it's usually pretty good or pretty bad for you because it means that they have roughly equal power levels, but that does not determine whether those power levels are high or low. Of course, hitting a hair trigger pistol, not the best, but it does make it so that your Incarnus triggers 1 turn earlier on Mastery. You hit for 3, and then next turn you just slap down that pistol, hit for 6.
I'm really interested to see what direction Ant-Man goes here. This is a really appealing turn to both get down Imperial Loyalist, but also to get down Avagraft. if you get down Avergraft, you just lock out all Incarnuses from coming down for the rest of the game unless that Avergraft is removed, which, I mean, we could check the market of Kamado, but yeah, none of those cards remove an attachment. So this is a big turning point.
I suspect Ant-Man's just going to play the Avergraft. It's just so appealing to get all of the Incarnuses out of the way. That said, it's a higher reward to play the Loyalist if you can, because if you can go off with Loyalist into Clutch of Talons, like you really get a big payoff there. But if you can also wait and play Loyalist with Perul's Choice up, that could also be pretty good.
Yeah, the speed of the game is going to matter a lot here in terms of where Ant-Man's decisions are going to go. This reminds me of a game we had in a past ECQ where a player had the opportunity or came close to royal decreeing all of the Rizons out of their opponent's hands, and they weren't able to successfully make that happen, and they lost hard. Ant-Man goes with the Avergraft, taking the secure line of knowing Incarnus is done for this game.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. There's also a lot of ways to combine Incarnus with, what the card you get to hit Mastery pretty soon. Like, I think basically if you play Loyalist and then they play a removal spell, you're set back by a lot more. So this is certainly the safer play. You think Kamado's going to go for a Devour? They got to hit their power drops,
so.
right?
You really want to start getting to these Carvets. It's a big part of the late game here for Kamado. And, ooh, Seed of Mystery means that Ebon Smuggler is not playable this turn. Instead, they'll just...
Probably take a Perul's Choice here.
Yep.
Oh, choice traded for choice.
All right, so now we see a Rime Conclave Smuggler, and thanks to the Temple Shion in play, that will have flying.
Temple Shion also gets to proc Onslaught for Ant-Man, so that Rime Conclave Smuggler not looking too bad.
But instead, we see Imperial Loyalist come down. Not sure. I think Ant-Man does have some Ghostblade elites in their deck. So if things do get hairy and it looks like the Imperial Loyalist is going to die, they do have the option of just turning that Finest Hour into a Ghostblade Outcast and play the 1/1 Exalted Lifesteal.
Kamado here has nothing they can get with Dune Smuggler that can kill that Loyalist, can they?
Yeah, this is the cost of sometimes what happens when you try to go over the top in the mirror. I mean,
Yeah.
I love Kamado's market for mirrors. Vault of the Praxis is just an incredible grinding tool in long games, but if it was an Edict of Makar, it'd be a lot better here.
Ant-Man would have loved to draw power there because a power essentially just means a free dragon. But I think playing Clutch of Talons on the Loyalist still has to be a pretty high payoff, right?
It looks pretty nice. And I think in this spot, you go ahead and you go get Darren Griffin because you don't have any sort of Perul's Choice or anything to insulate your Imperial Loyalist.
No, you should have got Frostkin. No, Darren Griffin's much better there.
So critically, Kamado rips the 6 power off the top, so now they have the option to either play Carve It or Ebon Dune Smuggler for a Scorpion Wasp. Which one do you like here, Luis?
Ebon Dune Smuggler seems like it's a lot safer. So, because the problem with playing Carve It, even though it's got a higher reward, is, I mean, Ant-Man has a decent amount of answers to it. Let's see what that Smuggler can go get. If it can go get Bring Down or an Edict of Kodash, yeah, that it accomplishes the same thing.
So, yeah, we see Edict of Kodash taking down the Carve It. Critically, that Gargoyle did attack. It could have tried to trade with the Reckless Daring Griffin, but instead got in there.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, trading with the Griffin, I think, is pretty appealing.
Wow, once again, the Gargoyle is getting in. Kamado is saying, I want to end this game, and I'm just going to rely on my Carve It to finish to lock things down in the air.
Well, unfortunately for Kamado, those double Finest Hours means anything that gets through gives Ant-Man the win here.
Yeah, so what's the situation? Carve It blocking the largest thing would put Kamado up to 11. Darren Griffin and Rime Conclave Smuggler would get in. That would be dropping
12.
Kamado to a virtual 5. And then after that, those 2 Finest Hours represent 6 more points of damage.
So, I suspect, given what we've seen before, Ant-Man's going to take a while to ponder the situation, make sure everything's lined up, and then win the game. That has seemed to be Ant-Man's MO so far.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Ant-Man just snaps it off. They're ready for this. They can feel it. And this aggressive Gargoyle on Kamado's side, because that does not have Reckless. It has chosen to attack every turn, but
yeah, and it wasn't like Carve It represented the entirety of ways for Kamado to block. They could potentially get Scorpion Wasp in future turns, but Finest Hour is doing its thing.
And bam, that'll leave it, man, as our first finalist here, playing Huru Aggro, and going to be watching with bated breath to see who the winner of is between Xenon Cultists and the other copy of Huru Aggro, though, of course, a different looking deck list. So, wow, an intense top 4 there, and we're on to our next top 4 match in just a couple minutes, and we will see you there. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Direwolf Digital's coverage of ECQ, the Time of Ancestors, and we are down to the nitty-gritty. We are about to watch our second semifinal. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, joined with Patrick Chapin. How's it going, Patrick? He's happy as a clam because we're about to get to see another exciting match between a Huru Aggro player, Thalion, and another Zen and Cultist deck. And we just saw that last round in the form of Ant-Man, who advanced to the finals, playing their take on Huru. Their take was a little bit more exotic than what we're going to see. Last round, they were doing all sorts of crazy weapon combo things. This round, we're going to be seeing a Huru aggro deck, which is a little more focused on tempo, getting cheap, resilient units down early, pumping them up, enhancing them, and getting them over the finish line.
Yeah, but both of these decks take advantage of kind of a unique opportunity in the metagame right now by presenting cheap, fast threats that can like really advance the board without you needing to invest more in them, and let you protect them with ways that give you tempo, whether it's with some sort of fast spells or weapons that make them big enough. And you can protect your investment with so many cards with Aegis or Exalted. And I think that the ability to exploit the relative lack of removal out of the Zenin decks, while at the same time exploit the relatively slow speed of the control decks, has made Huru arguably the deck of the weekend. I mean, there were a lot of cultist decks in the first place, but they haven't exactly performed particularly above average at all. I mean, here in the top 4, we're seeing, a 2-2 split, but then going into the finals, it's right here we're going to find out whether any Huru decks or whether any cultist decks make the finals at all.
The thing that's really impressed me about the Huru decks and the way the players have been playing with it today is they have this end game in mind. They don't just try to win the turn, they try to win the game. And what that often means is that when you have a weapon that you could be playing, are you putting it on the thing that gives you the best attack right now? Or are you setting up the ultimate sort of Voltron experience where you have the unit that's going to be able to get those last points of damage? Because we've seen time and time again, the cultist deck can fall behind, but they have tremendous ways to catch up and clog up the board. So if you don't get your weapons and your pump effects in the right place, you might not have what it takes to win the game.
Oh yeah, and I mean the fact that this deck is so effective at making Vara less of an issue. First and foremost, Vara is kind of slow for dealing with these decks, right? Like this deck is so much that it does for 1 or 2 power that playing an 8-drop is just like pretty ambitious.
And the way that the people are building their cultist deck this weekend has been very focused on the mirror, on grinding long games. They're not playing with some of the cheaper units that can scale and potentially block the Huru decks well, like your Zhenjus, your Zen and Life Speakers. They're really focused on having cards which are good at sacrificing, but against this Huru deck, you really need some early blockers.
Yeah, definitely. So it looks like we are ready, and we're going to jump down to our remaining top 4 match.
Welcome to top 4 coverage of this ECQ. We have Thalion on Huru aggro against Bruised by God on Zen and Cultist. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, joined by Patrick Chapin, and we've got things kicked off with a pair of Shenra Unbreakables on Thalion's side who have their prayers have been answered and they've dodged an early Vara's favor.
Oh yeah, I mean, the Elder's Feather, like the heavy use of weapons is always kind of precarious in these Shenra decks. But that said, the smugglers definitely give you a nice way to round it out, whether they're a good target for the feather in the first place, or if they just go into your market, they let you trade the feather for something out of the market a little more specific to the situation. What I'm wondering is if we're going to see some sort of action on this high profit, because we're talking about a situation where the Zenin player has missed their power drop, right?
Yeah, and that's critically why, despite having a 0-3, they decided not to block either of the 2-1s, because Bruised by God recognized as part of their plans they cannot afford to have that high profit trade with a combat trick.
Now what's interesting is the getting of Edict. Obviously you could just kill any shadow unit potentially with value if it's like a gargoyle, but like are we going to see it possibly go after the high profit just to completely choke Bruised by God on power? I mean, that's a little ambitious, but...
It probably wasn't part of Thalion's initial plans, but now they've noticed that, hopefully, that Bruised by God did not increment their power up to 4 this turn.
Well, this definitely sort of, attacking with the Shenra first definitely suggests that they're not going to actually go after the gargoyle, or else they would just preemptively do that. The no blocks at all is really interesting, right?
For sure. Yeah.
Mm.
So we just want to get down Darren Griffin. Bruised by God has some tools to be able to work through what the Darren Griffin can do. Unfortunately, a bunch of their spells sacrifice, but maybe they can do something where they go, like Devour something this turn, then Worthy cause the Rhyme Conclave Smuggler if that's where the Exalted Weapon gets placed, and then finally Edict of Grodov it. It's a lot of work, but they do have ways of getting out of this situation.
Well, one of those Shenras is about to achieve mastery, and the other one's only a turn behind.
True.
Bruised by God's going to have to present an awful lot of stuff pretty soon because you can only chump those things for so long. I mean, this is definitely one of the spots where the sacrifice version is not at its best compared to something like the Zenzu version that could potentially get large enough to just block without much problem. That said, the Zenzu version is much more vulnerable to Edict of Kodash, which has been a popular card for these Huru decks.
So the nice thing that the Gargoyle affords in play for Bruised by God is we see a big attack coming from Thalion, is that can just trade with the Daring Griffin. So thankfully, Bruised by God's units won't have to necessarily they won't lose that negate mode on the Daring Griffin for just trading with a unit in play.
I like this. By dropping the Ice Elemental, it affords Thalion a little bit more resiliency, a little bit more flexibility in where to potentially put that Daring Griffin buff. Sure enough, it looks like we're going to see a couple of, we're going to see at least one chump block. It looks like we are going to see two so that Bruised by God can continue to advance their board with regards to their gargoyles. The gargoyle that they do have is going to trade with the Daring Griffin, or aspires to anyway. Thalion is starting to run a little low on gas, but with the Thalions getting ready to flip, interesting. So by doing this, the gargoyle that Bruised by God has isn't actually going to die, and in fact, it's going to stop the Shenra from progressing its mastery.
Really clever play by Bruised by God.
And with a 6/3 Ice Elemental, you know, these extra gargoyles are still poised to help contain the threat from Thalion. There's still the looming question of what to do 2 turns from now when the Shenras are hitting for 10 a turn. But the other big thing is if Bruised by God can't get a little bit more power going, they are really relying on that high profit in a way that's kind of precarious.
Yeah, conventional wisdom would be you would sacrifice the Slumbering Stone, which we do see by Bruised by God. One option they had at their disposal was sacrifice the Shadowlands Guide to the Worthy Cause to pump up the high profits power generating ability.
And we do see another Time Sigil, which means the Bruised by God is a little less reliant on the high profit. The Shadowlands Guy being able to rebuy a Gargoyle is also very attractive. This Edict of Grodov is not necessarily at its best, but it does pop an Aegis from time to time.
It does. This is a critical moment for Thalion. They really don't want to have to trade off this Ice Elemental with 2 Gargoyles. Can they find something here that... Oh, wow, look at this play. Shadowlands Guide brings back Slumbering Stone. Arc of Soul sacrifices the Slumbering Stone. And, man, 4 Gargoyles in play already for Bruised by God.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I think that the amount of blockers and defense, it's going to be too much if Thalion can't add something else. Like I think that once you're talking just 1 Shenra instead of 2, because the 2 Aegis units here, they're all going to topple. Right, like there just isn't enough here, and
what do you make of that attack with the Rhyme Conclave Smuggler?
That's interesting because I mean you're just trading off, right? Like that's
yeah, we're trading an Aegis unit with a 3/1, and it's going to boost up the high profit of Soul.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess it's possible that you're figuring your Shenra's flipping and you just want to silence the high profit anyway. Maybe, I don't know. But from the looks of it, Thalion is committed and not going to actually interact with the high profit, which does mean the Bruised by God at this point is starting to get up, you know, is only a mere turn away from Vara if they draw 1 more power.
Notably, Bruised by God blocked with 1 more Gargoyle than they needed to be able to trade with the Ice Elemental last turn. Bruised by God recognized the possibility of something like a Finest Hour would blow up trading with just 2, and they wanted to lock in that they would still be able to trade even with a Finest Hour.
Sure. So here we see a Perul's Choice, which is always a great combination with Shenra to begin with, but there's also the possibility of using it as a way to go get like Permafrost or Avagraft. I mean, is there any value to just getting an Avagraft right now? I mean, you can't use it this turn, but if you wait, I mean...
So here's this critical moment. Bruised by God chumps with Shadowlands Guide to get high profit of Soul up to 8 power. Will Thalion recognize the moment and use this Edict of Kodash on the high profit?
Well, it's tough because the even you can't Edict to Grodov the Edict to Kodash very effectively. Thalion's got plenty of power available. That said, the Edict of Grodov is definitely going to get its money against Perul's Choice, assuming there's the timing. But
And that Ebendune Smuggler, I assume, means they passed. And so
my God.
Var, Fate Touched, shows up for Bruised by God. We're about to see Var do her thing.
Oh my God, this is just so devastating because the Shadowlands guides are all going to chain into each other.
Right.
Man, this is definitely one of the reasons why High Prophet is just the most dangerous card in these decks. And now Thalion has such an iron grip on the ground. And yeah, Thalion's going to be able to Edict of Kodash Vara potentially, but at this point, that's just, I mean, you got Shenra going for you, but you're definitely up against a pretty sizable board position that you got to deal with. And it looks like we are seeing Avagraft on Vara, which does mean that Edict of Kodash is still left in reserve. Part of the challenge here, though, is that at 17-17, Bruised by God is actually ahead in the race, right?
Yeah, so once again, Thalion has a big choice to use this Edict of Kodash because you could just get outraced by these flyers.
Yeah, and Bruised by God drawing another Smuggler here. This is a great draw, And here we see the ability to go get Edict of Makar, which a devastating weapon with this this uncommon shields down moment. It's starting to fall apart for Thalion. I mean, this is just such a dominating board position, and this Huru deck, once it falls behind, it can recoup about one extra form of tempo per turn, but it's looking well behind in that. I mean, when Vara does her thing, that's a lot more than one.
For sure. I mean, the hardest decisions I ever find when you are playing with an aggro deck like this Huru aggro deck is those moments when the game says, I think you're supposed to use this card for less than full value. You're only supposed to get a little bit out of it, but it'll mean so much in the context of this game. And what can separate wins and losses is when you recognize the moment is right.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and it's tough because sometimes you can't even know even in retrospect, because it's just, there's so many different interactions and so many different possibilities. But that was definitely a great one, and yet another piece of evidence of the staying power, how much these cultist decks can look like they're on the ropes and then start chaining together a couple big turns in a row.
Yeah, the thing I found is that you have to have a plan for all the Slumbering Stone, Nahid's Choice nonsense. If you just try to just bash your head into them with no flying, no overwhelm, no unblockable, it's going to take a long time.
Oh, yeah. And with Edict of Kodash, well, let's just jump back into the match.
All right, it's time for Game 2 of our semifinal match. Bruised by God on Xenon Cultist versus Thalion on Huru Aggro. And Thalion, unfortunately, had to turn away 2 hands and now is staring at a 6. But it's a fine-looking 6 in my view.
Yeah, as far as 6s go. And Bruised by God in an interesting spot with multiple Vara's favors and a lot of power, but this hand isn't exactly at its best against Thalion's draw.
Fortunately, if you were going to draw any power for Bruised by God, they drew a power that gave them both time and shadow and influence on turn 1, so they get to play that turn 1 Nahid's Faithful.
As far as having one threat goes, Crownwatch Paladin's pretty nice in this spot as well. Yep. I mean, in particular, if you can end up in a spot where Perul's Choice lets you beat the Nahid's Faithful with value, and even though Thalion is really short on resources, having multiple emblems does afford them a little bit more flexibility with presenting additional threats than they would otherwise have. Bruised by God, definitely not a bad situation for these Vara's favors. Well, this is interesting. I like this, because if you know that the attack isn't going to really work out well for you, the block isn't going to really work out for you.
Wow. Bruised by God gives up their only unit to play Arc of Soul from their market.
And the interesting thing about this is that it preserves both Vara's favors. Obviously, if you're going to use one to pop the Crownwatch Paladin's Aegis anyway, then no big deal. But having both Vara's favors next turn is potentially interesting, depending on what Thalion does. I mean,
well, Thalion is going for the max blowout line.
For instance,
presenting 2 X1s and 2 Vara's favors. How perfectly could this work out for Bruised by God?
That was a really good read.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. So, Zolta Loyalist is definitely one of the best cards Thalion could draw in a spot like this. Getting Crown Watch Paladin up to that crucial 3/3 means that Zen and Temple isn't a safe play anymore. And Bruised by God, well, having an incredible previous turn, they have so many more power cards than Thalion. They're going to have to do something else. They can't just sit here. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I mean,
looks like they're saving it, recognizing how likely a chump block is in the next couple of turns. But that Linebreaker Shield is going to do a nice bit of burst damage at some point in this game, is my prediction.
I don't know. I mean, if you're not going to use the Pearl's Choice that turn, maybe just get it down and get some more damage going.
So we see Zen and Temple come down. I think Zen and Augury will be the first place that we'll start for Bruised by God, just trying to find them something to do with their power that isn't putting a 0/2 into play.
Yeah, I think Eben's, perfect. Eben doing Smuggler is definitely a good get and a way to take advantage of these extra sigils that you don't need. A lot of the strategies we're seeing in Expedition right now involve playing enough power to be able to consistently play your stuff, but being able to use your extra power, whether it's with emblems or putting it in the market, to take advantage of the spots where you draw a little more than you were planning.
So where does Thalion go? Do they go at the site? Nope. They're just going to go straight at the face.
One of the important reasons to go to the face is that that's the only way you get the Zolta Loyalist trigger. And being able to, if you already figure they're just going to block anyway, then why would you not want the extra +1/+1s?
Makes a lot of sense. So right now in play, Thalion has, with these shifted Zolta Loyalists, they have a tremendous amount of potential unblockable damage in the future. So can they just finish off this game with giant unblockable attacks?
Well, I mean, it's not like Bruised by God's deck has the most removal, right? Because even if you can deal with this Crown Watch Paladin, or you just commit to blocking it every turn, you're talking about a lot of, like the first Paladin attack is 9 and the second one's 11. I mean, even if you try to use like Edict of Makar, that it's slow means you're going to take a big hit. I think you've got to figure out a way to get a little bit of extra health. I mean, the Worthy Cause can potentially help, but even at this point, I don't think that Bruised by God has enough units in the Void to make it as high impact, and this doesn't stop the second Loyalist. So, yeah, I think we're going to continue to see more chump blocking. I think Bruised by God's got to get something else going for them. I mean, at the very least, one kind of form of redemption. Oh, this is interesting. Do you even block here, though? Because once you know you're going to lose the site anyway, like, maybe you're supposed to just
it depends
let
on
it fall.
how big the Worthy Cause is. Is it possible that this Worthy Cause...
It's only meant 2.
Yeah. Smart. So yeah, saving it for a future chump block, just letting the site go since it was going to go away regardless.
It does mean that Thalion is poised to potentially put Bruised by God on a 2-turn clock, but Vara, as far as big threats go, I mean, Vara's is one of the best there is. It does mean that Thalion has the option to Pearl's Choice for Avagraft, which, obviously puts an end to those shenanigans. And we're in a spot where, even though Vara's going to have a pretty big impact, without the Shadowlands guides, we're not seeing as big of a chain of Varing as we sometimes do.
But what is Thalion's route to being able to deal another 25 damage this game with 6 units in play, including that Vara for Bruised by God?
Well, I mean, at the very least, the fact that you've got a couple real big threats on the table already, and once you Avagraph this Vara, it's not like why can't you just attack with everything you have every turn? Or alternatively, you could just, if you just get it in there with the Loyalist, you don't even lose anything. I think that might be a little slower than you want, but it's not like all these blocks are free by Bruised by God. You know?
Now, will Bruised by God go for any sort of combo block here? Because it'll get blown out by a Finest Hour.
Yeah, I think that you just got to if you're in Bruised by God spot. I think you got too many big problems that you got to deal with, and it's going to end up working out well for Thalion as far as Finest Hours go here, particularly with Bruised by God not having an available 1 extra power to get a Worthy Cause to finish the job.
So the one saving grace for everything that's happening for Bruised by God right now is that their Worthy Cause is getting continually powered up. Interesting to me that the Slumbering Stone didn't block, because a big route for Bruised by God here involves getting gargoyles out, getting them out fast, and tempo finishing in the air with them.
Yeah, because I mean, even though Thalion has just an incredible amount of stats on the table, they don't have the most life to work. You know, their health total is really starting to dwindle, and they don't have anybody with lifesteal or anything.
That's why I was somewhat surprised to see that Ice Elemental get made last turn off the emblem, because Shield Bash, when it's spellcrafted, represents stunning an attacker and creating some armor. And because they decimated with that emblem, they don't have the 5th power available.
That said, I think having an Aegis threat is a nice way to ensure that this +4/+3 Elder's Feather that's received a lot of Warcry bonuses is a lot more valuable than it would otherwise be.
Yes, my crystal ball did not tell me that that was the next card that would be drawn, but it certainly looks fantastic right now. Do you even just pop it right down? It stops all the gargoyles from getting in. You're
definitely.
at 12, and
Definitely,
the
no
gargoyles
question.
represent half your health total. Love this play by Bruised by God. Edict of Grodov, there's only one primal unit in play, and it has Aegis. This is looking rough.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough to stabilize without having access to any sort of Vara shenanigans. I mean, this is part of the appeal of these Huru decks, is that sometimes it just seems like you're witnessing a surge in Scalpel just cutting apart these Zen and Cultist decks.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible show of resiliency from Thalion. Yes, Bruised by God had their issues where they drew more power than they wanted this game, but that turn 4 play where they got to kill 2 units with Vara's favor, I mean, that's such a hard thing to
Turn
come
3?
back from.
Yeah, and then Thalion also starting the game at 6. I mean, that Thalion was effectively down 3 cards on the 3rd turn.
Yeah, really amazing stuff. Desperation Devour now by Bruised by God. Carvet's not doing enough on this board, and yeah, we are going to be packing it in. We have
on
got
game 3.
Another game 3. This is exciting stuff.
Man, such an impressive showing from Huru this weekend. I mean, it's definitely doing what it was built to do, you know, like being able to have powerful threats that happen to line up right against the expected field, having forms of interaction that hit from a lot of different angles, and just a robust, resilient game plan that dodges a lot of the things that people were doing to try to hate on the cultists. I mean, we're one game away from the possibility of a Huru tempo finals.
Mirror final, yeah. Unthinkable at the start of the day.
That said, with cultists on the play, I mean, this cultist deck is really strong, and these cultist players here at the end have definitely demonstrated a very skillful use of the deck. All right, we're down to the final game.
Welcome to the final game of our top 4. Thalion versus Bruised by God, with Thalion on Huru Aggro and Bruised by God on Zenin Cultist. And a fine-looking draw from both players. Thalion definitely could use a 3rd power, but we're going to see a nice high profit of soul come down on turn 2 and get things started.
Yeah, this is a very different mix of cards from Bruised by God this time, right? I mean, this is all the 2-for-1 units, and I could imagine just Bruised by God just fighting back, just boom, threat, boom, threat, boom, threat.
The good news is that with 2 Finest Hours in hand and a Pearl's Choice for Thalion, assuming they can sort of hit another power drop or 2, they're going to have a tremendous amount of ability to be able to work through some of these larger blockers by Bruised by God.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, for instance, here, is there any way that Bruised by God doesn't block one of these 2 threats?
It would be very tempting with a Ebendune Smuggler able to go into the market on the next turn and potentially get an answer like an Edict of Makar.
And if Perul's Choice turns out to be the answer, that's going to be really rough, no matter which one it's on. I mean, this is a great start for Thalion, with the obvious exception of only having 2 power.
So Bruised by God having a tough invoke decision right now, looking at a shadow spell, a shadow unit, and a shadow attachment, and deciding which one's going to give them the best chance against this 1-2 awesome mastery start of Shenra into Verit.
Yeah, the use of Incarnus has definitely led to a lot more cards that we normally don't see too much of You know, obviously some of the players opting with just continuing to pick cards they already have.
Oh my gosh!
That's a spicy meatball.
Vicious Rejuvenation, the 8-cost legendary spell, swap health totals. So at some point this game, Bruised by God saying, I'm going to hope I'm low and you're high, and we're going to switch.
Well, the good news then is that I think that we can pretty much count on Bruised by God to get pretty low.
Yes.
They do choose not to block, which does mean that Thalion doesn't get the extra value from their combat tricks. But it does also mean that in this case, Thalion gets to advance their board even more.
Love that. So that third power drop gives Thalion access to Finest Hour this turn. Now they have 3 units in play and 2 Finest Hours and a Pearl's Choice in follow-up turns. This is going to be a tough board to work through for Bruised by God. We'll see if they can come up with the tools. One Incarnus is going to come down and get closer to her mastery, and we'll see, are we going to go for Ebondune Smuggler or a second Incarnus here?
One of the interesting things about this line is that Thalion's attack followed by their turn, like how they spent their power, is really telegraphing the Finest Hour that they actually have, but it obfuscates the fact that they have Perul's Choice.
So we see one Finest Hour, or one Elder's Feather come down, go on the new Varret. Meanwhile, Shenra and Varret are both getting quite close to their mastery. What do we have them at?
Yeah, with both of them 2 hits away. I like this play in particular because it means that the new Varret is caught up and is 2 hits also. So this puts everybody mastering next turn.
So right now we see Ebondune Smuggler coming down, pulling something out of the market, and I love what we're going to see here from Bruised by God. They're going to be able to both block with Ebondune Smuggler. They don't have a profitable block, but thanks to devouring and removing their own Ebondune Smuggler from play, the Varret won't deal damage and won't progress towards its mastery.
Definitely, and this doesn't tip their hand. You know, this doesn't give the game away. Now, what do you think of getting Swirl the Sands instead of something like Malediction? I mean, obviously Malediction would ruin everything Bruised by God has going for them as well, but is Swirl the Sands going to be enough to catch you up here?
I don't know. It's tricky. Bruised by God has some cards they care about in play. Definitely tempting. The double Finest Hour would really blow out the Malediction line.
True. And now with the possibility of either Slumbering Stone with Devour and Swirless of the Sands all on the same turn, or Carve It just to present some threats, Bruised by God's got some real serious decisions to make here. And I do love that there's at least the wild card of setting up the Vicious Rejuvenation that it's just not the normal plan. I mean, that could really surprise you.
We're getting closer. So rather than one big play in Carve It, it looks like we're going to see 3 smaller but pretty effective plays in probably Slumbering Stone, Swirl the Sands, and Devour.
The fact that Perul's Choice blows out Swirl the Sands so hard right now is, I think this is definitely a potentially big play for Thalion.
So that Varret that got stymied last turn is getting stymied once again. Shenra is now, I believe, going to mastery right here.
Shenra definitely less devastating of a mastery without the option to get an Aegis. That said, there is still this flying Varret with an Aegis that needs to be attended to. Interestingly, Bruised by God choosing not to use the Swirl the Sands yet.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good window.
Well, it wasn't even really a window. I think at this point, obviously, Bruised by God is committing to not getting blown out by Perul's Choice, or aspiring to anyway.
Yeah, and we don't even see it at end of turn on that other Varret with the Elder's Feather on it now. Instead, we'll start off the turn with a Var's Favor that's going to pop the Aegis on Varret the Wise. Varret's Aegis form.
And, I mean, we're also not that far off from seeing Incarnus get some juice too, right?
Yeah. Bruised by God is getting lower, but also with these Incarnus hits is making this Vicious Rejuvenation less of a big swap. They are just now 1 power away from that mighty legendary spell.
Well, I think part of it is that you got to get the Incarnus up to being a big enough threat that you could potentially win with.
Ooh. Slime Spitter Slug right now would give -4/-4 to all flyers. It would kill Bruised by God's own Gargoyle, and Thalion could protect something with Perul's Choice. So, yeah, not quite as tempting as it might have seemed on first glance.
Well, the nice thing here is the possibility of using Swirl the Sands on Thalion's turn, Perul's Choice stopping it, but then on your turn getting to drop the Slug. And here we see Shield Bash, meaning that this Varret is definitely going to be a problem, right? Like, because Perul's Choice ensures that it's going to flip. It's going to get its mastery. And with Bruised by God so low, the only question is, are they supposed to be just taking 2 of the hits?
Are they going to set up this vicious rejuvenation for lethal here?
Part of the problem is they can't let 2 of them through or Finest Hour finishes them off, right? The
Well,
interesting thing is
they
if they
do
let
have
a flyer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And we see it. The trap has been sprung.
Now Thalion does hold the Perul's Choice instead of going for the kill.
But that does not give player Aegis. I believe we're moments away from seeing Bruised by God advance to the finals with vicious rejuvenation.
Man. And here we see the awesome part about this is that there's no way that the Perul's Choice doesn't get used here, which sews it up. This ensures that Thalion has no counterplay for this vicious and yet rejuvenating attack.
What an incredible line from Bruised by God. They took Vicious Rejuvenation on turn 4, playing this whole game around that legendary spell, and got there, and they have booked their ticket to our finals today.
What a sick one. That's so good. That's awesome.
I would love to know what Bruised by God's options were, because I have to imagine they had a more immediately impacting option than Vicious Rejuvenation, but they saw it.
So that does mean that we now have our finals, and in this case, it's Zen and Cultists versus the more exotic version. You know, you called it weapon combo version of
Huru Exalted combo, Huru weapon combo. It's going to be a good time. We've got Ant-Man playing that, Bruised by God on Zen and Cultists. We're going to take one final break and get set up for our final match between 2 players playing to lock up the first seed at Worlds.
Awesome. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back. It's time. We've got a finals match for our ECQ today. Ant-Man on Huru Aggro versus Bruised by God on Zen and Cultist. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, a designer here at Direwolf Digital, and I'm joined here by Patrick Chapin. Patrick, we've seen this matchup. It represented both of our last two semifinals. Huru versus Zenin. What should players be looking for?
So, I mean, this Huru deck aspires to have a small edge against the Zenin decks by capitalizing on their lack of removal, their relatively shorter amount of removal than usual, and how much they can tempo them out with presenting powerful Aegis-protected threats or moving a lot of value around. And this weapon version that Ant-Man's playing is particularly extreme in this area with the ability to use, for instance, the 2-drop Minotaur
Axe Sharpener.
Yeah, by sharpening the axe, you can actually put a lot of you can turn the sharpener into a very deadly threat that even if it dies, moves over, it moves over a lot of the threat to somebody else. And I think that's just going to be very strong in this matchup. Like, it just gives them an ability to grind just enough to try to tempo out the Zenin deck. That said, the Zenin deck is full of, very powerful plays with an endgame that's second to none. The Gargoyle in particular, giving them access to some flyers alongside Carve It so that they don't just get beat in the air while they're trying to set up and eventually get to a Vara endgame.
Yep, we've got a really exciting matchup. Ant-Man's been doing things with their deck today that we haven't seen any other player doing. Like, I play a lot on the ladder. I know you do as well. How many times have you seen Darren Griffin go onto an Axe Sharpener?
That one a few, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I've been missing it.
But I never really see the Daring Griffin go over to, to proc the Renown to let you
on the
up
Imperial Loyalist?
Yeah, when you have got the Imperial Loyalist and you go get the one-of copy of Frostkin off the Daring Griffin moving over, that one's new to me.
Yeah, when we look at our analytics, we're going to see a giant spike in the amount of Geral's Frostkins that were played by players in competitive play in the next week.
All right, so it looks like we are ready for our finals, and let's jump down to the match.
Yeah, so it's finals time here at the ECQ. Andrew Beckstrom with Patrick Chapin bringing you this matchup of Ant-Man on Huru Aggro versus Bruised by God on Zen and Cultist. These players are playing for a seat in the 2020 Eternal World Championships. And unfortunately, Bruised by God decided that they wanted to go down to 6. They didn't like the looks of their first two cards. This matchup, Ant-Man's presenting some wild stuff, so it makes sense that you might be looking for something very specific.
Well, yeah, I think part of this is that Bruised by God's first hand was decent, but they got greedy and wanted something more. Their second hand had 3 Carvets, which they considered, rightly so, just too slow to fight against Ant-Man's relatively fast deck. Ant-Man's first hand was actually pretty interesting. It was solid, but it doesn't line up particularly well against Zen and Cultist on the average. So instead, they went with 7, and their 7 wasn't particularly fast, but it does have some nice things in the middle, and I think we're going to see a pretty good game all the way around. As far as 6-card hands go, Bruised by God's hand is pretty close to perfect.
So I like what I'm seeing here in the form of Avergraft set up for Ant-Man to take out Incarnus, and thanks to Avergraft's lockout text, no more Incarnuses will be allowed to be played by Bruised by God. But once again, we see Beastcaller Amulet as the pickup. Isn't that something?
Yeah, and what's interesting here is that even if you were to try to go after Incarnus, the Beastcaller's Amulet can be played on the High Prophet or the Gargoyle, meaning that Bruised by God's going to have a pretty powerful board position.
3 cost, +1/+0. Infiltrate, play a 5/5 Beast is the text of Beastcaller's Amulet. We've been seeing a lot of set 1 cards show up today in some unusual contexts.
Oh, yeah.
This is a nice one. So yeah. Ant-Man's evaluating their options. They know that Bruised by God did not want to trade off the Incarnus with the Spire Chaplain. So do they go for something like Temple Shihan plus a Savagery, or do they go for just that Avergraft locking out Incarnus?
Yeah, because, I mean, like, for instance, if you do the Smuggler or the Shihan with Savagery, it's a pretty efficient way to take down the High Prophet. And the theory being, like, you obviously don't know that you're up against a Beastcaller's Amulet, but the theory being that you're making 2 big plays this turn, and you'll be able to do something high impact with Avergraft eventually.
I love what the Spire Chaplain does for Ant-Man's deck. They've got a lot of really exciting things to do when they get a large amount of power. and it just provides them with so much flexibility to be able to still use smugglers and get high impact cards without throwing away powers number 4, 5, or 6.
And this is one of the things we've been seeing from Ant-Man throughout the tournament is prioritizing keeping the Zenin deck off of high profit, which I think is so far proven to be a very effective strategy, because obviously you can see situations like this where you're still doing a lot of powerful stuff, but when you don't have high profit going, it does slow down the Zenin decks enough that if you've got something good going, such as a Spire Chaplain attacking every turn, you know. And here we see Shield Bash off the Shield Breakers line does mean that Ant-Man's going to have even more tempo, and one of the things I like about this is that the Incarnus isn't actually set up to flip yet. Now that said, Zenin Initiation off of a Zenin Temple means that if Bruised by God wants to shove, they can actually get the Invoke right away, which might be a good way to do it anyway, because, you know, that Spire Chaplain is proving itself effective.
Instead, we see Incarnus is just going to make a regular attack. Yeah, it's very tempting to use Zenin Initiation here. Nope, they have reconsidered.
The fake out. And so by putting it on Incarnus, it does mean that the Spire Chaplain passes away, meaning that Incarnus is only facing one more threat. And the downside is, of course, that this the Smuggler is going to be able to kill the Temple. Like a chump block from the Gargoyle is not enough.
Is it possible you don't want to kill the Temple? Because the Temple will definitely play a spell next turn. So if you're really interested in the idea of your Daring Griffin sacrificing and moving over to the Rime Conclave Smuggler, you have that available to set up.
That seems a little ambitious. I don't know. It would be tough for me to get away from kill the Temple and Avagraft the Invoker.
Yes, I can understand that.
The fact that you have Perul's Choice held up also as an added trick, because it's like things are going pretty decent, but I mean, Bruised by God's got 3 cards in their grip, including a wild card, and we'll still have a 2/2 flyer and a 5/5 on the ground. Ant-Man doesn't actually have enough to win yet. Like, they got to get a little bit more going, and my fear would be that if you play a Daring Griffin, you're actually just too far behind, right? Like, what are you going to do about all these attacks?
Fortunately, the Rime Conclave Smuggler did pick up Endurance from the Linebreaker's shield, so it represents a mighty big blocker.
Yeah, but with the Daring Griffin down, the 8/7 unblockable threat, I think it's just such a precarious game piece to leave your opponent with.
Well, definitely an important decision point for Ant-Man. They end up going with the line of kill the site, and as the follow-up, the Avagraft.
And, yeah, I mean, at this point, once you kill the site, it's kind of like, yeah, sure enough. Now, Bruised by God does have the Surgeon Saw, which is a little bit of a wild card in its ability to get the beast to be bigger than the Smuggler, plus that Lifesteal can actually really help change the outcome of the race. The possibility of a Nahid's Choice here is interesting, right? Because, like, obviously it's responded to with a Perul's Choice, but it does mean that Bruised by God, at least they know what they're up against.
So Ant-Man has the choice. They need to use this Perul's Choice now. Do they give a +1/+1 an Aegis bonus to the Rime Conclave Smuggler, or do they draw a curse?
I was going to say, the nice thing about the curse is that you're not wasting it, because if you just put the +1/+1 on your Smuggler, it doesn't even make it beat the beast. Whereas if you go get a curse, the nice thing is that unlike Sabotage, Nahid's Choice hits spells and sights.
So the beast picks up Lifesteal, and it's going to crash in. So now this Permafrost is fantastic.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Unfortunately, another power off the top for Ant-Man. But do they need anything else now that they can Permafrost this beast?
Well, it depends on what Bruised by God presents. I mean, they don't know what Bruised by God still has in the grip, but, yeah, I mean, at this point, they do need a little something, because it's just too likely that Bruised by God draws something in the next 3 turns. They've got a lot of haymakers. Like a Carve It would be very problematic. But, you know, the big question here is whether you just let the Gargoyle trade, which I assume you do, or if you get a little feisty. I assume that you got to just let it trade, right? Like, it's just, why not just put yourself in a situation where it takes 3 turns to beat you? Because you want every single draw you can get.
So right now with the Gargoyle in play and the Rime Conclave Smuggler is a 5/4, yeah, this is tricky. You can't, if you play the Nahid's Choice, you make a giant flying overwhelm threat. I think a really underrated part about what Smuggler has been doing for Ant-Man, it's a permanent source of overwhelm. And frequently in spots like this, the cultist deck would find a way to chump block their way until they hit some of their more powerful cards in the end game. But Savagery says all of those chumps are still making you take damage.
Yeah, I mean, the overwhelm from Savagery definitely means the Bruised by God's got to, find a different avenue besides just chump blocking. So we do see Bruised by God deciding to shove all in, which, on the one hand, it does mean that, ooh, that's a game changer.
Blitrock Lenrise Listener. So this comes down as a 1/3. It has Mastery 3. First it invokes a Primal card, and then you can pay 3 to deal 1 damage to an enemy, and you can do that multiple times a turn. And we've been talking about how Ant-Man's been flooding out, but Blitrock does a fantastic job at helping with that.
The Shapeshifter's Mask, that's a little spicy.
Okay.
Yeah, not sure what to make of that. I mean, that's a powerful thing. You just drop it on your listener and see what happens.
I suppose so. It's, wow, remarkable that was what came out of that, but as we've seen all day, you really cannot predict when a listener comes into play what they will invoke.
Yeah, I think it's just too. You can't put it on the smuggler, because losing that Aegis bonus from a transformation would just not be, it would not be desirable.
Yeah, it's tricky. The Shapeshifter's Mask could turn Blitrock at end of turn into a really awesome 5-drop with +1/+1, but yeah, using that pay ability on it sounds awesome.
And it looks like we do see the Shapeshifter's Mask declined to come down so as to allow the Linray's Listener to be a implied avenue of killing the Gargoyle.
Amazing.
So there you have it. Huru up 1-0. This might be it. The last 1 or 2 games, Zenin cultists on the play this time, but we're seeing the power of this Huru deck as a metagame answer to both cultist decks and the decks that are designed to beat cultist decks in general, like the 3-faction Shenron control decks. Such a smart call for this weekend. I mean, it definitely looks like this cultist deck is defining, but this Huru deck might just be the solution.
I love it. I mean, as Luis mentioned earlier, I messaged him last night when the deck list came out, and I was like, "We've got a Geral's Frostkin in our top 64." And never did I expect we would be seeing it in the finals.
I knew it. I knew it all along.
All right, it's time for Game 2 of the finals here at the Eternal Championship Qualifier. All right, Ant-Man versus Bruised by God. It's time for Game 2 of the finals of this ECQ.
This time it's Ant-Man. Ant-Man is starting with 6.
Indeed, yeah. They've been looking for something very specific, and I'm not sure that they quite found it. Ideally on the draw, you'd hope to be able to play something before turn 3. But honestly, that's not the way that Ant-Man has sort of optimized their deck. They've optimized for powerful interactions, powerful synergies, and not just trying to get under these cultists.
Yeah, I mean, but part of it is, I think that my understanding is with these Huru decks that if you don't have one of the powerful mastery threats at the beginning, you usually throw it back, or at least a Crown Watch Paladin with something good to go along with it, because they rely so heavily on, like, their desired game is one where they're exerting a lot of tempo. It's kind of a backup plan to be in a spot of, well, I guess I'll just try to grind out a bigger advantage. And sometimes you got to do that, and the deck is built to be able to do both. Well, Bruised by God coming out uncommonly fast, however.
Very powerful opening. Nahid's Faithful into Nahid's Choice. Now they get to play that Arc of Soul from the market. It gets them up to power 4 this turn, meaning Zenin Temple is online already next turn.
Yeah, and the nice thing about Spire Chaplain, though, is that at least it's not something that just loses to Zenin Temple, right? Like, even if Bruised by God drops a Temple and trades off the Nahid's Faithful with the Chaplain, which is a great play, it's at least Bruised by God is without a board besides the Temple as well. If Ant-Man doesn't draw any power, though, I mean, it's going to be real tough, because if you can't give these smugglers Aegis, they're a little bit less effective.
Definitely one of the big drawbacks from shaving on early drops for this Huru strategy.
And here we see a timely Primal Sigil helping reinforce the decision not to pledge Anya on turn 1. After Ant-Man drew a power early on, and here we're seeing another power, it looks like Ant-Man's preparing for the possibility of needing to do a little grinding.
So you definitely can't play Daring Griffin here. If you were to do that, the Zenin Temple would immediately play a spell and make you sacrifice it.
Now, what's interesting is the prospect of the Smuggler being able to go get such a diverse mix of additional options. I mean, do you aspire to get Svetya's Bravery, setting up some incredible Anya turn? Do you get Emblem of Linray, giving you an avenue to play Anya while still having an additional Aegis threat later? Do you get the shield because these Haru people always get the shield every single time?
They do love it. I think if I were in Ant-Man's shoes, the line that would be most appealing to me is get that Edict. What it represents is that you get a 3-power unit on board, and then you'll have 2 removal effects ready for next turn, so hopefully you can actually get that temple down. It's going to be imperative. You're not going to outrace the World Joiner that's coming this game, but we'll see exactly what option they prefer.
And they do get the Edict as you suggested. That's I mean, you know, you could just get the Haru or the Linebreaker Shield.
It's tough for me to separate the knowledge I have, and what looks like a pretty safe line on Bruised by God's side is to go Incarnus plus Emblem and present 2 blockers. Interesting, you know, Scare was an interesting option here. If you scare the Rhyme Conclave Smuggler, you get it down below 3 power, 3 strength, and then it can't actually kill the temple in 1 hit.
Yeah, but, you know, it's just too likely that they get the extra over the finish line with Perul's Choice or Finest Hour or the Shield.
Yeah.
That said, I would just Incarnus and then immediately use the Edict that I got off the Incarnus.
Well, Patrick is calling the shot here. We'll see if Bruised by God agrees. One potential line involves trying to save Ebendune Smuggler as an ambush blocker. If we look at the kind of removal that Ant-Man has, they aren't going to be able to both remove the Ebendune Smuggler and attack with it if it comes down after attacks.
Yeah, I mean, if they actually do that, that does seem like a pretty good play. The fact that Ant-Man can beat Incarnus or Carvet as potential blockers, and here we see Carvet coming down with the ostensibly the 1/1 cultist as the other part that's good about it. But the thing is that if you just if you Edict Carvet and permafrost the cultist, you get to finally kill the temple, and you've kind of gotten out from it. And it's not like, I mean, obviously you're not happy about the fact that Bruised by God still has 4 cards and their power base is pretty well developed, but you still have 3 cards in your hand, including a pretty good grip, right? Like, as far as the last 3 cards to go, Anya, Daring Griffin, and the power you need is not a bad mix.
It's certainly tempting to want to just do something like potentially permafrost plus Daring Griffin this turn, but leaving that Carvet in play with its text while it's permafrosted is really dangerous.
Yeah, plus you don't get to kill the temple that way. I don't know, it's just so hard to, I mean, I guess the alternative is you could Anya the Carvet or something, but it just seems so, it seems like getting the temple off the table is just such an important priority right now. Okay, I guess they are going to take your line.
This is dangerous.
High risk, high reward. And we do see the Daring Griffin come down, which is going to move over to the Smuggler. That said, it's you know, it's not like that's actually...
It's not ideal.
Yeah, because, I mean, this Ebendune Smuggler is just A+ now, right? And now you're up against the World Joiner? I mean, I guess the theory is that at least you have the Edict of Kodash for the World Joiner. But I don't know, man. This is... There's a lot to like about this line, but it seems a little risky to me. But maybe with some experience, this is just the sort of stuff you got to do.
Yeah, I appreciate the heuristic of that Ant-Man used of trying to make sure that they use both of their removal cards on actual real things as opposed to, you know, using a permafrost on that stupid 1/1 cultist. But
it does mean you're kind of using your removal on the World Joiner that you could have skipped if you...
Yeah, I think they were really hoping that they would have been able to get through this turn. The Edict would have cleared the way so they could kill the temple. That's not going to be the case. This is all looking pretty ugly now for Ant-Man. There's no good options. Anaya's going to come down, but now with World Joiner coming down, a second Xenon Temple that can potentially just immediately Xenon Initiation. Bruised by God's at 38 among all of the other resources and ways that they're ahead in this game. It's a good thing that Ant-Man's is up a game because right now I am not loving their chances.
Yeah, I think that at this point, I mean, even when you Edict this World Joiner, Now you're up against another Temple, and it's not like Bruised by God is out, and all you've got is a couple of 3-drops.
Well, Temple Xian is potentially a little bit better of a 3-drop than Spire Chaplain. It can use its summon, play an inferiority complex on the Ebon Smuggler, force a potential chump attack.
Maybe. I mean, part of the challenge here is that it's not like Bruised by God isn't going to see more cards. I mean, between the Invoke and the Augury, and sure enough, we see a Devour. I mean, I'm loving Bruised by God's position here. I mean, Ant-Man's just almost out of everything. And so we see the Devour on the Smuggler. Wow. I mean,
The rich get richer.
yeah, so Worthy Cause and Edict of Kodash of Grodov are two of the best cards to see here, because one of the weak spots of the Zenin deck very often is their fast interaction. Being able to get out of tricky situations against this Huru deck is, their options for that are somewhat limited, and so Bruised by God picking up some of those means that it's a lot more likely that Bruised by God isn't going to fall to some tactical thing, you know, in some edge case where they get bottlenecked on power. That's a boom boom. That's a big game.
Bane Wolf, 7 cost, 7/6 with Mastery 7 unblockable. Maybe that could be a really good finisher in some world, but Bruised by God certainly doesn't look like they need the help this game. Again, all they can do is play one card, and they're passing it back to Bruised by God. I believe the last mode they have on their agenda is Scare, which does nothing against a board of just 3/3s.
Yeah, a little scary, boy. It's not enough. With Bruised by God, fully developed power base, I think we're going to be on to Game 3. The good news for Ant-Man, though, is that being on the play is a big game for such a tempo-based deck. And to bring this to a third game despite two really slow openings, I mean, this is both games Ant-Man has been without 1-drops or 2-drops.
Yeah. Then Nahid's Faithful got Killer way long ago from the first Zenin Temple, comes back next to Shadowlands Guide, gains Bruised by God another 5 health. And an embarrassment of riches. Is this the moment when Ant-Man packs it in, or are they fighting the good fight?
Yeah, I mean, you might as well wait one more turn. Learn a little bit more, I guess.
Once again, the Zenin Temple completes its agenda and summons the mighty World Joiner, and a nice premium-looking World Joiner at that.
Premium temples, I mean, as we all know, premiumness is a dominant hereditary trait.
And only premium players get to play with premiums.
And so Ghostblade Outcast, certainly not enough to try to change the outcome of this tide. And we're going to go to a Game 3.
So, well-executed game by Bruised by God. They tied it up. Not the best draw on the other side from Ant-Man. Had to go down to 6, was missing an early drop, and Bruised by God really did a great job at capitalizing. So now we're going to shift over to a Game 3. We've got Ant-Man on the play. And to what degree are they going to be able to set up all their nifty little combos against Bruised by God? That'll be fun to find out. Our producer, Michael Jacob, is setting up the final game that we'll be watching today. It's been a day of exciting close matches, lots of Game 3, so it's really fitting that we're going to get one more Game 3 to determine who's going to get that seat at the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, whenever half the field is like variations of one macro strategy, or at least one faction combination, there's a real risk of some amount of repetition. And obviously, for this weekend, things were a little imbalanced in this area, but the games have been fantastic, and we've been seeing a really good spread. So very optimistic about that, and about the impact that the upcoming campaigns will have on the format.
Coming Tuesday. But now it's time for Game 3 of the finals here at the Eternal Championship Qualifier. Here it is, the final game of the day. Bruised by God and Ant-Man, one game to determine who will go to the World Championships next year. Ant-Man on Hur aggro with the start of Ghost... Oh, we see them holding off on the Ghostblade Outcast. Interesting.
Is that just committing to stick it in the market with the Smuggler?
Potentially, but I really like being able to play that Smuggler on turn 3 with Aegis. But it looks like Ant-Man is disagreeing, potentially. They're in the tank. They love to think through these close lines. On the other side, Bruised by God has what looks to me to be a beautiful opener of tons of cheap cards that is going to ensure that they have lots of great defenses to stymie any early onslaught from the Huru deck.
Yeah, I mean, despite having only 2 power, this is an absolutely fantastic hand. Having a great spread of costs to different types of cheap plays to make, the high profit being so powerful, Vara's Favor as a third source, the interaction between Shadowlands Guide, Nahid's Faithful, and the Gargoyle. This is just a fantastic opener for Bruised by God.
So Bruised by God has a lot of awesome things they could do this turn with like Nahid's Faithful, but they can just Vara's favor the Ghostblade Outcast and they say, sign me up.
And in fact, we do see that. Man. So with the Outcast out of the picture, the Smuggler's going to have to put something else in the market. The question is, what do you actually get? Like, I mean, obviously, Edict of Kodash is a safe, reliable pick, but it's not like that actually adds enough to your clock, right? And in fact, we do see the third power source, which means that at least a clutch gives Ant-Man ostensibly a plan.
So yeah, they did not have the third primal influence before. Emblem of Linrai gets them there. And yeah, Bruised by God's got a lot of cards, but they don't have removal. Is there a way that Ant-Man can just sort of suit up this Rime Conclave Smuggler and get it over the finish line?
It's going to be tough, but particularly the prospect of having eventually 2 Gargoyles to block with. It does mean, though, that Ant-Man's Perul's Choice and Finest Hour could be tactically very important. What's interesting here is whether you go for the Perul's Choice now or if you wait. One of the things that's so risky if you just try to drop like a clutch or something now is without an Aegis, everything could fall apart. And Ant-Man doesn't really have much of a backup plan, right? Like there's like the 3/1 Aegis from the Emblem, the Elemental, but that's, The nice thing here is that that Finest Hour at least will let the Smuggler trade with both, but this block does mean that even Finest Hour plus Perul's Choice is not enough to let the Smuggler live.
Yeah, this is a pretty rough turn of events here for Ant-Man.
Well, there's still the prospect of dropping Emblem.
Oh, they made a terrible miscalculation. Oh no, that Perul's Choice didn't do anything.
No.
It was already going to trade with both units thanks to the Finest Hour.
Yeah, that's tough because, yeah, the Emblem, the Elemental would have been a great follow-up for just keeping the pressure on. But I think that with Perul's Choice, the miscalculation there, that combined with Bruised by God just having such a great spread of threats, it's going to make it really tough for Ant-Man to come back. At least you can take down the Faithful this way, I guess, and you got the 3/1, which is above average for things to put the clutch on. But it's going to be real tough, and Bruised by God even has 2 worthy causes, so the prospect of being able to fight through an Aegis is very real.
Yeah, the second worthy cause is going to make things rough. Ant-Man falls down to 19.
Vara's favor in hand, too, as a potential way to pop the Aegis without even losing value.
It'll be interesting to see if Bruised by God wants to remove the Aegis right now, or if they want to give Ant-Man the opportunity to further invest in this 3/1 before blowing them out with multiple cheap interactive effects. And interesting, Ant-Man has pumped the brakes, but they also didn't block. You have to wonder in a spot like this, has that miscalculation with the Perul's Choice gotten into Ant-Man's head a little bit? It's really tough when you're at this stage and you make a mistake to not let it weigh on you.
The prospect of playing around the Smuggler is also kind of tough because it's hard to, even if they have the Smuggler, it's hard to imagine how you're going to beat Vara anyway. So I don't know that you can afford that luxury at this point.
Well, fortunately for Ant-Man, the last couple of draws from Bruised by God were another Power and another High Prophet of Soul. Definitely not one of the games where they're going to be in any way constrained by the amount of power they have to work with. Do they block here with Verret because they need some time to be able to deploy all these expensive cards in hand? Instead, they're just going to drop down to 9. They want to be able to get Verret transformed. While I agree that's tempting, I'm not sure if you have that luxury right now. Bruised by God doesn't want to mess around, doesn't want to see that Verret turn into Verret the Wise, and just takes care of it while they can.
And without a 4th power, Ant-Man is definitely running out of time. I mean, at this point, are you kind of like priced into trying to block with your Elemental? I mean,
Thank that at least you drew the Imperial Loyalist. I think so. It's tough.
Because if you drop the Imperial Loyalist next turn, you do have something going, right? Like if your next 2 draws are power, the fact that you've got Imperial Loyalist into Anya, I mean, heck, if you draw 3 power in a row, you've got some gas.
So now that 3/1's off the board, it's now a 4-turn clock with Vara's favor potentially shortening by 1.
I mean, it's not like Bruised by God has ripped 4
Holy
power in a
cow.
row.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Ant-Man is getting a little lean here. There's also the funny Vara's favor potentially taking a turn off the clock aspect, right?
For sure. All right, there's the
That's a
4th
big
power.
draw. That's a big draw. I mean, now there's a big question. Do you play the Daring Griffin or do you play the Loyalist, right? Because if you drop the Griffin, it's real good against this Worthy Cause. Because at this point, Worthy Cause is going to be real interested in trying to hit the Verret. And it's not like you need the High Prophet's power. I mean, Bruised by God is not short on power sources.
So Loyalist comes down first. And Verret will make the attack. Unfortunately, due to the sequencing, it's a pretty easy block for Bruised by God, but still progresses 2 towards the Mastery. And another power for Bruised by God.
And the Gargoyle getting in there
my
does mean that
goodness.
the Ant-Man is potentially dead next turn. They might not realize it because that Vara's favor is the sneaky last point of damage. That said, there's, very real chance. Any one of these 3 cards could potentially be used to stop that Gargoyle.
Okay, so Worthy Cause happens right away. Now it's going to be on Daring Griffin. The interesting thing for Ant-Man is, do you recognize the moment and do you attack with Verret? Oh, they also drew Anaya. You could get Anaya down first.
Yeah, with that insignia that they just ripped, the Anaya coming down does present an additional threat. The question is, why play it first? Why not attack with the Verret?
So if you want to go with Daring Griffin this turn, you might want to have the Verret back to block, so in case there's a Vara's favor, the Daring Griffin goes on the Verret.
Definitely.
Yes.
I just meant with the Anya.
Oh, if you're going to play Anaya, the only reason you would potentially not block here is if you were trying to make yourself not dead to some combination of Smuggler, end of turn, plus removal spell on the unblocked Anaya, on the Anaya.
So Ant-Man, definitely a lot of good options. I think one thing's for sure, you got to save that clutch, right?
For sure.
But the both Daring Griffin and Anya at least present some sort of a threat. If you're going to play the Daring Griffin, you're probably priced into keeping Verret home, which makes the Anya more attractive.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this is a crazy line. I mean, things are actually looking a lot better for Ant-Man as far as being down 32-3 with facing lethal.
So what's the line? Running out of time, and it's Daring Griffin and an attack with Verret. So that means another Vara's favor is lethal. Oh,
so
Incarnus.
Incarnus first could find a spell. As long as it's cheap enough, that's game, right? Like Bruised by God can use a spell, and with Vara exhausted, it does mean that this Vara's favor in hand is potentially lethal. All they have to do is find a spell that costs 2 or less.
A 1 or 2 cost spell does it.
And
it's a second Vara's favor. How fitting.
Man.
So because Ant-Man attacked, the Verret would have been flying, but now it's exhausted. It can't block. And Vara's favor, number 2, off of Incarnus, seals the victory for Bruised by God. Bruised by God is going to the World Championships next year. Congratulations to them.
Unreal. Such a sick game.
Welcome back to the booth. And we just finished off one of the most exciting ECQs I've ever seen. I mean, just incredible games from start to finish. Lots of great plays. And Bruised by God really did a tremendous job all day. I mean, I don't think I'll stop thinking about that vicious rejuvenation play they made in the semifinals for a long time, where they took that on turn 4, thinking that was their key to victory against a Huru aggro deck.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I love about the Invoke, the listeners, is the amount that they kind of lead you to some very exotic lines of play in games that you might not have ever seen before. You're going to have to improvise. You can't just net deck. You've got to actually play. You've got to improvise a little bit with the tools that are presented to you. Very exciting tournament, very exciting games. I'm excited about the future of the Expedition format and seeing what happens next with the upcoming campaigns and any other twists and turns that may be in the near horizon.
You never know. We got lots of great, exciting stuff planned, and we can't wait to share it all with you. So first of all, want to say thank you to all of the players who joined us this weekend, whether you got a chance to play in the ECQ this weekend or whether you were joining us here on Twitch. It's been a real fun journey, and I've been thrilled to be joined by Patrick Chapin. Luis Scott Vargas joined us earlier. Michael Jacob did an amazing job, as always, in the booth, and thanks to our producer, Sam Stelter. So we're going to find an Eternal streamer to host now to continue on your Eternal journeys. So make sure you stay tuned on Tuesday. We've got the two campaigns coming to Expedition. We've got weekend events coming every week. There's lots of exciting stuff coming in the game, so really hope you'll be joining us. For myself and Patrick Chapin, that'll do it for us. Hopefully you all have a great weekend, and thanks for joining us.